Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live in association with DAFABet 18+ gambleaware.org. Now, today is day 3 in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Somerset, and it's a day where Somerset lead by 190 runs. So we're in the second innings at the moment. Somerset are out there batting. Not yet, because play doesn't start until 11 o'clock, but they are out there batting, and they are 2 wickets down, because a lot happened here at Trent Bridge on day 2. But let's remind you of everything that did happen with the day 2 highlights.
Rather, O'Neill comes in and bowls, and this is guided down to third. O'Neill into bowl to Leach, and he has picked this one up out onto the leg side, and it's been caught. That's a really good catch on the leg side fence.
Running to Archie Vaughan, just the one slip. This is aerial through extra cover for 4 runs.
All over that, but terrific effort from England, beating Sri Lanka. He's bowled him. O'Neill gets his 5 for congratulations to Fergie, playing his final match at Trent Bridge.
Is O'Neill in and bowls to Ogborn, who is given out LBW.
It's Gregory again. Full-edged third slip. Vaughan is the man who catches it. That was exactly according to plan.
Ogborn in and bowls. This is driven away often. Well, it's a thick edge really down to third man.
Here's Gregory round the wicket, bowled, and there's an LBW shout, and he's got him. Ben Slater goes for just 1, and Somerset have got their second breakthrough of the morning.
McCann punches this through the offside, behind square. Leach has got a chase on, but he's going to lose that chase.
On Miguel Pretorius, who bowls this on leg stump, and that's turned away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nice shot from
racecricket@icloud.com.
Pretorius in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside by Clark. He won't get a run, and that concludes proceedings for the morning session. Overton bowls to McCann, who cuts away through the offside. Lovely shot.
Steeman's in the pitch for the spinner at the moment. He bowls outside off. Is he not caught behind? Yeah. Is he? He is!
Ironmonger was the man who made love with the bowler he was.
81 for 3, Lewis Gregory bowls, and he's chopped on. He's got the wicket at Clark. Bar 1 or 2 nice drives. This has been a scratchy innings from Joe Clark, and he's gone for 36, inside edge onto the stumps. He's watching the test match the other day as Leach bowls, and that struck him on the pad, and a big ask, and he's given.
Mention that.
There's Gregory in and chopped away for 4. I felt initially it was keeper peeled. Thank you, Dickie.
Pretorius in and bowls, and almost a catch to Craig Overton at second slip. But, just a little bit of inconsistent bounce, troubling the Notts batsman, and he's bowled.
As Overton bowls short, pulled away by Haynes immaculately for 4.
It's moved in a leg slip for the last ball before tea to give Haynes something to think about. Vaughan bowls flatter, still on leg stump, and a single.
He's in and bowls, and this is hit away through the offside by Jack Haynes for 4 runs. It's a rather chilly afternoon. He's in and bowls, and he's caught behind. That is the end of Fergus O'Neill, just last season.
Pretorius again, bouncer, pulled, oh, it's gone high up in the air, and this is going to be a wicket, and it is, and Hutton goes. Didn't need to play that shot, but it was short, and had the...
Here's Overton. Oh, appeal for a catch behind it, given after a pause. So we got 7 saving 1 now as Overton is in and bowls, and this has gone up in the air, and wicketkeeper Rue is underneath it and takes the catch, and that is Nottinghamshire bowled out.
Just majestically stroked it down the ground, make his way to the far end. In comes Hutton, and bowls hit back past him and down the ground for 4. That's a real stroke of authority from Jordan Herman.
And bowls, and this is swung away for 4 runs by Josh Thomas. It was
and quite deep. Everyone else is scattered, and there's an edge, an appeal, and gone.
Yeah, and he walked as well. Muhammad Ali in and bowls to Herman, who gets an edge and is caught behind, going for the hook and got a top edge and triumphantly claimed by 2 slips, a leg slip, a forward short leg. Ali in and bowls, and a solid forward defensive shot from Alfie Ogborn keeps the ball out.
So what you would have seen early on in that highlights package was that it was a big day for Fergus O'Neill, Nottinghamshire's number 11. He got his career best figures yesterday, 6 for 72. So the Trent Bridge media team caught up with him at the end of day 2. Here are his thoughts on those special innings.
Fergus O'Neill, your first 6-wicket haul in first-class cricket. We'll come on to the game situation in just a second, but how does that feel?
Yeah, it's all right. I suppose, you know, you're probably more worried about the team performance than the personal performance. It was nice to get a few wickets. Probably didn't quite get it right in the morning, so to go all right into the night with the second new ball and then into this morning was a positive. And yeah, I thought we gave ourselves a decent chance, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think this club obviously means quite a lot to you, the way you're speaking there, I suppose. And more generally, is it pleasing to turn in a performance like that for this club? Yeah,
it is. I think you know, you get a lot of good support, travel a long way to play, so I might as well crack in and give it a good go. So yeah, obviously a lot of work to do for us, but I think if we can get it right tomorrow morning, then we'll give ourselves the best chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about first-class cricket, obviously in this country as well, we've got that big break to contend with, and something that you've had to contend with. You've not played a lot of cricket for the last month. So how do you deal with that break and make sure that you're fighting fit?
Yeah, I think it's good for me to just do no cricket really, just, you know, a bit of training. Obviously I'm coming off a full season at home, but it is a tough thing to do. You lose a bit of rhythm if you're not playing in the blast, and even so it's almost a different sport, the T20 stuff. So yeah, it's something that's a little bit of a challenge, but you know, the good players will find a way to overcome that, and I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about good players, I suppose good teams as well finding ways to overcome. When you look at today, I think, is it fair to say that good teams found ways to come back from positions like this?
Yeah, I think you know, a big mantra for us is obviously we want to win games, but if we don't win, we want to be a hard team to beat. And I've never lost a game here for us. I don't think we've lost at Trent Bridge for a long time, and you know, that's obviously put ourselves in a tough position like we did in a couple of games earlier here against Warwickshire, but we found a way then, and we're looking to find a way tomorrow. I think, you know, you've got to try and win from any position, and if we can get it right tomorrow, we might, you know, chase a score like 300 down, but if it doesn't quite go away tomorrow, we've got to make sure that those 10 wickets are hard to get for the Somerset lads.
Definitely, yeah, and somebody who did stand out from our point of view today, Jack Haynes, obviously someone that you enjoyed a partnership with. What did you make of his innings from the other end?
Yeah, I think he's a very good player. He's done it for us a couple of times now. When we've been in trouble, he's found a way to fight, and it's a shame we couldn't stick with him, but no, he's you know, obviously in some good form both with the T20 stuff and for us. So hopefully we can crack in tomorrow, and yeah, if we're batting tomorrow, hopefully we are, then he won't be required tomorrow, I hope, but no, when he gets his chance, he'll be able to pile them on.
Yeah, definitely. And talking towards the end of this game, 2 late wickets, 2 new batters who've got to start again in the morning. This game's very far from over.
I think so. That there overseas, Herman felt like he was batting on a different pitch. He's played very well, 140 of their 400 odd runs. So now that he's back in the sheds, I think we've got a good chance to, you know, crack in. And I'm not sure about Gregory. Obviously upsetting to see someone go down, but you know, he's obviously handy with the stick as well, so whoever replaces him might be lighter on with the bat, which would be optimal, I suppose, for us in this situation. So we've got a good chance tomorrow to try and go bang bang and give ourselves a chance one way or the other.
The thoughts of Fergus O'Neill there at the end of day 2, and congratulations to him for getting those 6 wickets yesterday. Hopefully there'll be a few more for him today. Well, the players are making their way down the steps, the umpires are ready, so it's time for me to hand you over to your BBC radio commentary for day 3's coverage, and that will be led by Dave Bracegirdle.
Any formats?
No,
Young Oscar?
No, he's an academy player. He got a few runs in a 20-over game against Warwickshire Seconds a couple of weeks ago for Somerset Seconds. He got 82. But he's a largely untried quantity, I think it would be fair to say. So it would be a bit of a gamble to include him. But I guess he's probably a better bat than Jake Ball and Josh Shaw, but probably not nearly such a good bowler.
Yeah, these matters, as we've seen throughout the course of the first 6 games, tends to be a little bit unpredictable, and it generally, I think it falls within the remit of the match referee to approve or not approve the likely candidate. It won't be down to Nottinghamshire to say, hey, you can't have young Oscar, or hey, you can't have Jake Ball or Josh Shaw. So whoever is announced, assuming that Lewis can't play any further part in the game, it won't be down to Nottinghamshire putting up any sort of objection. They've had some trials and errors of their own this season. They've been in a similar scenario where they were denied the use of Fergus O'Neill as a replacement for Brett Hutton at Leicester, denied the use, I think, of Ollie Stone here when O'Neill himself got injured, but they would accept Lyndon James. It's not made a lot of sense at the time, but more news on that as we have it. The players taking to the field. We've had 2 full days of cricket. The first day, particularly the morning session, it was a bit grim and mizzly, and the floodlights were on, a few drops of rain in the air, but we've managed to get 96 overs in each day. Today and tomorrow likewise expected to be nice and dry, so hopefully we'll have a full day of cricket ahead. Glad if you can spare any time to join us for the 2 days. Looks as if Brett Hutton is going to bowl the first over of the morning. I'll just have a update to do for BBC Radio Nottingham during the course of this over. We're into their 11 o'clock news. Brett Hutton, 4 overs, none for 12 yesterday evening. This innings 21 overs old. And we've got a night watchman out there in Alfie Ogborn. Lewis Goldsworthy, the more recognised bat, is 1 not out. Should say good morning to those of you watching on the live stream. We started a few moments ahead of you on Sports Extra 2 and online, whilst Aaron Lord, as always, was bringing you through yesterday's highlights and the interviews. Thanks, as always, to Aaron. Before every day of County Championship cricket this season, he'll be getting things underway at 1:15. So Hutton to start from the Stuart Broad end, bowling to Goldsworthy. Edge first ball of the morning, and what a start for Notts. What a start for Notts. Goldsworthy, first ball of the morning, a tentative push at the ball outside the off stump, and it doesn't get more simple than that. Goldsworthy goes, first ball of the day.
Not a very good shot. If he'd pushed at that with soft hands, it might not have carried, but it was a very firm push.
Notts would have obviously been desperate for a wicket early on, assuming it to be the night watchman, but they'll take Goldsworthy. My word, they'll take Goldsworthy. It's been a poor return in this game with the bat for Lewis Goldsworthy. 8 in the first innings, caught at slip off Brett Hutton in the first innings, caught behind off Brett Hutton in the second innings, and Joe Clark gobbling up a regulation catch there, and Notts with an early breakthrough. Somerset's lead is 190, and they've got 7 wickets in hand. And they've still got the night watchman out there, and I would imagine it'll be James Rue on his way out to join him.
It is.
Here is that radio update. You asked for wickets, Lewis. I can give you a wicket. We've had 1 ball this morning, and Brett Hutton has dismissed Lewis Goldsworthy. Pretty regulation stuff. A ball sent down on a length outside off stump. The Somerset batter pushed at it and edged it through to Joe Clark. So a great start to the morning for Notts. Somerset 73 for 3, leading by 190. So it is James Rue, the elder brother, who had one of the most I guess it depends how you see it. But a lot of people saying you've described it as unlucky, Dave and Anthony. It's not unlucky. You shouldn't be out backing up, etc., etc. I would say that was an unlucky dismissal in the first innings. Others will have a different viewpoint.
What was unlucky about it was the speed with which the ball came back off Jordan Herman's bat. Under normal circumstances, James Rew would have had time, even though he was out of his crease, to get his bat back inside the crease. But it came like a bullet, and it was the merest fingertip touch from Dylan Pennington took it onto the stumps.
We've got the Radio Nottingham news now out of our ears, Anthony. We can hear ourselves think a little bit. Just another word on the dismissal. I mean, it was just a first ball loosener, if you like, but he had the.
Well, he
had the muscle power, Brett Hutton, to put his first ball loosener right on a length.
Absolutely, and it was a firm-handed push from Goldsworthy.
There's Hutton then to Rew, left-hander of course, and his first ball finds the centre of his bat and he defends it, he blocks it. So Somerset 73 for 3. They'd lead by 190. I said what I thought, that Somerset would probably be looking to 400 by tea. 4 sessions left to bowl knots out.
I think they'll want to make the game safe. They won't want to offer Nottinghamshire any sort of carrot, I don't think. That'll be the first priority.
Here's Hutton. Seen sides bat on too long in the past on bowls, and this is just run to backward point, and there's no run. You don't want to get your fingers burnt, do you? But,
no, and Somerset have been burnt by their 2 defeats to Yorkshire and Glamorgan, in both of which they had a first innings lead of over 100, and they don't want history to repeat itself a second time here after taking a first innings lead again of over 100 and then allowing themselves to be bowled out quickly second time around.
Rew faced 2 deliveries. Hutton bowls to him, and again he defends. Again, we can make numbers sort of fit our narrative. I would playfully say and suggest Somerset 7th in the table, need a win, maybe that carrot should be dangled, and I said I would playfully say that. You would say Somerset 12 points off the lead, they're going to get more bonus points than Notts, they're in a position here where they're going to get more points than Notts out of this game, surely, unless they give Notts a sniff. Make sure, as you just said, make sure the game is safe. 73 for 3, Rew facing Brett Hutton. Good start this from Brett Hutton. First ball, or next ball, I beg your pardon. 4th ball of the over, just scurries along outside off stump and goes through to the keeper. 5th ball of the over.
I think if you'd offered Somerset a winning draw against the reigning county champions on their own ground at the start of this game, they would have taken it, especially given the injury list that Somerset have. You know, they're without 8 players, Somerset, most of whom would walk into this side, so they're not going to jeopardise what would be a good outcome.
Good over this from Hutton so far, and it's a wicket maiden as Rew defends and blocks the final ball. Good start from Brett. 95 overs remain in the day. Ball dominated bat yesterday on that very small sample size this morning after 1 over. Ball dominating the bat. Somerset this morning 0 for 1, but they are 73 for 3. Thank you and apologies to 1 or 2 people who sent messages in yesterday after we'd gone off air. 1 or 2 of the moment has passed. 1 or 2 will read out in the fullness of time. Thank you always. bracecricket@icloud.com if you want to get in touch on the email. Bracecricket on X if you want to get in touch with me. @AntGibb if you want Anthony. Kit Harris will be with us at the bottom of the hour as well. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch and say how much they've enjoyed Kit's contributions during the course of the game. 73 for 3.
Fergus O'Neill to bowl from this Radcliffe Road end. The delightfully laid back Fergus O'Neill. He's in and bowls to Ogbourne, who drives. I really enjoyed his post-match interview. He said, geez, I've come a long way, I might as well take a few wickets while I'm here.
We had a little production meeting at the end of play last evening, didn't we? We sort of thrashed over our shortcomings, shall we say, whilst having a glass of refreshment, and Fergie came and said hello, and I congratulated him on his best for, Dave, nowhere near my best.
Yeah.
Nah, nowhere near.
Well, 3 of his wickets were the tail enders. He's in and bowls a full leg delivery, which is driven by Ogbourne, and it's gone through the Nottinghamshire skipper Hasib Hamid, who isn't going to overhaul it before it reaches the boundary rope. So 4 runs to Alfie Ogbourne off the mark, 77 for 3.
I tell you what, I'll make a note of that. I won't say it was an obvious misfield. It was a difficult one to stop, but there's not many get through Hasib Hamid.
No, it wasn't travelling that fast. Just rather dived over it. O'Neill in and bowls, and Ogbourne bat pad close together, playing a defensive push out into the offside. Alfie Ogbourne, who got his highest first-class score against Hampshire down at the Utilita Bowl back in April with 38. So he certainly can bat. He likes to put bat to ball.
Yeah, that moment actually was lost on me. That was the number 11 playing that fine shot.
It was. O'Neill in and bowls. This is driven, but not timed. And Pennington will field at mid-on. Not a very big crowd here today. It's smaller than the crowds that we've had.
You frightened them off with your performance yesterday, Somerset.
Well, but it's a small but select crowd. Select in the sense that there are plenty of Somerset supporters here.
There are. That has to be said. Everywhere I go, there's the Somerset Dragon on the polo shirts.
O'Neill in and bowls, and this is down the leg side again. He's pitching the ball right up, is Fergus O'Neill. It's interesting talking to Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, last evening about the wicket. He described it as attritional, by which he means that it's hard for the batsman to score runs on it, and it's also quite hard for the bowlers to take wickets on it, because it is slow, and it's a little bit unpredictable as well. You know, with 1 or 2 balls keeping low and 1 or 2 bouncing more than the batsman expecting.
Yeah, on that, if Notts can't get wickets, they'll want to make sure Somerset don't get more than 100 in each of these 2 sessions.
O'Neill bowls, and that's a defensive shot, and O'Neill threatens to throw it back at Alfie Ogbourne, who looks a little bit bemused at that Antipodean aggression from O'Neill, which a gentle soul from South Somerset probably isn't completely used to. End of that over, 77 for 3, 4 to Ogbourne. James Rew yet to get off the mark.
Got a little bit of sunshine, which is nice. Just 1 or 2 of the emails yesterday, thanks to Ross Knuckles, one again I sent, received after we'd finished. Hi Dave, just had to say today, I'm sort of changing this so it reads as if it came after the close of play, which it did. Rew on strike, left-hander, Hutton to bowl to him. Began with a maiden this morning. This has turned to mid-wicket, no run. So he said, watching a computer, 3 screens, so I've been able to listen to you, Anthony and Kit. I've been watching both Somerset women versus Hampshire. I still think of them as the Vipers. And the Blaze versus Surrey game. Disappointment for Somerset women after a good start, but a competent chase by the Blaze. Only sad note for me, Georgia Elwys, one of my favourite players, just missed 100, was caught when only a couple of runs were needed, but that's cricket. Hoping the Somerset men can press home their advantage as Hutton, past umpire Middlebrook bowls. Rew leaves it alone, goes through to Clark. I keep in mind one of the quotes at the start of a chapter in one of Vic Mark's excellent books on cricket. Long-suffering Somerset supporter, oh well, there's always next year. Best regards to all, Ross. Thank you, Ross. You've done a lot of work with Victor, haven't you?
I have indeed. Yep.
Russell Wolfe,
for my money, he's still one of the very best summarisers on the Test Match Special.
He's a good man, that's for sure. And I'll agree with you. Very listenable. 77 for 3. Good morning if you're there, Vic, as this is run to backward point by Rew, no run. Russell Wolfe, we were talking about grunts yesterday. He says you have to put Matty Potts of Durham up there. He's got a very loud grunt. Actually, I said Matty Potts. Matthew Potts doesn't like to be called Matty, understand. And Russell did put Matthew Potts.
Jake Ball is another one.
Yes, yeah. But I would say, having watched them both for many years bowling in tandem and separately, that the Horton's got him covered with regards to the grunt. Listen now. Oh, there wasn't one there. Brett, come on. Just push to point. Dr. John, you can tell Notts aren't playing well. The mind wanders. I wonder if the first innings should have been played by the women and the second by the men. Oh well, this will go some way to reduce the clear discriminatory way in which the game is now played, he says. Also, a shout out for proper 4-day leagues with 3 divisions and each team playing the opposition twice. It's been mooted, hasn't it, that we should have that. Some of us remember the old 1 division, 17 counties, no Durham. This is pushed into the offside. He played everybody else. Some once and some twice, and all sorts of things they tried over the years with 3-day cricket and then 4-day cricket. 3 divisions might also include some minor league representation. You can't just sit back in Division 3, as the ignominy of relegation to minor counties would certainly wake up a few counties at the bottom of the system. That's another thing that's been sort of contentious over the years, hasn't it? 77 for 3, as this one's eased into the offside. There's been very successful minor counties, national counties as it's now called.
But they wouldn't have the infrastructure to support.
That's what I'm going to say. Devon, Cornwall in your part of the world, Lincolnshire round here have been successful. There's been loads. Cheshire have always had a very, very strong cricketing community to call upon and a strong side. Northumberland, you just got to go up and down the country. Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Norfolk, Suffolk, wherever, all the national counties have had fairly strong representation at various times.
O'Neill in and bowls, driven back to him by Ogborn and well fielded by the bowler himself in his follow through, because that was hit quite hard.
But they were one or two of the emails that came in after we'd finished last night and headed off, as I say, for our production meeting where Kevin Howells told us all to smarten up, be on our best behaviour today.
O'Neill 2 slips with second slip quite well advanced, and that's played defensively by Ogborn. When 4-day cricket was first introduced in 1994, I think it was, every county did play every other county. There was just the 1 division in those days, and that seemed to work pretty well. The trouble with that is that would involve now 17 4-day games of cricket, and there isn't room in the calendar for 17. This is played into the onside by Ogborn, not at any rate, unless you were to play county cricket alongside the 100 during August, which is certainly something that's been mooted, and there are counties that would support that. Somerset possibly.
Some individuals that would support it as well. Here.
Yeah.
I don't think it will happen though, do you?
It doesn't look like it. Is O'Neill in and bowls to Ogborn. Bat and pad close together, nose over the pitch of the ball. But there'll be defensive shot.
There'll be another outcry when England don't perform particularly well at the next 50 over World Cup, won't there?
No, but I mean, the agenda on high seems to be to reduce the number of county championship games rather than increase them. Despite the fact that the likes of Richard Gould and Richard Thompson profess their great love for the county game, doesn't seem to be reflected in their decisions necessarily. Outside the off stump, and Ogborn shoulders arms. But I've said many times that we could play the Metrobank One Day Cup early in the season, as was the case with the Royal London Cup up until COVID. 2019, the final of the Royal London Cup took place at Lords on May the 26th, won incidentally by Somerset. So that competition early in the season, rather than having that during August and then play a couple of county championship games during August alongside the 100. O'Neill in and bowls. Played back to the bowler by Ogborn. That was a maiden over, good over from Fergus O'Neill, but also very well played by Somerset's night watchman, Alfie Ogborn. And the score remains 77 for 3.
Tony T with us. Good morning, Tony, one of our regulars. Relegation and promotion within the Football League and Football Non-League has worked well enough. Gives smaller clubs something to strive for. Yeah, I I agree with you, Tony, but I think it's just seen as a little bit of a closed shop. There's just so much surrounding the
it's the
the
grounds,
infrastructure
isn't it?
needed,
Yeah.
the grounds, and little things that you need. Hutton Bowls relating to that. You need enough car parking. You need enough emergency exits to get the. Or you need enough entrance and exits available to have a separate one for emergency vehicles should they be needed, etc., etc. And of course, the national counties, by and large, there's no full-time professionals there, are there? They are the proverbial window cleaner and milkman and builder and electrician. 77 for 3, more often than not. This is pushed into the offside. And there's no run. It's been a quiet start. We were thinking that Somerset might look to rattle on this morning and try and get that lead built nice and early. They've scored 4 runs in 4.5 overs so far for the loss of Lewis Goldsworthy, who's had another disappointing match.
Yeah, it's good bowling though.
Yes,
both Brett Hutton
Yep.
and Fergus O'Neill have been right on the money, making the batsmen play. It isn't as if they've been bowling wide of the off stump.
Very good point. Hutton in again, and Root just trying something different there. Went 2 or 3 paces down the track trying to get to Hutton, but having got there was unable to do.
Important
too
innings
much.
this for James Root. He'll be anxious to impress the England selectors. He's in the squad for the second test against New Zealand, but probably Jordan Cox has gone ahead of him in the pecking order after 73 ball 100 for Essex.
Hutton halfway through the 26th over. This is hit up to Hamid at mid-on, sliding stop. He'll be relieved to have stopped that. The only 4 runs actually scored this morning were by Ogborne. It was a drive that Hamid was unable to stop. 14th of June today.
Birthdays?
Well, I was just going to say as your good.
I don't think
your good man Steve sent anything, because
I haven't got any birthdays.
sort of
from
stole
Steve.
your thunder a little bit yesterday, getting in early with happy birthday to the T20 competition. This is wide of the off stump and goes through to the wicket keeper. I don't think I've got any actual Nottinghamshire birthdays, if anybody knows of any. But on this day last year, it was a big day for South African cricket. It was a big day for Kyle Verreynne because he hit the winning runs in the World Test Championship at Lords. It was a great match, fascinating match, and South Africa became World Test champions. Big day for Kyle Verreynne, of course, is sitting this match out. There's Hutton. Ball's now down the track comes Rue and then leaves it alone, and it's another maiden, 3 in a row from Brett Hutton. 77 for 3. What else have I got? 1968 on this day. Garfield Sobers scored his first not century. Appropriately, it came at Lords against Middlesex. He'd been hobbling throughout the game. He was only able to bowl 8 overs. He was in a lot of pain, but rattled off a quick 100. And 100 for Middlesex in that match for Mike Harris, who a year later signed for Notts. What else have I got on this day? 1987. Jeff Holmes of Glamorgan took a hat-trick against Notts. Paul Johnson, David Fraser-Darling and Bruce French were his victims.
Here's O'Neill in outside the off stump to Ogborne.
And on this day, 1959, Keith Miller, one of Australia's finest all-rounders, accepted an invitation to play a one-off game first-class match for Notts. He was in this country, played a first-class match for Notts against Cambridge University, and he became one of those players to score a century on debut. It's a list of, I think, is it 10 players, I think?
How old, when was that Keith Miller?
He was in the twilight of his career, 1959.
Yeah. He'd put on a bit of weight by then. So O'Neill in bowls and Ogborne plays that square of the wicket.
5,000 people came along to see him. He rattled a blistering century in next to no time, 102 not out. And then a note I've got, a footnote on that match. The match also saw Carlton Forbes make his debut for Nottinghamshire. He picked up 2 wickets, including that of Henry Blofeld, later a well-respected broadcaster and cricket commentator.
Yeah, Henry got a century, didn't he, for the combined universities in the Gillette Cup. Oh, and this comes off an edge, and they're going to take a single. Didn't carry through to, may have been pad. It was pad. That hence not carrying to Joe Clark. Appeal for LBW, but no response from the umpire.
Well, there we are. I've got no specific birthdays on this day, so if you know of any that we need to know about, or it's your birthday indeed, have a very lovely birthday.
Yes, he might have been an even better cricketer, Henry Blofeld, but for the very serious accident he sustained when he was at school, when he was run over by a bus and very badly injured. Is O'Neill in and bowls, and this time James Rue plays a solid forward defensive shot. Left-hand, right-hand combination. Alfie Ogborn bowls left arm, but bats right-handed.
Yes, the player that dismissed him in that match that I just mentioned, Carlton Forbes, his Nottinghamshire debut. I don't know if there'll be obviously listeners, viewers that will remember Carlton Forbes, West Indian. He was a great character here, and he had a little bit of a bar in town. Garfield Sobers would often be found there.
O'Neill bowls, and Rue's looking to find that gap between backward point and second slip, but gets it a little bit too square, so it's fielded by Muhammad Ali.
Wasn't quite necessarily frowned upon in those days as much as it is nowadays to be breaking curfew, shall we say. 78 for 3. They were thick as thieves, Carlton Forbes and Sir Garfield Sobers.
Yes, indeed. Yes. Fergus O'Neill in bowls to James Rue, and again he works it to Muhammad Ali. There's a famous story about how when Surrey were playing Somerset at Western-super-Mare, and Sylvester Clarke was in his prime, the most feared fast bowler of all the West Indians, I think, and Somerset decided to draw the sting from Sylvester Clarke by sending him out drinking with Ian Botham. Sylvester Clarke spent the next day on the treatment table. Ian Botham, of course, was right as rain.
I think I'm right in saying, don't want to put words in McNeil's mouth if he's listening, but I'm pretty sure over the years that we've had McNeil joining us on commentary, he's sort of said Sylvester one of the most fearsome that he ever faced, and I think that's sort of a bit of a generalisation from everybody that came up against him.
It was partly the fact, I think, he appeared to bowl off the wrong foot.
Not quite as fearsome, Brett Hutton, but he's been immaculate this morning. 4 overs, 1 for none. Comes in from the far end and bowls now, and it's defended by Ogborn, who remains 4 not out. Bring Kit in alongside Anthony at the end of the over. 78 for 3.
Tweet from Harry Hayden. He says, "Morning, gents. Enjoying the commentary while staining the garden fence. Any update on Tom Banton?" No, I forgot to ask Jason Kerr about Tom Banton, what with the Lewis Gregory injury and everything. He's always been passionate to play red ball, and it seems mad to have him fiddling on the sidelines while we have a worsening injury crisis. Well, I will ask Jason the question when I get the chance.
Fiddling. Good word. Hutton bowls. Ooh. Don't know if that took the outside edge or not. It certainly bounced before Joe Clark. There's been 1 or 2 people just feeling that maybe Clark and the slips have just been a little deep in this game. That one wouldn't have carried whatever. Colin Smith's been in touch. Quite like the idea myself, Dave, of extending the county championship to include some of the other he's put countries, I presume in counties, who don't currently participate. Wouldn't more competition be good for the game? Next ball on its way, and again past the outside edge of Ogborn's bat. That's a really good delivery from Hutton. Some would say there's too many counties already after a slice of the pie.
Well, I was just going to say that.
Some would say, throw the doors open and have a relegation and promotion.
You look at the struggles that some counties have to stay. Well, they're not really viable. You know, the likes of Leicestershire and Northampton, Derbyshire.
Did used to enjoy the old Gillette, where you could get randomly drawn against Wiltshire or Staffordshire or whoever it may be, as this one's just dotted out on the leg side to mid wicket, no run, and of course we have the It's pretty much seen as a warm-up for the 50-over competition now, isn't it? The national county sort of friendly knots went to Cleethorpes to play Lincolnshire a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if Somerset have played.
Somerset played Devon and or Cornwall as a warm-up for the Metrobank.
78 for 3. Ogbourne on 4. Edged, and has he caught that?
No,
I don't think Freddie McCann caught it. I think it just going back to maybe a little deep. I don't know. It was a great attempt from McCann. It certainly didn't elude him. He caught it on the, if you like, on the half volley. It was a coming together of ball, hand, and grass all at the same moment in time.
Good piece of fielding at the end.
It was. It saved 4 runs. We've seen Liam Patterson-White and Freddie McCann move closer, move deeper, move to become first slip and third slip, second slip and fourth slip, just going on hunches. And on that particular, look how much closer Freddie McCann's got now. That horse might have bolted. Ogbourne on 4, edging it short of McCann, and he's defended this one. So that's the end of the over, isn't it? That's another maiden from Brett. 5 overs. What have we had this morning? We have had 7 overs. We've had 7 overs, so yeah. So it's 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for none this morning, Brett Hutton. More from Anthony Gibson. I'll be back in half an hour after we say very good morning for the first time today to Kit Harris.
2 Somerset batsmen having a chat in mid-pitch. The sun is trying to break through. Milky sunshine. Quite a lot of cloud overhead, but not such a stiff breeze by any means today, so conditions for both playing and watching cricket quite pleasant. But not a big crowd yet here as O'Neill is in bowls, and this is driven by James Rue but not timed. It was up there for the drive, played out into the covers. James Rue, 21 deliveries he's faced, yet to get off the mark. Good tight bowling from Nottinghamshire, unlike the way they bowled Kit at the start of Somerset's innings last evening when they were a little bit loose.
Yeah, they've obviously had a conflab.
Is O'Neill in bowls to Rue, who thinks about playing at that and almost did. Just held his bat inside the line at the last moment. But applause from Fergus O'Neill's teammates for a good delivery. Strikes me the pitch is doing a bit this morning, particularly for Brett Hutton, getting it to dart away from right-handed Alfie Ogbourne. Past the outside edge a couple of times, found it, but the nick not carrying to Freddie McCann at second slip. This will be runs for James Rue. It's running down towards the third man boundary and will beat Muhammad Ali to the boundary. So James Rue off the mark with that 4 runs, which had a hint of a thick edge about it.
Yeah, runs are proving hard to come by. That was for Somerset a welcome boost. Batting is as hard now, I'd say, as any time during the game.
Absolutely.
And that's in the balance between the pitch and the bowling. Well, the bowling is as good as it's been too.
82 for 3 as O'Neill is in and bowls on leg stump, and there's an appeal for LBW. Quite a wooden sound there.
And very high and leg side-ish.
Yeah, but plenty of excitement amongst the Notts close fielders. 2 slips and wicket keeper 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 saving 1, and men out at long leg and third man. So not exactly a defensive field, sort of half and half field. O'Neill bowls, and this is into the leg stump and turned away by James Rue. It won't go for 4, he'll pick up 2. As he, in fact, they'll settle just for the 1 as Hamid puts in the slide and gets in the return. 83 for 3, Rue on to 5.
And there's the 200 lead. 100 more, the 300 would be a really good chase in these conditions.
I just wonder if Somerset's best chance of winning this game is to get bowled out. Otherwise, O'Neill in and bowls, and Ogborne plays that defensively. Otherwise, I think they may err too much on the side of caution.
I don't see this pitch enabling a declaration. There's still enough in it for the bowlers, or enough uncertainty in the pitch that you can see Somerset getting bowled out. It's just a question for how many.
Yeah. The trouble is, they'll be haunted by the last day against Glamorgan.
Yep.
When they had all day to bowl Glamorgan out and couldn't manage it. And the second Yorkshire innings down at Taunton, when again they had Yorkshire reeling with 7 down for 170 odd, and Yorkshire finishing up with 340.
Now here is Hutton to continue, bowling to Roux. Short, he defends off the back foot, and the ball got up on him a bit and rolled slightly back towards him along the ground after he'd hit it. Just for a moment we wondered where the ball was going.
Good test this for James Roux, isn't it? On
yeah,
this difficult pitch.
This is a good round of championship games for the England selectors, because they've got their potential batters in Roux and Cox both playing. Cox has probably nudged into pole position. Roux takes a stride down the pitch to try and negate the in-swing of Hutton and defends. I feel that before these championship games started that the murmur was that Cox had nudged ahead. Not sure I quite see why that ought to be from a purely cricketing perspective, because Roux was selected first and he leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. It didn't get up much, but a further murmur, which strikes me as being a bit cynical, suggests that England don't want Cox to go away and sign up for T20 franchise cricket later in the summer. But that does seem a bit of a sort of Machiavellian approach to the question. Nevertheless, a few days on, and Cox has definitely made himself the favourite with that wonderful century. Roux forward defending again. But if Roux gets runs in these circumstances, by runs I suppose I mean 100, it won't be ignored by England. They'll certainly think, well, these were tough conditions. But do Somerset want him to get into the England team? A century, yes.
Oh yes, I think so.
Do Somerset supporters want him to get into the England team
imminently? There'll be mixed feelings. I think if he's in the team and actually playing, then great. If he's in the squad and doesn't play...
He faces Hutton now, a ball curling back in. He jabs onto it, played it quite late.
Then and as a result of being in the squad but not playing, isn't available to play against Warwickshire next weekend. That would be the worst possible outcome, but don't think that's very likely. The ECB seem to be taking a very sensible attitude to allowing squad members to play for their counties, although Jordan Cox has been summoned to to join up with the squad in London, so he's been withdrawn from Essex's game.
Last ball of the over, and Roux is hit on the pad, but the fielders and bowler I think realised pretty quickly that was heading down the leg side, possibly a bit high. But it's another maiden over from Brett Hutton, who is bowling tremendously this morning. 5 maidens in his 9 overs, 1 for 12. Somerset clinging on. 83 for 3, exactly 200 ahead. Yes, Cox 204 to run a ball, and I think you'll read something into the fact that he has been called in to the England fold mid-championship game and has to report to London today, and Roux hasn't. So Roux would have to do something, well, maybe even he does something extraordinary here. The die is already cast.
O'Neill, another over, in bowls to Ogborne, who plays another forward defensive shot. It's been the pattern of the morning. Good, accurate bowling from Nottinghamshire and stout defence from these two Somerset batsmen. The man out this morning off the very first ball of the day, Lewis Goldsworthy, pushed hard at a ball leaving him outside the off stump and nicked it through to Joe Clark to complete a disappointing game for Lewis Goldsworthy on his return to the side. This is driven by Ogborne and there will be runs. Hasib Hamid is in hot pursuit and is pulling it in even as we speak. Down below us, out of our sight, they come back for 2 runs. 85 for 3, Ogborne on to 6. Nice shot.
6 off 41 balls, and he's doing the right job. I don't think Somerset would benefit much if he this morning had converted to a big hitter, which is what he likes to think of himself as.
O'Neill in and bowls. This is driven and nicely by Ogborne. Having said that, he didn't quite time it and gave Hasib Hamid time to come across from mid-off to his right to make the stop.
He's playing like an opening batsman, not like a tail-end hitter. He's just staying there,
Well,
making the ball older, making the bowlers...
it's not the worst number 11 in the world.
no, indeed.
O'Neill in and bowls just short of a length, and Ogborne back in his crease defending that. Jake Ball would be in contention for that dubious honour.
Ogborne still smiling
Oh, he's a lovely lad.
as O'Neill went down the track to pick the ball up there.
He's a lovely lad.
Ogborne had a word, and
There
it
isn't
wasn't
a
an
mean
unpleasant
bone
one.
in his
No.
body. Alfie Ogborne, always full of smiles. Driven, and Hasib Hamid is going to pull it in, but only about 2 yards inside the boundary, and they'll come back for 2 more runs. Another nice shot from Alfie Ogborne. Wasn't a full-blooded drive, just a firm push, which found the gap between mid-off and extra cover. Brings him 2 runs, takes him on to 8. 87 for 3.
Yes, he'll be feeling all right now. He'll be feeling that he's in. Just needs to stay in this gear, I think.
This has been hard going for Somerset this morning, as O'Neill is in to Ogborne outside the off stump, no shot. We've had 40 minutes play and
10 overs.
10 overs, and just 14 runs have been added in those 40 minutes and 10 overs. So tribute to the accuracy of the Notts bowling and the determination which these two Somerset batsmen have been showing not to give it away.
Nottinghamshire bowlers are doing everything right. They're basically bowling 2 deliveries straight on off stump, looking for the LBW, especially if the ball keeps a bit low, which it has done a lot during this game so far, and then tempting the batter to do something indiscreet outside off stump in the corridor. They haven't bowled short, they haven't bowled wide. Hutton bowls now. This is off stump, and Rue is tempted as the ball nibbles away into a drive which he misses. There's tremendous discipline from O'Neill and Hutton, and we won't be too far off a switch to Pennington and Ali, and it's absolutely fundamental that they continue in the same vein. Ali did that reasonably well in the first innings, but last night he sacrificed accuracy for pace. Rue's next ball outside off, carbon copy of the one before, and this time he leaves confidently. The swing has just about gone. The ball is in its 32nd over, and Anthony, I haven't been at championship games like you have, following them from afar. It's a different kettle of fish. Has the Duke's ball been rather better this year?
Yeah, it has. There've not been anything like as many ball changes.
Hutton to Rue, comes down the pitch and leaves on line, and that ball did curve in a little bit, and it wasn't that far away from the off stump.
There was one exception to that, and I think that was at Chelmsford, when in the course of, I think it was the Essex innings, there were 3 ball changes, but that's been the exception rather than the rule.
When Hamid chased down Ogborn's cover drive for 2 in the last over, we got a fairly decent look at the ball, and it looked to be in good shiny condition given its age. Rue faces Hutton, outside off, and defends with very, very soft hands to O'Neill at point.
There's the other thing to be said about this Nottinghamshire bowling is that it's improving their position in the game, because the faster Somersets can score their second innings runs, the longer they'll have to bowl Nottinghamshire out, and vice versa. So
you're really worried about this, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not worried about it. I think Somerset will make the game safe and then try and bowl knots out.
In it comes again. Just nibbling in from outside off stump. Lovely line from Hutton. Rue plays defensively, a little bit of an inside edge.
Ogborn's batted for 60 minutes, says Dave Bracegirdle from the back of the box, and he's batted very well. That at any rate, make the game safe and then bowl knots out. That I'm sure is the strategy. Whether it works out is another matter altogether, because Somerset could quite easily get bowled out by knots.
Well, bat till lunch, then bat till tea. That will be Somerset's aim, I think. And the maiden is completed by Hutton as Rue defends once more on off stump, and that was absolutely metronomic from Hutton. He didn't give Rue anything to swing the bat at. 10 overs, 6 maidens, 12 runs, 1 wicket for Hutton. I love it when a bowler has his overs and runs in the same set of tens, if you like.
6 maidens this morning.
6 maidens on the bounce for Hutton, and that's really something.
I don't know. I think bat until lunch. I think then bat until 3/4 of an hour before the close would be the Somerset. I think give themselves half an hour.
It's the traditional way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not that anything is traditional anymore, but that would be fairly timeless for 4-day cricket. Have a go before the close, have a new ball next day, and try and get 1 or 2 openers out overnight.
I think that's if they don't get bowled out, that's the plan.
But if I were Nottinghamshire, I would find all this talk very previous. I think Nottinghamshire will fancy themselves bowling Somerset out long before that.
Here's Pennington in and bowls to Ogborn, who slices a drive, but no harm is done as it goes out into the covers, where it is fielded. Is that Farhan Ahmed there? At what is it? Cover point. Deepish. Yeah, it is Farhan Ahmed. It is, yeah. Pennington in and bowls, and this is driven nicely but well stopped by O'Neill, sprawling across from mid-on to deny Alfie Ogborn the run. 87 for 3.
But Nottinghamshire are, right, in the game they're a bit behind, but they're in control of this innings. Everything is going exactly the way they want it to in terms of runs, that they're just really not coming. They've got the batsman tied down, and the onus is all on the batsman either to play a shot or stay in.
We've got a short, straight mid-off, catching Jack Haynes almost on the edge of the cut strip for Pennington to Ogborn, who turns this away nicely down towards long leg, and Muhammad Ali cannot make the stop, and he declined to put in the dive. Dave Bracegirdle shakes his head sadly. He's not the most athletic fielder in the world, Muhammad Ali. I thought he could have stopped that if he'd put in the slide. But
I was expecting him to.
Yeah. But he decided against. Well, he don't want to injure himself, do you? That's one of Nottinghamshire's main strike bowlers. 4 runs then to Ogborne. He goes into double figures. He has 12 to his name. 91 for 3. The lead now 208, which is already a significant lead, especially when you bear in mind that Notts were bowled out yesterday for 193. Pennington in and bowls and goes past the outside edge of Alfie Ogborne's defensive bat through into the gloves of Joe Clark. Sun has just disappeared for the time being, but it's not as chilly as it was yesterday with that very blustery wind that we had. The flags at the far end of the ground hanging limply from their flagpoles. No flagpoles on the pavilion, which is under reconstruction. Pennington in, bowls to Ogborne, who stuns that into the onside. Batted well as Alfie Ogborne. I thought he did a good job last night as night watchman as well.
He went about it the right way.
He did.
Tried to get as much of the strike as he could. In the end, he didn't just stick to his overs. Early on, he managed to persuade Lewis Goldsworthy to decline a second run and took on some of his overs too.
Yep. Yes, I think Jack Leach has got a rival for the role of night watchman for Somerset. Pennington accelerating up to the crease, he's there and bowls, and this is driven back to him, is in the air for a time, and James Rue, once bitten twice shy, hurls himself back into the crease just in case from that ball deflected from Dylan Pennington's hand again into the stumps, but it didn't. And James Rue just having a bit of a joke with Alfie Ogborne about that. Cool, you nearly did me there, Alfie. Once is bad enough in a game of cricket, let alone twice. But all is well. 91 for 3.
Muhammad Ali must be wishing he could dive like that. That was the most sprightly bit of diving we've seen in the whole game. Born more of panic than athleticism.
Yeah.
Can't blame him, can you?
No, you can't. I'm sure the thought was flashing through his mind. Oh God, not again.
Hutton is continuing from the Stuart Broad end. Let's see if he can bowl a 7th maiden in a row. He bowls to Rue, who covers up outside off stump. Ogborne has done most of the first hour. 11:50 is the time. Well, any night watchman who knocks off the first hour of the next day has done well, whether he scores a bunch of runs or not. Rue 5 off 37, still in survival mode as he faces Hutton. Ooh. And plays inside the line of an off cutter that just jagged away, enough to beat the bat but too much to take the edge.
Yeah.
The swing's gone, but the ball's in good enough condition, the pitch supportive enough just to offer Hutton a little bit of seam movement, and Pennington got some too in the last over.
Pitch has changed colour, hasn't it? It's quite pale now. It started off,
it's gradually lightening,
mottled green.
Here is Hutton again, and he's on the checked drive here. Rue to Ali at mid-off.
Like the high right elbow, that off drive of James Rue's.
He's quite keen to take a step or two down the pitch. That ought to take LBW out of the equation, but umpires are capricious creatures.
Yeah, less so these days. More inclined to give LBWs. Batters down the crease, down the pitch rather.
Hutton plugging away. Rue comes down the pitch again, flicks to mid-on, can't beat Hamid though. Rue seems determined to create a run off Hutton.
Not exactly Bazball, is it?
But he's not letting Hutton bowl to him now. His last couple of balls, he's looked to come to the pitch of the ball.
5 from 41.
Yep.
Not sure what Brendan McCullum would think of that.
Is he getting a little impatient? Maybe if he hits that one shot clean off the middle, that'll get him going. Faces Hutton, drives outside the off stump, a swish and a miss. That was very full, almost the sucker ball, the drive me ball from Hutton.
Born of frustration, that shot.
He curses himself for falling into the trap, or nearly falling into it. Hutton looking a bit tired now, but he's bowled brilliantly and would easily have taken 2 or 3 wickets this morning rather than just Goldsworthy, and would have deserved it too. Here's the last ball of his 11th over. He bowls to Root, and that's a 7th maiden in a row as Root pushes the ball out to mid-off.
Great stuff.
And that applause, that's for Hutton.
Yeah, great stuff. He's a real county workhorse, isn't he, Brett Hutton? Never get selected for international honours, but does a great job for his side.
Yeah, never gets selected for international honours, but has, what does he have, 350 plus wickets at an average of 26, so precisely the sort of figures that people who are picked for England have, but he's never been fashionable. He's probably never been quick enough, at least for the current regime.
Yeah, pace is valued above everything at the moment. Otherwise, if it wasn't, Craig Overton would be in contention. 91 for 3 then, as Pennington comes in from this Radcliffe Road end to Ogbourne, and that one takes off.
Hello.
That really takes off from just short of a length, and Alfie Ogbourne stands there looking astounded.
He's quite fun to watch in his reactions, isn't he?
Yeah. He doesn't hide his emotions.
He's a little bit theatrical in looking down the pitch. Then looked to the square leg umpire.
It really did take off though. And lots of prodding going on. A whole lot of prodding. Here's Pennington again. Nice smooth approach. He's in and bowls and jumps. Oh, Ogbourne jumps into a defensive push out into the offside.
Ogbourne looks all the time as though he wants to join in with the banter of the fielding side, doesn't he? That they'll be saying things here and there, and he wants to enter the conversation.
He loves a chat. He does love a chat.
But it doesn't seem like a lippy sort of chat.
No.
Coming back
absolutely not. He's the polar opposite of, I don't know, the archetypal grumpy fast bowler. He is anything but grumpy. Pennington in, bowls to Ogbourne, who turns this into the onside, but O'Neill will field at mid-on. He's as good-natured a cricketer as I have ever known. He's up there in the Tom Abel class.
But he's got he's very early in his career.
What, you think he's going to be?
I think he could work his way to becoming the local eccentric over time.
No, I don't think he's eccentric. He's very well balanced individual. Pennington in and bowls, and again it just jumps back to play a defensive shot from the crease, and he's just about got time to do that because this pitch is slow. It's difficult to score runs quickly on because of lack of pace, and there is this inconsistency of bounce that makes it doubly difficult for the batsman. But equally for the bowlers, they have to work really, really hard, keep banging it in the right areas if they're going to get their rewards. Oh, and this goes past the outside edge. Good ball from Pennington. As good a ball as he's produced.
Different background, Alfie Ogbourne, though, from Tom Abel. It's a 100% state educated.
I think so, yeah.
Richard Huish.
Richard Huish, yeah.
Sixth form college.
That's right.
Where was he? Where was he before then?
Well, he played his. I'm not entirely sure.
The Ansford Academy in Castle Carey.
Yeah.
He's a South Somerset man.
He played his cricket originally for Sparkford. Pennington in and bowls, and Ogbourne plays that defensively. So although he's born in Yeovil, he's really a country boy, is Alfie Ogbourne. End of that over, 91 for 3. Runs have been very, very hard to come by in the first hour this morning. We've clock showing 11:57. And we've had the princely total of 18 runs, 18 for 1 so far in 14 overs.
We all know Sparkford, don't we?
Well, we used to, because
head by it on the A303. If you take the Stonehenge wave between southwest and the home counties.
Well, before they built the bypass, the road went right past Sparkford Cricket Ground, which is a small ground surrounded by beautiful trees. It's idyllic.
And you...
cricket ground.
I'm sure you won't have eaten there, but there is a stranger restaurant has ever existed in the British Isles at Sparkford. Rue faces Hutton, who's still going and defends off the back foot. There's an American diner just off the dual carriageway.
It's gone.
It's gone. It was run by a Romanian family.
Well, actually, I say it's gone. I'm not sure it has. It's the trouble is they've built the new bypass now, which has cut it off. Whether it's actually closed, I'm not sure. There was a garage there. That garage is certainly gone, and the American diner, I haven't eaten there, I confess, but I know it. Certainly driven past it many times.
It's there. It's still there. It's open. It closes at 7.
There you are.
And it's so incongruous. You know, it's not. It's on its own, as you say now, as the road whistles by, and it's a nondescript sort of building, but. Rue facing Hutton, defends again, coming across his wicket. It's covered in every single type of neon sign and highway sign, lights, and inside it's no space, no part of the ceiling or walls has been spared. It's extraordinary.
Sounds very American.
Very hearty American food.
Supposed to be.
In just about one of the colder atmospheres that I've experienced in an American diner. Rue facing Hutton and glides the ball away, but not past Gully. Just steered it, waited for the ball. Hutton down on his pace now, and why shouldn't he be? After 45 balls this morning without conceding a run. And 45 balls, almost all landed on exactly the same spot. He is in again. Rue advances down the pitch, looking to make something of it. Hutton just perhaps adjusted his length ever so slightly to make sure it was still a length ball when it got to Rue. And I think you can guess the result. Hutton is 2 balls away of equalising overs bowled and runs conceded. I love when that happens. 11.4 overs, 12 runs off him. Rue cannot find a run off Hutton. Now gropes to a ball that was seaming away. Misses. He's done that 3 or 4 times as Hutton's pitched up an off-cutter, moving away from the left-hander. You wonder just how long Hutton can go on. Totally understand Hamid wanting to stick with him, because it's working. Wickets aren't coming, but neither are the runs. Here's the last ball of Hutton's 12th over to Rue. Defended, 8 maidens in a row, 12 overs, 12 runs for Hutton. And the first hour's allocation of overs are completed. Somerset have scored just 18 runs for the wicket of Goldsworthy in that first hour, and that is a testament to how accurately Nottinghamshire have bowled. Rue 5 off 49. Ogborn 12 off 57. And the lead 208. Here's Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, it's been very, very tight indeed from the Nottinghamshire bowlers this morning. Principally Brett Hutton, who's just completed his 8th consecutive maiden. Only 18 runs have been scored in the first hour. Hutton with a wicket from the first ball of the day. Somerset lead by 208. They're currently 91 for 3. There we are, a quick update after an hour's play. We enter the third afternoon with this game. Still you fancy in Somerset's grip, but certainly not accelerating maybe at the rate certainly I expected this morning, and maybe one or two more did. Brett Hutton has been absolutely terrific this morning. Ball on a string. Dylan Pennington continuing from the Radcliffe Road end. This ball outside the off stump. Morning, Kit. First time we've been together this morning. It's been attritional.
It has been, Dave, and a champion county doesn't go behind in the game without a big fight, and this is a big fight. And Somerset, to their credit, they're not scoring runs, but they're sticking in there, because it can't go on like this forever. The bowlers will change, the bowlers will tire, the ball will age.
I just fancied at the end of the last over there were a number of Nottinghamshire players went up and patted Brett Hutton on the back as Hutton bowls now nice and full, but just drifting down the leg side, and it's tickled down to Mo Ali at fine leg for a single, 92 for 3. So I wonder if his spell has come to an end. We'll find out in a wee while. 92 for 3, but certainly Somerset leading by 209. I said before a ball was bowled this morning, maybe they'd be looking at 2 sessions, 100 runs in each, get the lead up to about 400, and then have 4 sessions to try and bowl knots out. It might still pan out that they're in that position by tea time, but they certainly have put a high price on their wickets this morning rather than trying to push for early runs. Rue is 5 not out from 49 balls, and he's about to face his 50th now from Pennington, who's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander, and just helped into the offside, fielded by Fergus O'Neill. He's a bit of a football fan, I think, Fergus, and of course Australia, one of the sides that won their opening World Cup match in the middle of the night. A lot of home focus in the UK, of course, on Scotland's performance, and I was reminded of that this morning when I came into the ground. Very good morning or early afternoon to Duncan, who greeted me, one of the bar managers here. Duncan, ever popular, been here for years and years and years. Had the Tam O'Shanter on as this has eased into the offside, and I think he'd spent more hours since I last saw him awake than asleep, let's put it that way. Was up to watch Scotland in the night, and it made me smile this morning. And he was with or Mo Ali was with us actually. I put a little photo on X this morning of the pair of them, 2 more unlikely citizens to have a little bit of a morning chat about the football you couldn't wish to meet. Mo Ali and Duncan. Good morning to you, fella. Pennington bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side, and there's no run. 92 for 3 at the end of the day. Over from the end of that over, Pennington 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22. Last night, as we signed off, Kit Harris urged you to get on to 5 Sports Extra and listen to South Africa's run chase. It petered out. I listened to it on the way home. It just petered out, didn't it? Wasn't a run chase in the end.
No, it wasn't. That wasn't a surprise, I guess, Australia winning. I was a little surprised that West Indies made such an easy task of beating New Zealand.
Yeah.
And I expect New Zealand were just as surprised. Now, we are going to have a change of bowling. Muhammad Ali at the Stuart Broad end. So at the start of the day, Brett Hutton, his figures were 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12.
Yeah.
And now, after his long spell, 12 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 12. Quite extraordinary.
It's fair to say they didn't go after him, but it's also fair to say he didn't bowl a bad ball.
No, he didn't. It was like watching Glenn McGrath at times of old.
He's the only bowler in serious competitive cricket, Glenn McGrath, that I have seen bowl with all 9 fielders on the offside.
Yes.
It was one day at Worcester, and he had them all in a line, 5, 6, 7, 8 slips, whatever you wanted, and round to point and extra cover and mid-off. All 9 fielders he had on the offside. Talk about have it on a string.
Muhammad Ali, 1 for 16 of 6 overs last night. Nottinghamshire's quicker bowler comes in now and immediately beats the bat of Ogbourne, who hasn't faced that pace since about 7 o'clock yesterday evening.
You've got a contact somewhere, or we're very alert and alive to the fact that Jordan Cox had been called up by England. I'd not seen anything at all, and I had to go and have a little look before I found it. Only on the scorecard of the Leicestershire-Essex game, but you'd obviously had a whisper.
Well, my feeling is that he's going to play. That's the impression that I've formed.
And who do Essex play? Oh, Essex play Notts next week. Or this week.
Ali comes in, very full. Ogbourne plays across his pads and misses. And a ball's whistled through somehow. Ogbourne's looking a bit wretched. No, has been hit on the foot.
But Mo Ali, the theatrics were brilliant there. He just couldn't believe that the stumps hadn't gone cartwheeling out the ground. He's still having a bit of a grumble about it. Thought he'd bowled him all ends up.
Yes, I can't quite understand why that didn't get through. It looked like Ogbourne had played right across a straight one.
Yeah.
Missed it completely. But it's still there, 13 not out. Ali comes in and bowls very full once more, and Ogbourne jams down onto it. Ali is striving for the LBW now, and bowling with heat, and the Nottinghamshire fielders love it. Somerset 92 for 3.
Just pretend you're Jason Kerr for a moment. I know you're close to the side, but at some point he's sending a message out there. Let's just look to ease on a little bit now, or are you content for them to go like this for the rest of this session?
If a message came out, it came out at the start of this over when a few drinks appeared just for the batters, although I can't imagine, given the way Somerset are going, that they've got much of a sweat on. But it may be a bit early to start changing the game plan. Ogbourne jams down again.
And of course then you lose 2 wickets and you think, well, why? Why did we do that? Because we were going along fine as we were.
Get through to lunch and then reassess would be my suggestion.
Just wait for the bad balls. Eventually they'll come.
Get lots more overs, because these bowlers, they've only had 60. What was the innings? 64 overs that Nottinghamshire batted.
Yeah, exactly.
So what?
2 sessions.
Should have been 2 sessions worth of overs. Of course, 64 overs in 2 sessions is the stuff of dreams in the county championship. But the bowlers are out again for Nottinghamshire sooner than they'd have liked. Ali comes in, tailing in from outside off, and Ogbourne defends very low, and then he looks up with a huge smile towards Ali in his follow-through, as if to say, "How do you like that defensive shot, Mo?"
Yeah, I take your point, but on the first day, more often than not, we had 64 overs in 2 sessions because they can't have the tea until there's only 32 remaining.
I mean, 4 hours.
I know. I take your point.
It doesn't happen in club cricket now. It's extraordinary. 13 overs an hour we had the other day. Wretched when you're having to field in the heat. Last ball of Ali's over, and it's a maiden as he beats Ogbourne outside the off stump. Ogbourne did play at it. He made it look as though the ball kept a little low. I'm not sure it did particularly. But Nottinghamshire have done everything but take a wicket in the hour and 10 minutes since the first ball of the day. Their only success of the morning so far, when Lewis Goldsworthy edged behind. Somerset are 92 for 3, a lead of 209.
Yeah, bracecricket@icloud.com if you want to send an email in to the team on anything you've seen or heard this morning. There was a little finger wag from a correspondent as Pennington bowls, and this is steered to backward point. That'll be the 20th run of the morning. Room moves on to 6. Dean mentioning, please let your co-commentators know that Derbyshire are in fact one of the few counties to actually have made a profit Thank you very much, Dean. We've all had our knuckles wrapped. Eduardo, Hutton very well indeed. Somerset batters finding it hard to score runs. Yeah, it's pretty much, I think, what we've seen and been saying, Eduardo. Lovely to hear from you. Nice to hear from the Yellow Belly who's with us, watching on. Went down to Beckenham to watch the Blaze yesterday. Beckenham, bowls caught, dropped at second slip. Can't believe that's got out. Freddie McCann had it. Pennington's worked hard for his wickets in this match, and an outside edge, the night watcher Ogborne going hard at it, a little bit like a Meads dismissal in the first innings. Actually, Ogborne playing away from his body, thick outside edge, second slip, straight into Freddie McCann, and then inexplicably it came out.
Knee height and to his left, and we can only see the back of McCann, but you can tell that he is glowing bright red.
Pennington in once more, and it's defended. I don't know if have we seen it again? We're going to get another look now, I think. Yeah, it's sort of straight at him, really, wasn't it?
Yep. A standard chance, and he looks absolutely wretched. And he's thumb in his mouth, just looking at the ground now.
They go down in there. He takes some brilliant ones. Let's have Patterson White stood next to him at the moment, and Jack Haynes, and occasionally they go down, and as long as it doesn't happen too often, you just have to accept it's part and parcel of the game. But Notts have really worked hard to try and get their wickets today, and
yeah, that's the thing.
This has helped down to long leg for a couple of runs. Nicely fielded down there by Mo Ali. 95 for 3. Somerset's lead goes up to 212. Remember, they had a first innings advantage of 117. Go right back to Friday morning. Notts won the toss, put Somerset in. They made 310. They were 295 for 7 at the end of the first day. Lost their last 3 wickets for 15 yesterday morning. Bowled Notts out for 193. Dylan Pennington in and bobbed underneath by Ogborne. Somerset's openers second time round actually put 72 on. You look at the fall of the wickets, Kit. 72, 72, 73. But then this pair have got them going again. This partnership now worth 22, and that's 22 runs scored since the second ball of the morning. Lewis Goldsworthy dismissed from the first. Actually, the first 4 runs might have been stopped. Uncharacteristically, Hamid unable to drop down on it at sort of a wide-ish mid-off position. 4 runs from Ogborne. He's on 15. Batting for an hour and a half or so now. Bowls now, and he's edged this one. And it's been taken on the half volley by...
I don't think so, Dave. I think it came off the thigh pad and it was taken cleanly. And now, yes, now Ogborne is just flicking his thigh pad. We'll see again in a minute, and I'm sure. Hope I haven't corrected you in vain.
No. The reason I thought it was on the half volley was, we'll just see the replay. Yes, from my angle, I hadn't seen that Clark had taken it, and I thought Patterson White had taken it on the half volley behind him, but no, it was the keeper. Good work from Joe Clark. Actually, he's on for all 10 at the moment. He's taken all 3 catches in this second innings. 95 for 3. That wasn't a chance, the final ball of the over, but there was one mid-over, and Freddie McCann couldn't hang on. Second one that's gone to him this morning. One he was just a fraction deep. Now this one in and out. Mo Ali going to go round the wicket, I think, to the left-hander, and he's set a man out at deep backward square. Should he elect to take the hook on?
Here he comes, the left-handed Roo, round the wicket and bowls short down the leg side. Roo thinks about a flick, but is too late on it. Clark moves across to his right to gather. Yeah, Freddie McCann mustn't get too downhearted. You can see he's still contemplating his life choices at second slip. But this isn't a situation where he hasn't dropped the game.
No.
I'm sure he feels terrible for how hard the bowlers have worked to get that edge over the last hour and 15 minutes. But it doesn't have to be a crucial drop. It's not as though he's had the chance to break a 200 partnership.
So he doesn't spill many.
Nottinghamshire are still in control of the innings. Ali now bowls much fuller to Rue, who plays the ball to leg.
Elsewhere, it's a full day of cricket so far, no interruptions. Leicestershire 106 for 1. Their openers have just been parted. They're at Grace Road against Essex. Leicestershire still trailing Essex by 108. The news there this morning, brought to you first by Kit, was that Jordan Cox had been whisked away from Essex, replaced as the wicket-keeper, replaced as the substitute by Michael Pepper. It's not an injury replacement, that's an ECB replacement, whisked away to join England.
Ali bowls short, and an attempt to hook down the leg side. I don't think it's come off anything. It's saved on the boundary. Clark missed it. But has it come off? No, nothing. Okay, nice. I wondered whether that was a repeat of Jordan Herman. But not shoulder, not bat, and just a bye. Clark has hurt himself. He's hurt his right hand there, going for the ball down the leg side. He looks a bit grave. He's inspecting his hand carefully, but he hasn't taken off either of the gloves that are on it. He's just giving it a squeeze with his left. He had to move a long way because that ball was really on the fly. They actually got 2 byes there, so Rue is back on strike. Clark must have expected that Ali was going to bowl short, what with the field. Now he does it again. Rue feints down the leg side and decides to shoulder arms at the last minute, and Clark has to move across again. So Clark, who spent 70 minutes basically just standing there and waiting for O'Neill, Pennington and Hutton to put the ball straight into his hands, now been jerked into reality by Ali, who is firing the ball down the leg side and short.
I think if that's deliberate, he should have a leg slip in. Stuart Broad certainly would have. Josh Tong certainly would. Innings, Glamorgan had been bundled out for 155 on the first day. Second time around, they're 88 without loss, trailing Sussex by 278. Asa Tribe, talented opener from Jersey, going well. And at Headingley, Yorkshire haven't enforced the follow-on against Warwickshire. They lead by 206 but are batting again.
Ali bowls, and Rue's going to get a run here, just gliding it down to deep third, and that single will keep him the strike. Rue has 7 now of 59 balls, and Somerset are 215 ahead, 98 for 3.
Division 2, Derbyshire in their second innings, they're following on, 148 for 4, trailing Durham by 111 at Chesterley Street. They're into the 4th innings of the match at Stanley Park, Blackpool in Division 2 between Lancashire and Kent. Lancashire 31 for 1. Require a further 393. Kent very much on top there. Wantage Road, Gloucestershire second innings, 15 without loss. They trail Northamptonshire by 182. One more score to bring you as Pennington took a round the wicket to Roos on 7. A battling 7, and now he's held this away down to long leg to Lyndon James for a single. He moves to 8, 99 for 3, the lead 216. At New Road, Worcestershire playing Middlesex, Division 2 Middlesex, 58 for 1, leading Worcestershire by 132. All the scores and all the text updates. You'll get the milestones, you'll get the wickets as soon as they happen on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. Here at Trent Bridge, you're listening to County Championship Division 1 cricket between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Somerset with the better of the first 2 days, not scrapping hard. Pennington bowls, and Ogborn playing fancifully away from his body there, but didn't go hard enough at the ball really to present a chance to Joe Clark. It remains 99 for 3. Ogborn 15 from 72, Rue 8 from 60. This partnership worth 26 from 115 balls. We only had 26 runs this morning in an hour and 22 minutes. Pennington, whose parents I met yesterday, lovely. Down the leg side, and Joe Clark can't take that cleanly, and that'll be another extra. Is it a bye or a leg bye? No, just a straightforward bye. It was more of a thrill for me to meet the Penningtons than it was for Dylan's mum and dad to meet me, I'm sure.
I don't know about that.
The applause is for the 100. 100 for 3 Somerset, so that makes it nice and easy. Somerset lead by 2-1-7.
I saw the way some of those players looked at you in the...
adoringly.
Yeah, with a sort of not godlike status.
Next delivery's hit. Oh, and it's deflected onto the stumps again by Pennington, but I fancy it's got to go down again as a drop chance. I think it was on the full. Roux leathered it back towards the right-hand side of bowler Pennington as he was veering away, having delivered the ball from round the wicket, and somehow from that wide angle the ball deflected back onto the stumps, and it was Ogbourne this time making sure that his bat was grounded. Another extraordinary little incident there involving Dylan Pennington and the ball ricocheting onto the stumps, but we'll again ask for a replay or two of that after we see Pennington come in to bowl to Roux on 8. This is pushed away on the offside.
I'm sure that was a drop.
Yeah, I think it was as well, but it would have been extraordinary as well had he been the victim himself of a deflection onto the stumps and then create one. Yeah, it was uppishly, and it was in the hand, and we know how much it was in the hand there because he sort of dragged it back behind him as well, Dylan Pennington, but Ogbourne was home. So another drop chance. Ogbourne in the previous over, Roux in this one, and this one's hit back over the top by Roux, who's had enough of trying to get the ball away from ones and twos. Has lifted it high over Dylan Pennington down the ground for 4. First shot of any real aggression, and takes a score up to 104 for 3. The lead is 2-2-1. Little mention there of 7th heaven. Should be brackets behind it, the ramblings of a madman, but my thoughts on last season's county championship win in the club shop now, and if you're listening in the ground, pop down there and say hello to them all in the shop at lunchtime. 104 for 3. Mo Ali with 1 wicket in this innings. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17 his figures. Anthony Gibson will be with us before too long. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and here's Kit Harris.
So a couple of chances have gone down. One of them easy. Ali bowls to Ogbourne, who manages to play the ball away from his body down towards short thirn and hares back for 2. That was blast level running. The throw came in quickly. Ogbourne goes to 17. And Somerset maybe spurred into action by the drop of Ogbourne by McCann at second slip.
It seems like it, doesn't it? The way Roux played the final ball of the Pennington over. Just
let's not wait here for edges to come. Let's if edges are going to come, even if we're playing defensively, let's make runs while we're here. Ali to Ogbourne, very full. Ogbourne defends again. You probably heard Ali's biggest squawk of the day. Ali and Hutton, 2 of the loudest yelpers when they bowl. Nottinghamshire fast bowlers and female tennis players. That seems to be the 2 main categories of grunter. The shouts you're hearing now are just encouragement between the Nottingham fielders. Runs are coming, chances too. Ogbourne faces Ali, very full, bowled him. The off stump, out of the ground. Ogbourne stands there fiddling with his pad and says to Ali, well bowled. And the chance that McCann spilled counts for very little. Ogbourne bowled Ali for 17 off 76 balls, Ali has 2 for 19. Somerset, 106 for 4.
Do you think he's familiar with the work of one Andrew Flintoff, formerly of Lancashire and England? He stood there in a very Flintoff-like celebratory pose, wasn't he? Arms spread out like the Angel of the North. Just seeing it on the monitors, and that's a nice full Yorker. That's what we've been seeing from In the Blast, and I think that's that's sort of the delivery that has got him this game. I think Notts were hoping there might have been rather a few more of those in this match. He's been spearing in those Yorkers In the Blast and being equally destructive as he was then. Got that one absolutely right. Great knock from Ogborn at the crease for 107 minutes. So what's that, an hour and 3/4 or so in real money. 76 balls, 2 fours. Great effort from Alfie Ogborn, the night watchman. But as Kit said, there's just seemingly been a sign of intent over the last 5 or 10 minutes. Been 1 or 2 more shots of aggression. They've been running harder than they were earlier on, and now we've got double Roo squared as T Roo comes out to join J Roo. We'll have Anthony Gibson with us.
Well, perhaps now is the time to go.
Well, I'll let Anthony slide in here then,
okay.
And you pass a comment, and then I'll replace you. How's that?
All right, my comment is that Roo times 2 is not the same as Roo squared. That would be Roo times Roo. I know there must be dozens of mathematicians out there who are very keen for that point to be made. And on that note, I'll put you out of your misery. Here's Anthony Gibson.
And Thomas of the Roo family has come out to bat fresh from his 68, his highest score in first-class cricket in his first innings. And he is, by inclination, the more attacking of the 2 Roo brothers. But they do bat well together. They've had plenty of opportunities, particularly in the Metrobank One Day Cup last season. A number of fine partnerships the 2 brothers put together. And we've got I think the noisiest fast bowler in county cricket at the moment, bowling from the Stuart Broad end.
No, I think Brett's got him covered.
I don't. Here's Muhammad Ali in and bowls, and Thomas Roo opens up with a flowing off drive. Doesn't bring him a run. I've been sitting out and in the stand, and ear splitting is the roar from. It's not a grunt; it's a roar from Muhammad Ali, and he leaves no one in any doubt as to his feelings either. Because if he bowls a bad ball down the leg side, he goes "Wah!" Volleyball. Here he comes. He's there and bowls to Thomas Roo, who plays that defensively. Good length ball out into the offside, and there's no run.
Chilly outside, I would imagine?
No, it's quite pleasant actually.
Okay.
It's much more pleasant than yesterday, because although we had sunshine yesterday, it was that very blustery wind which meant that spectators had to be pretty well wrapped up. Quite a lot of spectators now in shirt sleeves out on either side of us. Top of the Radcliffe Road stand, Radcliffe Road end stand. Here's Muhammad Ali in and bowls short, and Thomas Roo just sways out of the way of that. Successful over though for Muhammad Ali. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19. The wicket of Alfie Ogborn cleaned up by a good Yorker, and Somerset 106 for 4, lead by 223.
1 or 2 lengthy emails have come in. bracecricket@icloud.com. Dr. John on national counties still minor. Morning, Dave. With regards to the minor counties, I think you've already justified their inclusion for the 4-day game. This would only increase attendance at the other county grounds and force through improvements in grounds for counties that qualify. Qualification for Division 3 by the minor counties would include a minimal level of ground improvements. Goes on to talk about inclusivity in the game at grassroots level, as Pennington into James Roo down the leg side. That's going to bounce in front of Clark and move further away from him, so he can only glove it round the corner for yet another bye to be added to the column. 107 for 4. Dr. John's last paragraph. Even though it's a tough world, the case of the National League in football is relevant at increasing participation in the game at local level and generally improving the running and playing of the game. If Middlesex can play some of their games at a school, why can't the money be found for Bedfordshire and Lincolnshire, for example, to improve their grounds? Tantalising cricket out there. Game now on, Dr. John. Thank you, Dr. John. If anybody wants to, either in the commentary box or outside the commentary box, wants to add to that, you're very welcome. As Pennington bowls, and this is edge, didn't carry anywhere near to Patterson White at first slip. It was another edge, but it went straight down from Thomas Rue. And Duncan, I don't know why, it seems like I'm being asked why. Dave, please can you explain or enlighten the listener why there's only 3 points awarded for bowling? Surely the whole object of Championship cricket is to bowl the opposition out. So why is a post is put? Why is a point not awarded for every 2 wickets? So that 5 bonus points would then mirror the 5 batting points. Equally, why is the award of a batting bonus point gone up from 200 to 250 as Pennington bowls? Oh, what's that come off? Something, and it's deflected down to long leg. Bat or pad? We'll find out in a second. It was bad. It wasn't quite as alarming a moment as I thought it might be for a moment. 108 for 4. Finally, a drawn match should only warrant 5 points and not 8. Interested to hear your comments and thoughts, Duncan, from a sunny Western-super-Mare.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In football, a win is worth 3 times what a draw is worth, and should be the same in cricket.
Point for every 2 wickets you get. Do you like that? The 5.
I don't see why there should be a difference between bowling points and batting points, and the threshold for batting points is too high now.
There's Pennington bowling to Rue down the leg side, this time taken by Clark. Regular listeners will have heard my sometime observation on the batting bonus points as well. I agree 110 overs, but I also, again, I've always wondered why there's the limit at 5. If you can get to 500 runs in 110 overs, why shouldn't you get a 6th batting point? That would encourage an increase in the run rate. Sometimes you get to 450 in 100 overs, and the next few overs sort of tend to peter out, go back to a sedate level. This is turned on the leg side by James Rue, gets a single. 109 for 4.
I know, it just doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? But nobody does anything about it.
No. Paul Franks, the Notts assistant head coach, has just walked from his comfy perch all the way down to have a word with Mo Ali, who's as far away from the Notts changing facilities in the Radcliffe Road stand as possible. Maybe just to congratulate Mo Ali on his wicket, maybe just to have a little observation passed on. Pennington has been unlucky this morning, bowls wide of the off stump and goes through to Clark. 109 for 4. The morning began with Somerset on 73 for 2. Brett Hutton, in case you weren't with us, bowled 8 consecutive maidens, which began with a wicket from the first ball of the morning's play. Lewis Goldsworthy caught behind by Joe Clark. So after 2 wickets fell last night with a score on 72, it then became 73 for 3. A little bit of a partnership before the wicket of the night watchman, Alfie Ogborne, which has gone down in relatively recent times, bowled by Mohammed Ali for 17. Both Ogborne and indeed James Rue have been spilled this morning by Notts.
Yeah, relatively straightforward caught and bowled from Dylan Pennington. It was hit quite hard back at
to
him,
his right,
but,
yeah. Could only get one hand at it.
He was very disappointed not to have taken it. Here's Mohammed Ali bowling to James Rue. Punches this away into the offside, and Lyndon James is going to pull it in just inside the boundary in front of the Fox Road stand, and they'll come back for 2 runs. James Rue just building up steam at the moment. Goes on to 15 from 67 deliveries, 111 for 4. He's had to work very hard for his runs this morning against some very accurate Nottinghamshire bowling. But I was thinking about it. Other batsmen perhaps might have tried rather harder to take charge, to dictate terms rather than allow the bowlers to bowl at them. This is in the air, up towards mid-on. Pennington fields, Haynes thought he might be in business there at mid-wicket momentarily, nowhere near him in the end, but any time the ball is hit in the air, there's excitement around the fielding side. 112 for 4, they take the single. Roux on to 16. I just, think back to the days of Vivian Richards. You can't imagine the great man being content to score 16 from 68 runs, 68 balls, can you? He would have fought fire with fire.
Comparing IVA Richards with J. Roux.
Yeah. Here's Muhammad Ali, and this is turned into the onside by Thomas Roux. Now, there would be better examples of batsmen who would look to take the fight back to the bowlers.
Some would say he's done a good job this morning, getting his nut down and putting a high price on his wicket, making Notts didn't rip through the Somerset middle order. Others would say, well, if you're going to play international cricket with all the pressure and all the skilled bowlers there, you need to find a way to keep rotating the strike. That'll be the other viewpoint on his contribution this morning.
Especially when you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination. Muhammad Ali in and bowls. This is turned sweetly away through the onside by Thomas Roux for his first boundary. Nice juicy leg stump half volley, which is handsomely dealt with by Thomas Roux, who goes on to 5, 116 for 4.
Yes, after his 68 in the first innings. Very attractive knock, high quality knock.
They make a very interesting contrast, the two brothers. James Roux, very conventional, classically trained. Thomas Roux, wristier, plays all the shots, likes the reverse sweep. Mind you, so does James. As Muhammad Ali is in and bowls outside the off stump, and Thomas Roux lets it go through to Joe Clark. Poor old Joe Clark's had a rather torrid time behind the stumps, hasn't he?
Yes.
Particularly from Muhammad Ali. There was one a couple of overs ago that flew down the leg side. He flung himself to try and make the stop and got it in his fingertips, and then was ruefully rubbing his hand, and it went for byes. There have been quite a few byes in this innings.
Yeah.
But he's hanging in there.
Tol Carver-Rayner, who's scheduled to be here till the end of the season, will be the Notts keeper for the Metro Bank 50 over competition, which will start in end of July, August.
Outside the off stump from Muhammad Ali. End of that over, 116 for 4. Well, very useful player to have in the Metro Bank.
I've heard these things before though, and we said it with Tom Moores last year, and Tom Moores opened with whatever it was, 160 runs in the Metro Bank, and then was whisked away for the 100, and Notts didn't see him again, and he won't be available. He's also been signed up again for the 100, but you have a sort of a squad that you can sort of look at. It's happened in the last 3 or 4 years. A squad you can look at and think, oh, they've got quite a decent starting 11 there, and then suddenly A, B and C are whisked away, and opportunities for youngsters is the phrase. Yeah,
well, both of these two Roux are going to be in the 100, and one of them cost twice as much as the other, and it was Thomas who cost twice as much as James.
See, on what basis? I don't
He's
know.
he's more of a white ball cricketer than James, I would say.
Let's focus O'Neill back into the attack.
He's in and bowls, and this is played defensively by James Roux. Thomas went for around about 80,000 and James for around about 40,000. But he's had a captaining England under-19s at the age of 17, Thomas Roux.
Have Somerset got another keeper then for that competition?
Well, it's a good question, actually.
Thank you.
It's O'Neill in and bowls, and this is pushed out into the offside. Finn Hill can keep wicket, but you wouldn't call him a wicket keeper by trade. He's a sort of occasional wicket keeper. He's injured at the moment, but like most of the Somerset squad. But I guess it would be Finn Hill. But he's actually a very, very good outfielder. So We will see, because Tom Kohler-Cadmore is a wicketkeeper. He's in the 100, and Tom Banton, of course, will be in the 100. Here's O'Neill in and bowls, nicely driven, not completely timed by James Rue. It's going to be nip and tuck, and it's just brought in by Farhan Ahmed. Ahmed just inside the boundary, and they come back for 3 runs. 119 for 4.
Somerset 4 down. Archie Vaughan due in next, because we had the night watchman. A decision you'd imagine would have to be made fairly soon, just in case there's a clatter of wickets on Lewis Gregory's status, surely.
Well, the official word at the moment is that Lewis will bat, but I find that very hard to believe. That's more or less what Jason Kerr said to me last night. As O'Neill is in and bowls outside the off stump, that one shoots through along the ground to Joe Clark.
Is that one way then of getting around the Jake Ball big question mark that would loop around his name? If you're making the replacement now, you need an all-rounder to replace an all-rounder. Well, if Lewis battered but then couldn't bowl in the 4th innings, the Nottinghamshire 2nd innings, all you essentially are asking for then is a bowler to replace a bowler.
I think it's daft to risk aggravating the injury by having him out there batting. This is outside the off stump, but yeah, you may very well be right. There may be some subtlety about this related to the injury replacement rules. But it's all a bit strange, because Jason Kerr on the one hand is saying that Jake Ball is the obvious replacement, and then Somerset bring up 2 other players from the West Country just in case. O'Neill in bowls outside the off stump, long way outside the off stump, no shot from Thomas Rue. End of the over, 119 for 4. The lead is now 236. 19 to James Rue and 5 to Thomas Rue.
I don't want to douse their enthusiasm for the long journey up from the West Country, but Somerset are going to need people to ferry drinks on and off, and gloves, and actors, substitute fielders, and so on. And if their stocks are diminished, then it would have been inevitable that they'd need 1 or 2 more to come up. Young Master Roberts, who got injured on the first morning, so they would have needed an extra body or 2 in any case. It's going to be Mo Ali to bowl from the pavilion end. Had a wander round there this morning, had a little bit of a look. They tell me there's going to be seats in there for the Test match a week on Thursday. It's fair to say there's a busy few days ahead for the builders, for the team that are set to install them.
It doesn't look as if they do any work when there's play going on.
No.
Either. Wasn't anything happening over there on Friday.
I think there were 1 or 2 about on Friday, but there was certainly no movement of the crane or anything.
No banging and crashing.
No. 119 for 4. James Rue on strike. Mo Ali bowls down the leg side, and Clark again has to be light on his toes to move across sharply to his right to take it. Yes, it's not been the easiest of matches for Joe Clark with the gloves on, but always good to keep your hand in. If you are a fully paid up member of the Wicketkeepers Union, you need to do it from time to time, and he does always have that to fall back on. He's often used, of course, in franchise competitions as a keeper. He's done it in the Big Bash in Australia from time to time. 119 for 4, and he's filled in for Notts from time to time, as he is doing here. As Mo Ali bowls, Rue Senior drops it on the leg side. Combination of Haynes and McCann just trying to outdo each other to get to the ball. No chance of a run. 119 for 4.
Nottinghamshire scorer this morning,
Roger
Marshall suggesting nicknames for the Roos. Kanga, obviously, for one of them.
Well, I've always used that, haven't I?
The other one I really rather liked is Doctor Roo.
Is that a new one?
I hadn't heard it before.
Well done, Roger. There's Mo Ali to James Rue, leans forward and pushes it through a line of gully, and there's nobody there, so it will be a single. Brett Hutton, who I don't think he will want to bowl again. It's daft thing to say, but in terms of in terms of his figures this morning. He's done a Brian Langford, hasn't he? 8 overs, 8 maidens.
Yep.
Brian Langford, the great Somerset spin bowler who will always have the best. Yep, will always have the best figures ever in the Sunday League competition. 8 overs, 8 maidens. Was it 0-0 on the end, or did he get a wicket?
No, he didn't take a wicket.
8-8-0-0.
Yep.
Of course, Dilip Doshi, who we sadly lost, passed away in the last year or two. For Notts, the Indian spinner. Ali bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket by Thomas Rue for a single. I think he had 8 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 1 or something like that, which I think was the second best in the history of the Sunday competition. But Brian Langford, 8-8-0-0. It wasn't a televised game, because I can remember, as true as I'm sat here, whatever the televised game was, in the tea interval, they were talking about these astonishing figures that had come in from, would it have been Taunton?
No, it was Johnson Park in Yeovil.
Okay, that had come in
against Essex.
I can remember them talking about it. Brian Langford today has bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens. Loved the Sunday League. Bring it back. Fill the grounds on a Sunday. Here's Ali. Short, pulled away. No cries of catch this one. Nowhere near Fergus O'Neill, and it's gone for 4. Much finer. O'Neill's at deep backward square. And that was pulled away between O'Neill and Slater. Deep backward square and fine leg respectively. Nice looking shot from J. Rue, who moves on to 24. 125 for 4. So this morning we've had 52 runs.
Yeah, he's played that shot a few times, James Rue, to balls going down the leg side without making any contact. So he'll feel a bit better having swatted that one away to the boundary.
Decent 10 minutes or so here, which we may or may not get, and then a good healthy afternoon for Somerset. They can still be 400 up by tea. They need 158 runs to get in that position. I think they'd have to motor a little bit, wouldn't they? Might need a bit of swashbuckling biff from maybe Overton. You don't think they're going to declare it tea?
It's 3/4 of an hour to go, unless they're bowled out, which is by no means impossible.
No. There's Mo Ali, 1 wicket this morning. Bowls to James Rue, just deflects it down to Slater for a single. 126 for 4. We're having something being brought out, drinks and a towel being brought out by one of the Somerset spares for James Rue, who's going to shed his sweater.
I think that must be Oscar Coleman. Certainly not Josh Shaw, and it's certainly not Jake Ball. Young Oscar from Truro.
I remember back in 2013, Notts played an away match against the Netherlands at Truro, and I think they described it as the Truro Cricket Festival, and a couple of days before, Somerset had played the Unicorns. Whatever happened to the Unicorns?
It was a shame that we had half a game. It's one of those when rain was forecast, and we had the Unicorns innings, and as soon as Somerset went in to reply, it started to rain and didn't stop. This is pulled away in the air for 6, I think. No, 4. That was short from O'Neill, not a particularly good delivery, and nicely dealt with by James Rue. Takes him on to 29.
Can you remember what the park name was at Truro? Was it Gavrin or something? Or was that might have been Southend. Maybe Southend moved to Gowran Park. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Or it does matter, but it doesn't matter that I don't remember.
It was one of those where, if common sense had prevailed, the umpires would have said, right, it's going to rain at 4 o'clock. Let's have a 20 over game. This is turned again down to deep backward square leg by James Rue. This time it'll just bring him a single. 131 for 4. There was time to have played a 20 over side game, because it was a good crowd there. You know, because we don't see first class cricket in Cornwall very often, and it wasn't first class, top level one day cricket very often, and it was just a shame that we only got 1 innings. But the regulations would not allow it. O'Neill in and bowls, and Thomas Rue going for a drive, comes off the bottom of his bat, dribbles down into the slips. Liam Patterson-White just going through a few practice bowling actions just to loosen up. He'll come into the attack pretty soon.
Boscawen Park?
Yeah, Boscawen, yeah.
So that was the ground. Yeah, Notts played an away game against the Netherlands there. Bizarrely, down in Cornwall.
O'Neill in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside by Thomas Rue. Yeah, nice ground.
I'd heard all these talks of from good people, like my good friend Dave Callaghan with Yorkshire, who I think he'd been to Amsterdam or Rotterdam. It almost sounds like a beautiful South song, doesn't it? And there were one or two other counties that had drawn the Netherlands away, and Notts waited for their turn to get Netherlands away for 2 or 3 years, and then they got it. Where will it be played? Will it be Rotterdam? Will it be Amsterdam? No, it's Cornwall.
This is drive by Thomas Rue that he doesn't time at all. Comes again off the bottom of the bat, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
A few things I remember of that. I'm just looking at the scorecard now. Netherlands got 188 for 7 in their 40 overs. Notts won 190 for 6 with James Taylor 90 not out. A few things I remember. Ed Cowan, the Australian, had come to the end of his contract with Notts and decided to...
Here's O'Neill to Thomas Rue, drives that. Not at full power, just bring him a single. It's a sweeper out on the cover boundary in the shape of Lyndon James. It's another run though, 132 for 4.
And had decided to come for a bit of a jolly, just stay on for a few days before going back to Australia. And Notts picked up an injury, and I have a funny feeling, but I might be wrong, so don't quote me on this. I'm always wrong, but I have a funny feeling it might have been Jake Ball. And whether he's actually playing golf the day before the match or not, I wouldn't know. But Ed Cowan had made the most of his opportunities to have a couple of days of light refreshment before heading back to Australia, and he got roped into to play. The other thing I remember was there was a hog roast on the boundary edge, and the smells that you get from a hog roast, obviously everybody is familiar with. It's Patterson-White from the far end. All this has drifted down the leg side. Might have been bat, might have been pad, might be buys. We'll find out. It's 4 somethings. It's 4 runs, so it's a little tickle from Thomas Rue. Notts mischievously put Samit Patel on the boundary for all 40 overs right next to this hog roast. Samit no aversion to a bit of meat in a bun. But there, 136 for 4 was the score. But Ed Cowan is funny. Wasn't expecting to play, so he'd been on the light refreshment. Thomas Rue 11 not out, pushes this to mid-wicket. We are within 5 minutes or so of the luncheon interval here on this Sunday, the 3rd day of the match. There'll only be 5 sessions left of the match. Now a slog sweep by Rue away for 4 runs, and the latter moments of this morning session have just started to find Somerset upping the ante. Looks like Freddie McCann's going to get the final over of the session because he's warming up as well.
Nicky King, Somerset Bagpuss on Twitter, suggested another nickname for one of the Rues. If only one of the Rue brothers was a bowler, then his nickname could be Deliveroo. That's very good.
Yeah, Bagpuss wins. This one's cut out to Ben Slater at deep point for a single to one of the Rues. 141 for 4. Very good.
I don't think either of them bowls, sadly. Well, James Rue has actually bowled in first-class cricket. He took off the gloves to do it. Might even have been here in one of the Kookaburra games.
We're waiting for Patterson-White to bowl to James Rue, who's on 30. Bowls now. He's gone down on one knee, hoping that the ball would be somewhere in the vicinity so he could paddle it away for runs, but it wasn't. And we've got 1 ball left in this over and then 1 over to follow, and then that will be lunch on day 3. Don't think Notts will push to get an extra over in, apart from the McCann one. Single taken by Roux. He wants to be on strike to face McCann. He goes to 31, 142 for 4. The lead up to 259. This morning, Somerset have lost Lewis Goldsworthy for 1. First ball of the morning, caught behind by Joe Clark off the bowling of Brett Hutton, who bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for none in his only spell this morning. And then Mo Ali and Alfie Ogborn on his way back after being at the crease for an hour and 3/4 for 17, disturbing his stumps with a really quick Yorker that just got through the defences of the night watchman, who played heroically, as I say, for an hour and 3/4. There's Freddie McCann. Will be the last over. It'd be poor cricket from Notts if they give Somerset an extra over here. I'm sure they won't.
12:57, the digital clock on the scoreboard says, as McCann bowls to short to James Roux, who will belatedly set off for a single that always appeared to be there, as Liam Patterson-White wasn't going to be able to cut it off from mid-wicket. It's gone out to Brett Hutton at long on. Field changes round for the right-hander, who drives nicely through the offside, but only to Lyndon James, who's patrolling the boundary in front of the Fox Road stand. He's batted fluently since he came to the crease, Thomas Roux. 17 from 23 deliveries. James 32 from 81, and plays a solid defensive shot to that ball from Freddie McCann, who needs to slow down because the clock's halfway through the over and still 2 minutes to go. McCann in and bowls, and Roux gets a good one, plays it defensively back to the bowler.
Slow down, Freddie, slow down. John Starbuck, Roux nicknames, or we could be terribly literary and say Roux for you, just like Ophelia. Oh, okay, John, thank you. Above me, but
this is cut away through the offside for a single by James Roux. Elegant shot, just brings him 1 though. He goes on to 33, 145 for 4. 1 ball remaining in the over. The clock says 12:59. I think we're going to have 1 or 2 field changes probably. But McCann is going to bowl to Thomas Roux down the leg side, turned into the onside, and they'll take just the 1 run as Muhammad Ali does the fielding, and the clock still says 12:59, 146 for 4, and I think we are going to get another over.
I don't necessarily see the benefits in giving Somerset another over. Well, I can say it's 1 o'clock because we're into the 1 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham, and it does say 1 o'clock on the board, but the umpires are in position, so we will get this over. But Liam Patterson-White to Thomas Roux, who pushes this back to the bowler. It'd be just typical for this to be a maiden, wouldn't it? We'll have to see. Of course, if Notts get a wicket, then they'll be pleased they've got the extra over. Here is the spinner bowling. Thomas Roux defends. So Somerset lead by 263. Began the morning on 73 for 2. Wicket first ball of the morning. Patterson-White bowls. There'll be another single here. Turned behind square on the leg side. 147 for 4. Lead 264. Somerset with 6 wickets in hand. So James Roux back on strike. Oh, and this one's scuttled through, and again I think it'll be another bye. Went underneath the bat, underneath Joe Clark, and it's going to be another bye. 148 for 4. The lead 265. We'll be asked to do this update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Another push out into the covers. Hamid does the fielding. And we've got one ball left, and then it will be lunch here at Trent Bridge. Thanks to Kit Harris for his company this morning on commentary. Anthony Gibson to my right. I'm sure he'll just have a word in a moment. So that will be lunch, where the umpires have just taken the bails off to indicate it's lunch here in Nottingham. Somerset 148 for 4, leading the home side by 265. Wicket from the first ball of the day from Brett Hutton, who today has bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens. Another wicket for Mo Ali. At lunch, Somerset 148 for 4, leading by 265. So there's the quick update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Somerset proceeding nicely, Anthony, en route to where they want to get to.
Yeah, 75 for 2 in 29 overs this morning. Just struck me what this has shown this morning's session is that it is quite hard to take wickets against batsmen who are determined to survive and whose ambition doesn't go much further than that. And again, I think that means that Somerset will try and give themselves as much time as possible to bowl knots out without risking not actually chasing down a total, which is it's going to be a hard equation to get absolutely right. But it's been a decent session, which gained momentum as it went on, and James Rew has shown considerable skill and determination in moving on to 33.
As always, an excellent assessment from my colleague. I've nothing to add, except enjoy your lunch, folks. We'll be back in 40 minutes' time when Somerset will resume on 148 for 4.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com. Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say, the easiest Midlands Airport. The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, where the umpires are taking to the field. Messrs Middlebrook and Saggers. Just been overtaken by the not skipper Asiba Mead. Those of you watching on the live stream will see as ever has showing signs of battle. Got green smeared knees to his flannels, his fingers as always heavily taped, having a little natter to the two umpires. Reasonably good morning for Nottinghamshire, and I'm sure likewise Somerset would feel the same. No real damage done to their prospects of going on to beat Nottinghamshire. They are 148 for 4 at lunch. That is a lead of 265. There are 5 sessions left in this match. Didn't look particularly easy to score this morning, but likewise it looked tricky for the bowlers to create opportunities. Notts didn't help themselves. They put a couple of chances down. And this afternoon, don't expect it to be a little different or too different from what we saw this morning. The Roux brothers in partnership have been just ticking along nicely. Left-handed James was in earlier. He's on 33. Thomas just gone off the screen. He's in the 20s. Looks as if Lyndon James is going to get his first bowl of the innings. Kit Harris will be with us before too long. Kevin Howell's here overseeing the entire production. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and back from hopefully a warm and sustaining lunch. Anthony Gibson to my right.
Yeah, very nice lunch. Roast pork with apple sauce and a red wine juice. You wouldn't get a red wine juice.
I thought you were going to say a red wine on the side.
You get gravy, but here at Trent Bridge things are much posher. You don't have gravy anymore. You have juice.
Is it a juice or a Jew?
Oh, Jew probably, yes. Yeah, can't even pronounce it.
Can you pronounce Lyndon James for us?
Yeah, I will. I don't think the cricket will be quite so attritional this afternoon.
He's heard something, folks. He's heard something.
This is driven away into the offside by James Roux, and he won't get a run. No, they seem to pick up the pace when after Alfie Ogborn got out, James Roux started to play a few shots, and Thomas Roux has got 19 from 29 deliveries. So I think Somerset will. They want they want to make the game safe. And, the faster they can score their runs, the longer they'll have to bowl Nottinghamshire out, because that's a defensive shot from James Roux, and they will need plenty of time to bowl Notts out on this pitch. It's doing a bit. It's unpredictable. Some variable bounce, but it's if a batsman wants to hang in there, as we saw from Alfie Ogborn this morning, he can do it. Lyndon James from this Radcliffe Road end in and bowls. This is driven nicely through the offside and will be cut off out in the deep by Ben Slater, and they'll come back for 2 runs. 150 is on the board for Somerset, 150 for 4, which means that the lead is now 267.
Can I just say hello to everybody that's stopped by to say hello in the club shop at lunchtime? Thanks to Rachel and Ian down there as well for looking after me again for the second lunchtime running.
James in and bowls, and Roux has plenty of time to play that up to Asiba Mead at mid-on. There's no run.
And can I just say, I got down to the shop. Lunch was called here 1 o'clock. I did my piece for BBC Radio Nottingham. I made my way down there to the shop where they've got a big screen where they watch and listen to the game. And you and I were still talking. It was just the last ball of the of the morning. It took about a bit of a delay coming out on the live feed in the shop.
Is James in bowls, and James Roux plays that defensive. I've had a tweet from the Somerset Cricket Museum, very, very worthy institution, which I have the privilege of being a trustee, to say, just to note that BBC One will be broadcasting Bargain Hunt tomorrow, Monday, at 12:15. That's past
Reds and the Blues.
Noon. Yeah, the episode was filmed at the Cooper Associates County Ground and the museum in support of women's cricket and the Women's World Cup.
That's brilliant.
James in and bowls, and they're going to take a single this time, as that's well wide of Dylan Pennington at backward point. Another run goes on the board, 151 for 4, so just the 3 runs off their first over of the afternoon session.
Be sure to set the planner. I don't mind a bit of the old bargain hunt. Are you a bargain hunt fan?
Can't say I've ever watched it.
Oh, you have the 2 teams, the Reds and the Blues. You have £300, and for your £300, you've got to go out and buy 3 items. One £75 or more, one to meet the challenge, and one can be anything else that you like, and they're taken to auction. And in the general public ones, anything you make in profit you keep. In the celebrity ones, they generally go to Comic Relief, or in this case, Somerset supporting charities.
Women's cricket and the Women's World Cup.
Yeah, set your planners tomorrow then, lunchtime, bargain hunt. Here's Liam Patterson White in and bowls, and straight away James Rue pushing the spinner square on the offside. Feel like a public service announcement, but like a bit of bargain hunt. Thanks to the Somerset Museum for letting us know. 151 for 4. Somerset's lead 269, add 117 each time to the current score, and you'll probably get there quicker than I will, although it is on the bottom of the live stream as Patterson White bowls to the right-handed Thomas Rue. This pair have added 46 together. Things, it's fair to say, speeded up in the last 20 minutes or so of the morning session, and this is played by T. Rue up to Ali at mid-on for another single, 153 for 4. That was after Alfie Ogborne got out, but that's not to say that Alfie Ogborne didn't do a sterling job, because he did. He was at the crease for an hour and 47 minutes for his 17. He looked after things last night, protecting Lewis Goldsworthy, and did a similarly worthwhile job this morning as James Rue works this to mid-wicket. The very fact that he didn't get out whilst the ball was new and hard and fresh this morning, and Brett Hutton had it on a string, and there was accurate bowling from O'Neill at this end as well. It was all down to Alfie Ogborne protecting that middle order, and Rue drives this through the offside for 4. Lovely shot. And he moves to 41, 157 for 4. The lead 274. And we've had, as far as we know, Anthony, no updates yet on the Gregory situation. That's the 50 partnership as well, by the way. That should take precedent for the time being. 51 from 62 balls, and that's come up in just 40 minutes.
Yes, they have picked up the pace since the 2 brothers came together. No news on Lewis Gregory. Club's still saying, oh, he'll bat, but I very much doubt it.
Final ball of Patterson White's 6th over here. 1 for 23. From the far end, twirls his fingers round the ball. James Rue almost down on the ground to play that. Certainly had one knee on the ground, and the other one wasn't too far away, and he blocks it. 157 for 4. And a token over of Freddie McCann's right arm off spin before lunch. We've had 1 over so far from Lyndon James, and very much looks as if we're going to get a second over from Lyndon when he moves in from the boundary edge.
See, the Bangladesh women have beaten the Netherlands women in the final over, winning by 6 wickets. So well done to Bangladesh. The county championship. Oh, to say welcome to Trent Bridge to listeners to BBC Sports Extra, where Somerset are 157 for 4. So that's played defensively into the onside by Thomas Rue, the younger of the 2 Rue brothers who are batting together at the moment. 157 for 4, which means they've got a lead, Somerset, of 274. It was, for most of the morning session, it was pretty attritional stuff, but once Alfie Ogborne, the night watchman, was removed for a very valuable, if obdurate, innings of 17, the brothers have picked up the pace. This is turned into the onside by Thomas Rue. The 50 partnership has just come up of 10 and a bit overs, 61 deliveries.
Yes, and it's fair to say this is probably the sternest test against Nottinghamshire's unbeaten start to the season. Their unbeaten run goes back to Durham away early last season, 14 matches undefeated. Of course, Notts are the county champions. They are the Division 1 leaders, but also they are in a whole heap of trouble here. Somerset leading by 274.
James in and bowls, and this is turned nicely down to deep backward square leg. They're going to come back for a second run on the Muhammad Ali throw. He's not the quickest in the field, Muhammad Ali, and I think Thomas Roux spotted that and called his brother back for the second run. 159 for 4. Thomas Roux on to 22.
Saint, 1885, says, Dave, if you had a fiver on the result, what would it go on?
My money's still on the draw. Here's James in it, bowls, and there's a single here as that rather skews off the defensive bat of Thomas Roux into a gap on the offside.
Well, you've more money than me. You lend me your fiver and I'll put it on something else. Somerset are favourites, you've got to say right now, leading by 277. You mentioned a minute or two ago, it's the sort of surface where somebody would need to get their nut down and stick around. Not up until this season. I've got the very person for that in a Seba Mead, but is in a dismal run of form, relatively speaking.
Oh, this is almost chopped onto his stumps by James Roux. It's 160 for 4, but you have to remember that Somerset will be without the services of Lewis Gregory. Even if he's capable of batting, which I very much doubt, he certainly won't be capable of bowling with his hamstring injury, and he was the pick of the Somerset
What did he get?
yesterday.
3 wickets, 4 wickets?
4 wickets yesterday.
4 wickets.
Including removing both of the openers in the first few overs, which was absolutely critical. So Somerset will certainly miss Lewis Gregory. This is pushed into the offside. They go through for a very well judged quick single as Fergus O'Neill a little bit back on his heels at extra cover, and the Roux brothers, who have obviously got a very good understanding between the pair of them, as you would expect, having grown up together playing cricket, were quickly through. 161 for 4 at the end of the over.
What I would say was once Gregory came out of the attack and in fact came off the field midway through an over, Craig Overton took over from him and went pop pop and got the last 2 wickets. So don't be too alarmist, Anthony. You know full well that Somerset have got all bases covered. Jack Leach, the long-time England spinner, to head their assault. This one's nicely played by Root. He scooped it over the head of the keeper and it's running away towards the boundary down here. A couple of fielders in pursuit and it's gone for 4. Great effort again from Fergus O'Neill, who's the exact opposite, I think, of Mo Ali in the field. We've seen Mo Ali a little reluctant to dive on a couple of occasions today. We've seen Fergus O'Neill absolutely, it's almost like he's on Bondi Beach and just running into the surf, throwing himself head first in there. As he did to try and drag the ball back. Didn't quite. Of course, he's not a man of Sydney, Fergus. Melbourne's more his bag. Turned away by Roux for a single on the leg side. But I would imagine he's been to Bondi Beach. Even I've been to Bondi Beach. Do you know who I met on Bondi Beach?
I dread to think.
Dave Townsend, who
yeah.
he was there on Bondi Beach the same day I was on Bondi Beach. What's the chances of that?
You were both surfing, I take it.
166 for 4. A little bit of bounce and turn. Dave Townsend, who for many years was sort of Kevin Hand's right-hand man, covering Middlesex County Championship cricket for the BBC, and more recently is relocated and helps out Jonathan Doidge on Yorkshire matches, particularly at Scarborough. This one's turned on the legs. It's probably at Scarborough right now. This one's turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. 166 for 4. But there he was. And, he took me somewhere. We went and had almost the biggest fish and chips I've ever had in my life. This is chopped away to backward point. Ben Slater will do the fielding. Way to our right in the bright sunshine in front of the William Clark stand. They get 2 more. 168 for 4. It wasn't your cod and chips. Was it Barramundi?
Oh yeah.
Is it Barramundi? I think it's
Barramundi
and chips in this restaurant just off the beach there. Very nice indeed. A long time ago now. This is dropped on the leg side by Thomas Roux. It's 25 not out. 168 for 4. Can't quite see it there on the live stream, the pictures. There's an aeroplane just going over the Batman board right now on its way into East Midlands Airport, high up in the sky. I can see it, but you can't pick it out there unless somebody zooms in on the live stream, that aeroplane.
Talking of Yorkshire, they're 46 for 2
There it
in their
is.
second innings.
That's good work. That's really good work, my camera crew.
Oh, there we are.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
Yeah, 46 for 2 Yorkshire. They are 252 runs ahead of Warwickshire with 8 wickets remaining. Glamorgan 126 for 2, still 240 runs behind Sussex. So both Yorkshire and Sussex, the two dark horses in this season's county championship, going well.
I don't see Yorkshire myself, but
Here's Lyndon James in bowls to Rue James of that ilk, who plays that nicely into the offside. Very good piece of fielding by Fergus O'Neill again.
yeah,
Very quick across the ground, picking that up.
I think Essex are more of a threat, even though they lost 2 early on. They've found a bit of form.
Leicestershire
remain a
going
threat.
pretty well against Essex, 149 for 3. They are still, however, 65 runs behind, with 7 wickets standing, so Essex favourites there. Lyndon James in and bowls, and this is pulled away down into deep mid-wicket, where it's very well fielded by Jack Haynes. Ball was travelling and he got everything behind it, made sure it neither the ball nor himself with ball in hand went over the boundary rope. 169 for 4. Runs coming pretty readily for the Rue brothers at the moment. I'm fairly sure this is their best partnership in first class cricket. They've had some good partnerships in 50 over cricket. James in and bowls, driven away through the offside, but just bottom hand coming off the bat there from Thomas Rue. Didn't quite time it, and it brings him a single. He's on to 26. He's had a good game. 68 in the first innings, 26 so far in the second.
The family have certainly been up here for the first couple of days, haven't they?
They're still here
Still
today.
here,
Yeah. Chris and Debbie Rue. James into James Rue, punches this down to deep backward point where Ben Slater will field. He goes on to 49. It's 171 for 4. James Rue will join up with the England squad as soon as this game is concluded. So, unlike Jordan Cox, who's been summoned to join up today.
Can't we get him summoned in the next few minutes, James Rue?
James to Thomas Rue, short, and Thomas Rue just plays a defensive dead bat shot out into the offside.
Scored a ton here last year, didn't he, in that big partnership with Tom Abel. Scored a century beginning of April at Taunton against Notts. We'll be sick of the sight of him.
Yes, he's having a almost goes without saying he's having a good season.
And he was dropped early on in this innings as well by Freddie McCann.
He's gone past 500 runs in this innings in the county championship so far. James in and bowls to Thomas Rue, and after a moment's hesitation they go through for a single. 172 for 4 at the end of that over.
I beg your pardon, I should correct myself there. It was Dylan Pennington off his own bowling, wasn't it, that put James Rue down. It was Ogborne that was spilled by McCann. That one didn't actually count for very much indeed, because Alfie Ogborne went almost straight afterwards, yorked by Mo Ali. 172 for 4 Somerset. The lead is 289. Definitely more intent in the batting since lunch. Indeed, in the 20 minutes before lunch as well, as Patterson White bowls to the right-handed younger Rue, who defends. 172 for 4. Ground bathed in sunshine. Hound Road stand pleasantly populated. A little bit of room if you want to watch your cricket from there. This is pushed into the offside, fielded by Hamid. Met the Yellow Belly at lunchtime, one of the regular Twitterati as it defends, and He's also a very, very keen supporter of Blaze cricket, telling me all about his trip to Beckenham yesterday to watch the Blaze beat Surrey. Georgia Elwis out for 96. Had a good old chat about that. Always nice to put a face to a name, or vice versa. 172 for 4. Next ball is driven into the offside, fielded by Asib Hamid. And there's no run. Wasn't asked to sign any books today. Happy Christmas, like I was yesterday. 1 or 2 books being put aside for December. This has eased into the offside. Just the sort of the ramblings of a madman. My season following Notts last year.
Did you write it as you went along, or did you write it at the end of the season?
A touch of both, it has to be said, just in case. Backed up by, the photographic memory, always clicking photos away as this is dropped on the leg side. And that's going to be Rue's 50. Nicely played, James Rue. 50 from 103 balls. He was very watchful to start with, wasn't he? His first 5 runs came from about 35, 40 balls or so, but he gets his 50 from 103. He's been at the crease for over 2 hours now. In fact, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Hit 6 fours. He's 50 not out. Somerset 174 for 4.
5th 50 of the season, to go with the century that he scored against Nottinghamshire at Taunton back in the very first game of the season. So he's been in very good form. No surprise at all that he was called up for the England squad, even if he doesn't make the final 11. Right, Lyndon James to bowl another over. He's bowling to James Rue, with just the 1 slip now. And Rue plays and misses at one outside the off stump. It didn't bounce very much. Just the odd ball scooting through from both ends, in fact.
And the other thing with the modern day live streaming and the fact that virtually every game is there available on YouTube, and indeed many of the county sites, you can sort of go back and, oh crikey, who was sat with Anthony and I for that particular hour, and you can actually find it and have a little bit of a listen and see what we were talking about.
James in and bowls, he's caught behind. Just feeling for that, James Rue, to a ball leaving him outside the off stump that bounced a bit more than he was expecting, and comfortable catch to Joe Clark. Well, an innings one feels cut off in its prime. James Rue caught Clark, bowled James. 50 from 105 deliveries with 6 fours.
Yeah, James Rue, 174 for 5. 4th catch for Joe Clark. It's not been the easiest match for Joe Clark, but the chances keep coming and he keeps pouching them. Steve Crawley, the Rue brothers, cooking up a storm. It's spelt Rue, R-I-O-U-X. I'm sure you've done that one before. Yeah. Not even going to try and match Deliveroo. That's the winner all day. Thank you, Steve. Anthony's correspondent.
I still like
to hear
Dr.
that.
Rue.
Dr. Rue, yes, very good, but well battered. James caught Clark, bowled Lyndon James for 50. 140 minutes, 105 balls, 6 fours, 174 for 5. More from Anthony Gibson. I'm going to get a sandwich and make way for Kit Harris.
Thanks, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle will be back with us in around about half an hour's time. Archie Vaughan has the chance to pick up where he left off in the first innings, finishing unbeaten on 66, which just happens to be the same as his shirt number. Comes out kicking up his heels, practicing a few shots just to get himself loose. And Somerset 12th man, who I think is Oscar Coleman, goes jogging off.
And there ends the second phase of the day, in a sense, that Somerset are 101 runs on from where they were at the close. They lost Lewis Goldsworthy to the very first ball of the day, caught behind, and then a chance was put down off Coleman, off Ogbourne, the night watchman. A chance was put down off James Rue, and when Ogbourne was eventually castled by a really quick ball from Muhammad Ali, Thomas Rue came out and seemed to have, almost as though he'd been given the instruction to say, look, we're not scoring runs here, and we've lost a couple of wickets this morning. Let's, if we're going to lose wickets, let's score some runs. And that was when the second phase began, where the runs came quite freely. Is there a shift now? The last of the specialist batters, shall we say, Archie Vaughan, Somerset 174 for 5, 291 ahead. They'll want 400 ahead, won't they?
At least. Here's Lyndon James into Archie Vaughan, pitched right up, driven by Vaughan. It won't get a run though, as it's fielded by Hasib Hamid.
You feel 400 might not be enough?
I think they'll leave it until 3/4 of an hour before the close, however far ahead they are then, which should be 400 plus.
So have 10 overs to bowl tonight. Well,
two bites of the cherry.
That requires them to bat 48 more overs, mind you.
James in and bowls. This is nicely driven by Vaughan, but straight to extra cover. Or cover point, actually, rather than extra cover. I think they're going to be pretty risk averse, Somerset, in the absence of their skipper and the leading bowler.
Are they capable of being risk averse with Craig Overton to come in next, then Leach and Pretorius? They just give it a whack, don't they?
No, Craig Overton's been batting really well this season. He's got 2 centuries to his name, and they certainly weren't slogathons. That's defended into the offside. He's how many runs has he scored? 415 runs at a strike rate of 70.8. So
possibly a lot depends on him.
Well, it will certainly depend. A lot will depend on him with ball in hand when Somerset try to bowl out Nottinghamshire a second time. James in, bowls to Vaughan. Just watchfully forward. Good over from Lyndon James that included the wicket of James Rue. Somerset finish it on 174 for 5, 291 runs ahead.
James was decidedly lacklustre in the first innings, but he's made a good start in the second. 1 for 11 off 4 overs, and the breakthrough really crucial. Nottinghamshire will want at least to force Somerset into a position where they have to decide whether or not they're going to bat Gregory, which will require 4 more wickets to fall. Here's Patterson White bowling very full, and Thomas Rue pushes to mid-on.
Good opportunity for both of these Somerset youngsters, isn't it, to show what they can do. Both did well in the first innings.
Just a slip, that's the only catcher, as this time Rue will take a run, scampered just to the wide of Pennington at mid-on, and he's to 29. Vaughan yet to get off the mark, and this is his first taste of spin in this innings. Nottinghamshire will be eyeing chase of under 350 if they bowl well from here. It wouldn't be beyond them. Vaughan's first ball from Patterson White, very carefully defended around his front pad. Conditions for batting seem to be easing a little, although it's not obvious that that's conditions. It could just be about Somerset's approach after their dogged start. And Vaughan is forward defending again. Patterson White giving little away in this over. Pitch hasn't allowed him to be a big spinner of the ball by any means so far in this game, but accuracy is the watchword. Fuller, almost a full toss, and Vaughan can only clip it to Haynes at mid-wicket. But Vaughan will be happy to play himself in. That's exactly what he did on the first day. He just batted and batted, didn't score quickly, and just a leading edge there, tried to tap to leg, and I think Patterson White had almost held the ball back in the air a little bit, and Vaughan, he got the leading edge, but it bounced halfway between him and Patterson White. So 1 run off the over. Somerset 175 for 5, 292 ahead. We were Nottinghamshire, we wouldn't want to chase more than 350, and Somerset, Anthony Gibson seems to feel, would be a bit anxious about fitness and the amount of time left in the game would want to set 450. I myself would go for a 400 lead. Have done.
Well, here's Lyndon James into bowl to Thomas Roux outside the off stump, and no shot from Roux. I don't know, I mean, who knows, but Somerset have been fairly cautious in the first game of the season between these two sides. Craig Overton delayed the declaration until well beyond the stage where either Nottinghamshire had any chance of chasing down the target, or when Somerset had any realistic chance of bowling Nottinghamshire out.
60 overs, I think he gave himself to do that.
James in and bowls, driven by Roux. Brett Hutton will field at mid-on. And some of the wind seems to have gone out of Somerset's sails since the wicket of James Roux.
Just reconsolidating, aren't they? If they're going to declare when you want them to declare, it's another, well, 45 overs or so plenty of time.
James in, bowls short, and nice controlled pull shot by Thomas Roux will bring him just the single as Slater's very quickly around the boundary.
45 overs at three runs and over takes them well past a target of 400, so they don't need to go great guns to do what you want them to do.
No.
And I agree that the home game at Taunton against Nottinghamshire suggests that Craig Overton and you, Anthony, are fairly aligned.
Here's James to Vaughan, who comes forward and then lifts his bat out of the way of that with a flourish. Yes, as I think I said this morning, if you'd offered Somerset a winning draw against the reigning county champions on their home ground, with the injury list that Somerset have got, I think they'd have taken it on at 11 o'clock on the first morning.
I agree.
James in bowls to Vaughan, who plays that bat and pad close together defensively, back up the pitch.
Well, when both squads were announced, Nottinghamshire, without Duckett and Tongue being with the England squad and being able to leave Ollie Stone out of the 11, and Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, that was a surprise, I must say.
Somerset almost ringing up men who might be in garden centre with their wives, saying, "Look, are you available? Could you do half the day?"
James in and bowls, and no shot from Archie Vaughan, who's still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries. It's 176 for 5, and the runs, after flowing quite nicely before and immediately after lunch, have just rather dried up again.
Yeah, when the squads were announced, I imagine most neutrals or Somerset supporters would have thought, well, how on earth are Somerset going to get anything out of this game at all? Would have grabbed a draw off the platter as soon as it was offered, but they're in, at the moment, far stronger position.
Well, it's been a very encouraging game from that point of view.
From the youth point of view, yes.
Exactly.
Patterson-White continuing to Thomas Roux, who leans into a push outside the off stump, and there's a sweeper out in the covers, so Roux's able to collect another single. 31 to him, and now Vaughan, 11 runs, 11 balls without a run. He's waiting very patiently to get off the mark. He's in no hurry to do so, it seems. As he faces Patterson-White, defends again. Patterson-White is bowling very full, without much turn. But Vaughan has no inclination to get his big old front pad down the pitch and drive. Patterson-White in again, and another defensive bat and pad firmly together, no gate and no extravagance about it either. Vaughan's not staying down in that defensive position, showing off, just letting the ball come onto the bat and then moving away. He faces again, reaches outside off for touch with very soft hands and angled bat. Happy to continue the stalemate, and Patterson White won't mind going for 1 run and over. He comes in once more and defended again. Vaughan reaching in front of his pads.
I'd like to see him use his feet a bit.
There's just so much time, isn't there? The run rate has just dipped below 3 for the first time since about an hour into the morning. Last ball of the over on leg stump, and Vaughan happy to defend again. So 5 more dots for Vaughan to collect, which take him to 16 of them as he awaits his first run. 177 for 5 is the Somerset score. They've just hit 60 overs. The lead 294.
It's a very pleasant afternoon for watching cricket. It's quite warm.
It's been the pattern of the day, hasn't he?
No breeze, really.
Bit overcast. It was windy yesterday, but mild, and now it's quite... it's almost warm. It's not bad. It's broken cloud, mostly overcast, but it's light cloud, so there's a late springy feel and a decent turnout, especially at the Stuart Broad end of the ground.
Right, Lyndon James, who's got a very long run up for a medium pace bowler. He's in and bowls to Thomas Rue, who has plenty of time to play that defensively back up the pitch. The temperature, according to my temperature app, is 18 degrees, so pleasantly warm. Just around about, 66 degrees Fahrenheit or thereabouts. James comes into bowl, lengthening his stride and bottom edge onto pad as Thomas Rue goes for an off drive. Again, showing the difficulty that batsmen have on this pitch, which Jason Kerr described as attritional, and I think that's about right. It encourages attritional cricket in the sense that there's no pace in it for the bowlers, or indeed for a stroke playing batsman, as Thomas Rue plays that defensively back up the pitch. The game is just rather ground to a halt in the time since James Rue was out.
This is where I left it after an hour's commentary this morning, and when you and Dave were back together again, they accelerated, so I hope I'm not proving to be a soporific for Championship cricket.
Lyndon James bowls, driven by Thomas Rue. Was there for the drive, but he couldn't get it past Jack Haynes at extra cover. He'd be disappointed about that. Timed it nicely, just didn't get the direction. Not had many scoring opportunities since lunch. Nothing down the leg side that I can recall. And it's a moderately defensive field set by Hasib Hamid, and another defensive shot from the crease this time from Thomas Rue.
I can understand why Vaughan is playing himself in so carefully, but not really any reason for Tom Rue not to continue at the pace he was before. He's the man who's got his eye in.
Yes, perhaps he just feels more comfortable and confident batting with his older brother. Certainly hasn't seemed as confident since James was out, as that is played solidly. But defensively, and again, it's a maiden over from Lyndon James. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 12, and Somerset rather stuck on 177 for 5.
He might have felt more competitive batting with his older brother. Can't let all the talk be about James getting into the Test team. That's my spot.
Well, brothers do compete with each other, don't they? Except when they are in the same side, when they will be brothers united against the common enemy. That was very much the case with the Overtons. There was tremendous rivalry between the pair of them, but you put the two of them together up against the opposition, and they were a force to be reckoned with.
Vaughan defends Patterson White. You knew I was going to say that, didn't you? At the beginning of the new over. The run rate slides away. Are we entering another period of inertia? Vaughan check drives, almost digging out of the block hole. Haynes picks up at mid-wicket. Where might the scoring options be? Well, a very fine sweep will bring runs. This is too straight for that. It's Patterson White just not straying down the leg side at all. To get a sweep away here. The one fielder, Hutton, behind square on the onside. He's quite wide. This is on a middle stump again. Patterson White just not giving an inch. It's like facing a bowling machine.
Don't quite understand this from Somerset.
Are we going back to this morning?
Sort of stop-start, isn't it?
Vaughan waits for the ball again, just lets it come onto the defensive blade. 21 balls now.
Well, the Roos 50 partnership came up in 10 overs. 5 runs and over. And yet, since James was out, we've had
3 runs.
3 runs in
22 balls for Vaughan without scoring as he defends again, and Patterson White has bowled another maiden over in, I shouldn't think, much more than a minute. 177 for 5. I feel like I'm the ghost at the feast here, that I've come in and they've shut up shop. They put Dave Bracegild back on the microphone.
5.5 overs for 3 runs since James Rew was out. 2 batsmen, 2 bats youngsters. 20 years old Archie Vaughan and 18-year-old Thomas Rew have a chat in mid-pitch. Millfield in the shape of Archie Vaughan, and King's Taunton in the shape of Thomas Rew, who plays this defensively. Back up the offside of the pitch. It's picked up by Haynes at short extra cover.
At Edgbaston in the Women's T20 World Cup, the grudge match, India against Pakistan. India have won the toss and chosen to bat.
Is the feeling as bad between the women's teams as it can be between the men's?
I don't think so.
It's James in and bowls, and another defensive push from Thomas Rew. It's almost as if they're quite deliberately going slowly at the moment. Camera just picking up the Somerset coaching staff. Not sure if Lewis Gregory's amongst them, on the far side of the ground, having a wander round. Council of War. This is turned into the onside by Rew, but again there is no run.
When
does look like Lewis Gregory in the middle of the 3 of them, isn't it?
when a player gets sent for a scan, where does the player get sent? Do they go to the NHS hospital? They have a private deal?
I honestly don't know. I presume they go to the nearest NHS.
So there'd be a few hours of just sitting waiting.
James in and bowls, and there's a run! Hooray! Just one of them, and Farhan Ahmed fields by the square leg umpire, and Somerset move on, creep on to 178 for 5. Kit used the word soporific, and there is a soporific feel to the cricket at the moment. There's no urgency at all being displayed by Somerset batters, and the Nottinghamshire bowlers happy just to plug away on a good line and length. James in and bowls, and this is clipped through mid-wicket for Archie Vaughan's first runs. He didn't actually time it particularly well. It's going to bring him 3 as it's retrieved by Ben Slater. And a positive flood of runs in this over. A single and a 3.
Yeah, except the trouble with the 3 is it's now put the batters back to the ends they were at before. I wondered whether the change of ends was going to be the catalyst for a change in the rhythm.
Got 3 men out on the boundary. There's James Bowles, and this is driven off, well, not sure whether that was an authentic open bat-faced drive or just a thick edge. I think probably more of the latter than the former. But it brings Thomas Rue 4 runs, takes him on to 36, and the score on to 185, which means that the lead is now past 300. 302 Somerset are ahead.
And there is something psychological about that, isn't there? That 300 you start to think, okay, you know, we really have got something to defend here. 200 maybe, 300 should do, 400 surely will do. Patterson-White finds himself bowling to Vaughan. Even after all the runs in the last over, we're back where we were. This time Vaughan has got off the mark with a 3 in the last over. So will normal service be resumed? Yes, on leg stump to begin with. Patterson-White feels, as I'm sure he should, no need to toss it up more, push it through more. He's just going to try and bore the batsman into making an error. Middle stump this time, and Vaughan comes forward. Your move, mate, says young Liam. And in red ball cricket, that seems absolutely right for a spinner. Bore them out. Vaughan comes back here, plays off the back foot to a ball that didn't get up that much. Defended again. But it certainly hit the bat in the lower portion. He could just as well have come forward to that, I think. Change as good as rest. Now he comes forward, covering up the off stump.
It's not Lewis Gregory with Jason Kerr. I think it might be Jordan Herman.
Spinner is in again. Shorter this time, and Vaughan gets it away on the offside, but only to the nearest possible fielder, Hasib Hamid at short extra, who engages in a bit of Derek Randall-esque juggling with the ball, tries to pop it over his head and catch behind his back. Now Patterson-White drifts onto leg stump, and Vaughan, who is in the mind set to defend, does so. Sweep might have been on, but no, it's another maiden. Somerset 185 for 5.
Yeah, I tried to, well, I didn't try to, I did ask Jason Kerr about whether Somerset were thinking of signing Jordan Herman for the last 6 county championship games of the season, because previous evening Jordan Herman had told me if he were to be asked, he'd be delighted to come back to Somerset. Jason wouldn't be drawn, I think it would be fair to say. He said that, words to the effect, all options are being considered.
Well, they may be in advanced talks with someone else, I suppose.
Well, I doubt they'd get anyone much better if you're looking for a left-handed opening batsman, which they could certainly do with. Right, perhaps a bit more excitement now from Muhammad Ali. Going to bowl from this Radcliffe Road end. He bowled this morning from the Stuart Broad end, the far end. He's the noisiest fast bowler I think I've come across, and I think Dylan Pennington's got just about the longest run-up of any fast bowler currently playing county cricket.
That noise you just heard was, I think, a motorcycle. That wasn't Muhammad Ali running in.
But you can hear.
He is now, isn't he?
He is. Here he comes, bowling to Thomas Rue, who clips him away down to deep square leg, where Ben Slater will field. It's another run. It's 186 for 5. Thomas Rue on to 37. to go with his 68 in the first innings, so he's having a good game in only his second first-class game for Somerset, and he's played one first-class game for England A, so it's his third in all. It's Archie Vaughan on strike, just the one slip, 5 saving 1, everybody else out. Driven by Vaughan, and there's a misfield by Jack Haynes at cover, which means that they can take the single. It's hit quite firmly at him, but he'd be disappointed not to have stopped that cleanly. Probably got a bad bounce off one of the old pitches out there, used pitches.
I think that might have been a slower ball from Muhammad Ali. Either that or he's not quite loose yet, but he, in all his previous spells in this game, he's tried to let it fly from ball 1, but that one just gently came down as a long half volley on the offside.
Comes in again, just losing pace as he comes up to the crease, and Thomas Roux plays that firmly into the offside. He's got a name of the name of a heavyweight boxer, and he's got something of the build of a heavyweight boxer as well, doesn't he, Muhammad Ali?
He's of solid construction. And he's taken exception to the presence of dust around the popping crease, and is really having some internal therapy there, taking out his anger on it.
He took exception to the presence of Alfie Ogborne as well this morning as well, didn't he?
It was a big, huge release, wasn't it, to get rid of Ogborne? He really enjoyed it. He spread his arms. He looked like the angel of the north.
Here he comes again. Muhammad Ali in and bowls to James Roux. Drives that beautifully away through the offside for 4 runs. What a lovely shot. Over pitch from Muhammad Ali, and I think he's just had a word with Thomas Roux as well. He doesn't hold back either in the way of grunting. It's almost a shout as he lets it go. It's more of a shout than a grunt. An expostulation.
Yeah, another half volley outside off. He's just drifting the ball outside off stump at the moment, and I wonder if he said to Thomas Roux, right, you hit the next one for 4 then.
See if this is short. We got men out at long leg and deep backward square leg.
I think he's going to let this one,
the top edge
let this one go.
Is Muhammad Ali in and bowled? No, it's good leg ball on middle and leg, turned into the onside by Thomas Roux, who has moved on to 41. So he's got more than 100 runs in the match so far. 191 for 5 for the lead now, 308. With how many overs have we got remaining in the day? 52 overs in the day. So if Somerset want to leave themselves, say 10 overs and then 2 for the change of innings, that would be 40 overs more batting. Ali in bowls long way outside the off stump, and Roux has nothing whatever to do with it. It's the end of undistinguished over, I think it'd be fair to say. 12 overs, 2 for 39, Muhammad Ali. Vaughan has 4, Thomas Roux has 41, and Somerset have 191 for 5.
The way Thomas Roux has batted in this match, he looks like a signing from another county. He certainly doesn't look like a player who's been brought in to bat at 6 and, you know, you'll play a whole season and see if you can get a few half centuries, average 25. He's oven ready.
Yeah, he's good, isn't he?
And James was like that too. The minute they came into the side, they just passed the top 6 straight away. And funny when you consider some of the signings Somerset made in recent years, like Sean Dixon, who was, he was also ready to go. Fantastic record, and it
just didn't happen, did it?
Just what a great signing that was, and it didn't click. Right, Patterson White to Vaughan. He's bowled 17 consecutive dot balls to him, and here's the 18th to start the new over.
Don't really understand this from Archie Vaughan. 4 from 31 deliveries.
He could certainly use his feet and go over the top. He could get on the sweep. That's what I'm quite keen for him to do. Now he goes back to cut and gets an inside edge straight into the ground in front of him. It probably wasn't quite short enough to cut. There's not a lot of bounce outside off for Patterson White. And maybe not quite wide enough either. Vaughan had to make a little bit of room to try and get it away, but at least he tried. Now he goes forward defensively again. ...
Better going down the pitch, I think, than hanging back and trying to cut. We've seen a couple of Somerset batsmen getting out trying to cut Patterson White.
He bowls again, outside off. Vaughan defends. The mid-on fielder is closer. That's Farhan Ahmed, substitute. But mid-on and mid-off are almost at 45 degrees from the bowler. There's a big space between them. Vaughan defends to the leg side. 5 dots in a row. So if he wanted to go for the straight drive, he's got room. But of course one of the reasons he's got room is because Nottinghamshire want him to go for the straight drive, to take a risk. And the last ball of the over he does drive, but only to short extra cover, and there is another maiden. 23 dot balls in a row from Patterson White to Vaughan. Somerset 191 for 5 at the end of it.
Yeah, Somerset run rate 2.9. It would have been below that probably around about 12:30 this morning. Then we had that stand of 50 odd in 10 overs between the Roux brothers, and then the runs have dried up since James Roux made his way back to the pavilion. 2 youngsters have a chat in mid-pitch, touch gloves. Muhammad Ali is going to bowl another over. We've got a slip, 5 saving 1, and 3 men out, long leg, deep backward square leg, and deep backward point. Ali in and bowls, and Roux plays that from the crease defensively. Lots of noise from the bowler and from the close fielders, trying to disconcert the Somerset youngsters. But neither of them look in the least bit phased by what's going on out there.
I have a feeling this is Ali's slowest spell of the match. I mean, I don't have the technology at my disposal, and I'm not like the umpires who've got a screen in their chest so big they look like an in-flight entertainment system. But that gives them all that kind of well, not the umpires, but it gives analysts all that information. But he's not as sharp as he was.
He's in and bowls now, and this is stroked away down to deep backward point by Thomas Roux. Just bring him a single as a fielder out there, who I suspect is Lyndon James. Just being moved a little bit squarer by his skipper, who as usual is standing at mid-off, very much at the fulcrum of events.
In
Players making more noise than the crowd at the moment.
In years to come, we'll look at these highlights and say, oh, look at how big those cameras are in front of the umpires.
Muhammad Ali in bowls outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by Joe Clark, who's had a difficult time of it behind the stumps with the variable bounce and 1 or 2 quite wild deliveries from Muhammad Ali in particular. He's had to fling himself.
Quite hard to be Kyle Ferreira in this game. Watching your side fail collectively with the bat, score less than 200, think, oh, I could be out there scoring runs. And watching a wicketkeeper who's doing his best, has some skill at the job, but isn't at the level that you're at.
Here comes Muhammad Ali, drawing Vaughan into the drive by pitching that one up outside the off stump, and Vaughan obliging but not making contact with the ball. Yes, Joe Clark conceded 16 byes in the first Somerset innings, and so far in the second innings he's conceded another 9, so 25 byes in the course of the... There's Mark Stoneman there with Jason Kerr, and I'm not sure who the chap in the middle with the sunglasses on his head is. Strength and conditioning coach possibly. Muhammad Ali and bowls, and Vaughan this time content with a defensive push. Mark Stoneman, the Somerset batting consultant. I don't know what they're talking about, but it doesn't look as if they're talking about the timing of the declaration. Probably Jason Kerr bemoaning the Somerset injury list, which he described to me as unprecedented last night. Never known anything like it in my cricketing life, I think his exact words. And it is quite extraordinary, the number of cricketers that Somerset have got out injured at the moment. Muhammad Ali in bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Archie Vaughan. End of another uneventful over. 192 for 5. It's an hour since lunch and time for me to make way for Dave Bracegirdle.
Goodbye, Anthony Gibson, for the time being. I'm Kit Harris here with you on BBC Sport, BBC Nottingham, and of course BBC Sounds, where you can hear all of our domestic and international commentaries live and ball by ball. If you fancy a little trip away from Trent Bridge, we have World Cup cricket, a T20 format between India and Pakistan women. And India are 10 for 1 after 2 overs. Welcome back to Dave Bracegirdle.
Thank you very much, Kit. Slow burner this one this afternoon.
Patterson White is now bowling to Rue. That makes a change. And he plays the ball to leg. I wonder how long it'll take Rue to get off the mark. I'm quite keen to get back to counting dot balls. This is my form of cricket bingo for today, but it's always the same number. Patterson White comes in again. Rue advances down the pitch and lofts him high. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it is. And that's what we thought Vaughan should be doing, and Rue has shown him how. Maximum, he goes to 48. The shackles have been broken.
They have indeed, yeah. And been listening to you, been advocating that that's the way to go. Counting dot balls, I just wonder how much Brett Hutton took out of himself this morning, because they've not gone back to him, have they, since that first spell?
Patterson White to Rue, and this time he plays a drive out to the fielder, who has immediately been posted at long on to dissuade Rue from going over the top again.
Yeah, that is Brett Hutton, who began this morning. He bowled between 11 and 12 o'clock and didn't concede a run. 8 overs, 8 maidens.
Rue to 49, and now Vaughan is facing again. Works the ball to leg. That's dot ball number 24. 3 balls left in the over. 2 balls left in the over. Will Vaughan take inspiration from Thomas Rue and try to go straight? Fired in this time, and Vaughan gets an edge outside off. And it races away to O'Neill. A backward point. No run.
So what's your tally at now from him?
26. And this one is driven hard. They're taking a really quick single to deep mid-off, and Vaughan has finally got a single after 26 consecutive dot balls off Patterson White, and Patterson White has actually conceded runs in an over. A 6 to Thomas Rue and 1 to Vaughan. For those of you on the stream, the ticker is catching up, but I fancy there's an extra dot ball between the 6 and the 1. Somerset have reached 200 at the end of the 68th over. Vaughan 4 and Rue 49.
Yeah, and I fancy that last single actually was avoidable. Lots for some reason had left Dylan Pennington fairly deep at mid-off, and Vaughan had spotted it and pushed it in that direction and set off. Fancy the run of dot balls that Patterson White had bowled to Vaughan. He should have been up on the 1 in any case. Here's Mo Ali. 2 wickets in this innings, 1 in the first. Bowls now to Vaughan, who chops this to a moving gully. Liam Patterson White, and there's no run. He's sort of on the angle of gully, but he's deep enough just to sort of walk in with the bowler. rather than being in a stationary position. Lots have got the one slip, Freddie McCann, but he's very wide there. Second slip position, really.
Freddie McCann upset himself earlier today by dropping a not particularly difficult catch, letting the night watchman bat for 10 more minutes, but runs-wise it really didn't cost Nottinghamshire much at all.
There's Ali in once more, bowls. And a nice forward defensive textbook block from Archie Vaughan, pushing it into the offside. Jack Haynes doing the fielding.
There isn't much sense of cricketing relief that you get that's quite on the level of seeing the batsman you've just dropped getting out quite soon afterwards. It really is a form of absolution.
Yep. Likewise, there's nothing worse than seeing them go on and on and on. Famously, Chris Scott, Durham wicketkeeper in the...
That's the classic.
Brian Lara 5-0. What did you get, 501?
501.
Was it a darts match? 501. Here's Ali in again to Vaughan. Oh, there's the block hole we've seen so much of in the blast. Dug out nicely by Vaughan. It just trickles up to mid-on. There's no run. That's the Mo Ali delivery we've been, as Nottinghamshire folk, watching on and waiting for.
Now, I don't know if at some point we're able to see very close the ball in Mo Ali's hand.
Live stream, Kit, is focusing on Phil Tranter, the Notts physio, and he's on the boundary edge, which is not where you'd normally find your physio unless there's something to be kept aware of. Ali in again, and bowls, nice looking drive, but again he's picked out the fielder. Haynes in the offside. Sorry, Kit.
I was just wondering if this was reverse swing for Ali, because it's ducking in late. The ball is certainly old enough. The ball's only got 11.2 overs left until it can be replaced, but we're getting a good look at the ball on the stream, and it's certainly still very shiny on one side. I don't know how dry, but the kind of loop that he's getting. Now let's see, we've got he's covering it up, which suggests it might be reversed.
Comes in again to bowl to Vaughan. Oh yeah, it looked like it.
I think that's reversed. I feel like on that, I mean, if we saw a replay maybe, but I think that the side that curved in was darker, and the side that was on the offside was lighter, which would suggest that the ball was that the darker side is the polished side. I think that
you're really setting a challenge there, aren't you? For
a replay
production
would show it. Right? I'm going to look very closely at the screen on this one, so apologies if I miss anything.
Well, it's 200 for 5. Last ball was just pushed into the offside, straight to the fielder. Vaughan's still on 5. An obdurate innings this, which is now about to receive its 49th delivery. That was short and pulled away on the leg side in front of square. Work for Ben Slater to do, but he's got there, and they come back for a second. 202 for 5. Mo Ali looks suitably disgruntled by affairs. The lead goes up to 319 at the end of the 69th over. So as Kit points out quite rightly, 11 overs left until the second new ball becomes due. That's, I guess, why we haven't seen anything of Brett Hutton since lunch. The skipper's going off, the Notts skipper, a Seabermead, for a little comfort break, no doubt, or maybe to just chew the fat with the coaching staff. Farhan Ahmed is on as the replacement fielder. He's gone into a shortish extra cover position.
Overton is padded up to come in next. Patterson White to Rue on 49, and this will be 50. He's just stood up tall and pushed it into the offside, and that's his second half century of the game. This one from 75 balls.
Yes, very fine effort. I mean, a good match. Both Rues getting half centuries in this innings. He'll have taken on board the fact that James got to 50 and then got out just a couple of balls later. He'll want to make sure that doesn't happen.
Patterson White bowls to Vaughan, and he's looking for a single. He will get it here. In fact, he might get a couple. Might even get 4. Pushed away through the offside. That ball has raced away through cover, and suddenly Vaughan is all over Patterson White. 4 runs at long last. He goes to 11. The ball was just a fraction short. Vaughan made lots of room and used his wrists to guide the ball through the covers. And Slater chased and chased and looked for a long time like he was going to haul it in, but it never quite happened. Patterson-White much faster and flatter, and Vaughan hastily drives to mid-on. And that's interesting because Patterson-White has finally been forced by Vaughan to try something slightly different.
Yeah, they'll be annoyed knots because they brought Ben Slater up for the one that he got through for 4. They've left Slater back out again.
Patterson a little bit fuller, flatter, and there'll be a run out to Slater here, as the ball was wide enough for the cut shot, and maybe that 6 from Thomas Rue did encourage Vaughan to feel that Patterson-White didn't have to be on lockdown. 6 off the over so far and 2 balls remaining. Vaughan has 12. Rue's just reached his 50, so he's done all the hard work that he did in the first innings. And he didn't really go on in the first innings, did he? Short, punched through the covers again, this time much straighter, so it's mid-off who does the work. Rue to 51, so he's made his first 2 county championship half-centuries in this game. The last ball of the over to Vaughan is defended. 7 from the over, 15 of them bowled by Patterson-White. He has 1 for 49. And Somerset are 209 for 5. The lead has stretched up to 326.
Yeah, Somerset going along currently at 3 and over, 2.99 the board tells us, 2.99 and over. To get that lead up to 400 by tea with 15 overs remaining before the interval, about an hour's cricket, they'd need to go at 5 and over for the next 15 overs, so I just need to just slightly go through the gears. Maybe towards the end of the session we might see an acceleration. Anthony thinks they'll go on after tea and maybe even just try and accumulate, and if they've got wickets in hand, accumulate right up until the last hour of the day. Here's Mo Ali, 3 wickets in the match, in bowls nice and full again, and Thomas Rue pushes it into the offside with kit on full reverse watch.
See, I think Anthony reckons that they'll go on for another 35 overs if they can, of course, which would take them to 450 ahead, and then they'd have 10 overs bowling at the end. But at the moment, I don't think Somerset will be thinking about these equations. Their plan is that they bat until tea.
Yeah, wicket can soon alter all best laid plans. That's what Nottinghamshire are striving for at the moment with Mo Ali, captain off the field for Notts. Again, he just brings it in a whisker and playing in front of his stumps from the crease. Thomas Rue blocks it out. It goes up to Farhan Ahmed at mid-off. But nice to have Farhan Ahmed to be able to bowl a few overs, but of course Notts can't.
So who captains now? Joe
Clark.
Clark. Okay, well he's got the best view. He's a busy bee though, behind the stumps, especially with Mo Ali bowling. Yes, I feel a bit denied a treat by coming up here from the south and not getting to see Farhan Ahmed in action, but then
he's not played in 2026 for Notts.
Nobody has.
Not played in the Champo, not played in the Blast. Ali bowls again, and this is eased up to mid-off, and there's no run. Notts, I think, reluctantly accepted that they had to allow Calvin Harrison to move in the winter. Of course, he spent much of last season, certainly in the red ball cricket, playing for Northamptonshire on loan. And then he made the move full-time in the winter. Couldn't accommodate a trio, Liam Patterson-White, Farhan Ahmed and Calvin Harrison, all different spinners, of course.
Lovely. Like women's cricket, one of each, but never in the same 11 in the men's case.
Of course, in the Blast, they've got George Linder, the South African, as the slow left-arm spinner. Ali in once more, again, fired right in to the block hole. A puff of dust as it was jabbed down on by Thomas Rue. Freddie McCann's been bowling a little bit in the Blast as well, so Farhan's had to bide his time. Younger brother of Rian Ahmed, of course.
India's women just struggling a little. 30 for 2 now after 5 overs. Jemima Rodriguez has been dismissed by Tasmia Rhubarb.
71st over. Ali once more. Bowling very nicely. It looks in good rhythm. Again, the grunt as he gets it nice and full to Thomas Rue, who pushes it into the offside. 209 for 5. Somerset will be well aware that if a player does get set on here, he's going to be particularly hard to dislodge. Or so it seemed today. A wicket going down from the first ball of the day, but not so only picked up 2 wickets since then. The lead 326. Final ball of the 15th over of Muhammad Ali's allocation. Bowls now and won't be a maiden. He's punched it out to Lyndon James. Picked up a wicket straight after lunch. That of James Rue, or soon after lunch. End of the over, 210 for 5 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Somerset, on Sports Extra, and indeed via the club's live stream. The captain's back, Asiba Mead has come back. Ben Slater has popped off for a comfort break, so Farhan Ahmed stays out there.
Patterson White went for 7 off his last over, and it looks like he's staying on. Good. He can't start taking spinners off just when the batsmen start to get after them. That's the point at which wickets may come.
Mead's not come out there and you go here, you go there, and changed everything around. It's not as if he's come back armed with a fresh plan.
Right.
It's pretty much as we were.
The hymn sheet is still the same tune. Patterson White to Rue, who defends very low down. The toe of the bat touching the pitch as he did so. 9 overs to go, including this one, until the new ball. So the assumption would be that O'Neill and Hutton will take it. There might be a little time for a bit of Pennington if they needed it. Good length ball here, Patterson White. Rue decides to play forward rather than back, gets a defensive in. I can't see Ali going all the way to the new ball. James has had a go, so I guess Pennington would be the one. Oh, we might have a little McCann. See if it spins from both ends. Patterson White is giving up a single here to Rue, who tried to force into the covers but got a bit of an under edge.
I thought you'd spotted Dylan already warming up at mid-off,
but
then you veered down a McCann route. Now Dylan is obviously giving signs off that he's been given the nod by somebody.
Flatter this time, and Vaughan makes room again, guides it into the offside. Premeditated attempt for a single there. If he'd just stayed where he was, he might have got a pull shot away. Patterson White hasn't on the whole dropped short, and the pitch does keep a bit low, so it's risky playing across the line. 2 singles so far in the over. 2 balls to come. Thomas Rue comes down the pitch and drives along the ground. The long on that was posted after he hit the 6. Hutton does the fielding, so there's 3 singles in a row. Rue to 54. And Vaughan, still averse to using his feet, defends again. He's not coming down, he's making room. That's the Vaughan approach, whereas Thomas Rue is not making room but coming down the pitch. Vaughan 13 at the end of the over, and Somerset 213 for 5. 330 ahead.
Elsewhere in Division 1, not too far away at Leicester, the home side are 191 for 5 in their second innings, trailing Essex still, but only by 23. Got 5 wickets in hand, really need to make those count. At Hove, Glamorgan having a better day. They're 171 for 2 in their second innings. Kieran Carlson, Ben Kellaway at the crease. Asa Tribe out for 64. 171 for 2 means they still trail Sussex by 195 runs. Will be, as I say, Dylan Pennington in a moment when they've sorted the field out. At Scarborough, Yorkshire didn't enforce the follow-on. They bowled Warwickshire out for 263 earlier, so Yorkshire had a first innings lead of 206. They've extended that to 316. They're 110 for 4 second time round. I'll give you Division 2 in a moment, but Pennington already tearing down the runway to bowl to Thomas Rue, who tickles this down to Hutton at long leg for a single. 214 for 5. At Chesterley Street, Derbyshire battling to avoid defeat. Still trail Durham by 39. They've only got 3 wickets left now. They're 220 for 7. At Blackpool, Lancashire, they're 162 for 3 in their run chase. They still require a massive 262 more to beat Kent, who've dominated that one throughout. Kent needs 7 wickets to pull off a wicket on the Fylde coast. That one being played at Blackpool. Next one's turned to mid-wicket, fielded by O'Neill, still wicketless in this innings, O'Neill, and indeed the bowler Pennington. At Wantage Road, Gloucestershire in their second innings, 107 for 3. They trail Northants by 90. And at New Road, Middlesex, Division 2 Middlesex, 139 for 4. Lead Worcestershire by 213. All the scores as ever on the cricket page, the BBC Sport website. Pennington balls left alone by Archie Vaughan, who's much taller than his batting partner Thomas Rue. Not that that's anything to do with it, but it does mean that the bowlers have to just slightly adjust their length depending on who's on strike. It's the 73rd over of the innings, and we've got 12 overs after this one before the tea break. So should be round about on time today, Kit. Should be hitting around about 20 to 4. This one wide of the pegs through to the keeper. Both sides actually have an over rate currently showing of +2, which you don't always get in the county championship, of course.
They're not going to bowl 12 overs in 40 minutes. Surely not.
Well, PW could bowl 3 or 4 of them, certainly from the far end. I suspect they'll not be far off.
The defensive passages of play have probably helped with the run rate.
Yeah. Pennington again. This is his 10th over. Bowls now. Oh, that's a good one. Goes through to Clark. Not sure what it did off the seam, but Vaughan knew where his off stump was. He didn't go hard at the ball. But the sight of ball just taking off and carrying nicely through into the gloves of Clark will cheer Dylan Pennington up a little bit. He's getting a comforting word as well from Mo Ali. Vaughan sticks around for a little longer, 13 from 59 in this innings. Made an unbeaten 66 in the first innings, so not yet to dislodge him. Pennington trying to do that just now, nice and full. Lovely shot through the offside. Now there's protection out there. I don't think it'll go for 4, or will it? Lyndon James just had to put the dive in at the end there, as Seba Mead as ever offering good support, and they come back for 2, and that's the end of the over. Vaughan on to 15, 216 for 5, and Somerset's lead is 3-3-3. As I say, 12 overs to go until the tea break, 7 overs to go until the second new ball becomes due. Brett Hutton, in fact, it's his turn to pop off for a comfort break. Hutton's just left the field. So Notts might just have 2 little darts with that new ball, 5 overs before tea and afterwards, or they might leave it until after tea and come out armed with fresh plans and the fresh new ball.
Yeah, that's a really key phase of the game, isn't it? Somerset got polished off reasonably quickly yesterday morning from 7 down with a ball that was only about 20 overs old. Patterson White to Thomas Rue, pushed to deep mid, well, long on. That same fielder is there, Farhan Ahmed, so Rue is off strike. I wonder if there comes a point where Nottinghamshire decide that they're going to bring the fielder back up and see if Rue goes over the top again. Vaughan defending, as is his wont. 61 balls he's faced already. Catching up with Thomas Rue on 88. Occasionally looking to make room, but now he defends again. Patterson White. As soon as there's anything outside off stump, that's when Vaughan makes room. He moves his front leg to the onside, tries to get himself in a correct cutting position. Anything on the wicket he's just defended, as he does now. So there was just a moment of activity 2 overs ago at Patterson White's end when he went for 7, and now we're back to where we were. Vaughan has a ball on leg stump and he is not for sweeping. Just pushes the ball to Haynes on the onside.
Just looking at a quick update on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. What a waste. Ben McDermott run out for naught at Blackpool.
Last ball of the over, and Vaughan plays it to leg, and Patterson White looks exasperated at how that over's turned out, as though in some way he's not largely responsible for it. Vaughan's not giving him anything, and he's not giving Vaughan anything. It's a complete stalemate. Somerset are 217 for 5.
Lancashire now 162 for 4 in that match. The target 424. What a waste. Marcus Harris taps it into the covers off Bertie Foreman. Decides to take a quick single that doesn't look on with Ben McDermott, always struggling to make up the ground. Sam Northeast onto it quickly, launches the throw into the glove. So that's all the stuff available on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. The wickets as they go down, and a little description. But for Lancashire to lose their overseas Australian top order batter, run out for naught, more of a blow to them as Pennington bowls here, and that's hammered into the offside by T-Roo, and he gets another single. 218 for 5.
Have you had any, from your correspondence, any other further suggestions of Roo nicknames beyond what was it, Dr. Roo?
When Deliveroo
and Kangaroo. Oh, Deliveroo, you've just invented that one. That's very good.
No.
Someone had that.
Somebody,
I didn't hear that.
Somebody nominated that too.
Deliveroo, Kangaroo.
Pennington bowls again right in the block hole. Dug out nicely by Vaughan. Out onto the offside. Yeah, it's never really fair, is it, for us to sit up here and make made-up nicknames for the players? But it's fun.
We'd be happy. We'd be happy to be the subject of such things ourselves. It's certainly not personal. That we might draw the line at doing it with a non-English name, though. That's a bit beyond the pale.
Here is Pennington to bowl to Thomas Roo. Oh, and he's now they didn't get a nick on that.
Yes.
We'll have to have a little bit of a look. Joe Clark diving to his right, got a glove on it, dropped it, and they go for a single. And Pennington again with hands on head. Not quite been Dylan's match. Yes, there's Roo, the batter. There's Roo on the face of Dylan Pennington, who gets a pat on the back from Ali. And
slash outside off stump. It was a tough catch for Clark to take. First slip was wide. Well, the only slip McCann was wide, but a catch that in these circumstances, my professional wicketkeeper, really must be taken.
Roo was on 57 at the time. Next ball eased into the offside, and there's no run. 220 for 5 then. It's been those sorts of matches for Dylan Pennington. He had a huge slice of fortune in the first innings off his bowling. Of course, when he deflected the ball onto the stumps unwittingly to run out James Roo. But he's had one or two go down. He put one down off his own bowling this morning.
Yeah, he dropped a caught and bowled chance off James Roo on 8. He went on to 50. McCann's drop at first slip off Ogbourne wasn't expensive, but that is 3 going down today for the Nottinghamshire fielders.
220 for 5. There's the score. The lead is 337.
The bowlers are working so hard. It's attritional cricket, as we keep saying, and fielding performance is letting them down.
Pennington bowls now. Little push to backward point. Dr. John says, Roo the boat gently down the stream. Bless them. Have there been any matches with 3 in from the same family? There has. I said yesterday I can remember seeing New Zealand play here. I think it was the World Cup match actually in 1975. I'm sure it was when New Zealand played England here. They had 3 Hadleys. I think it was Barry, Richard and Dale. The 1975 World Cup, of course, the one-day World Cup started in 75. A couple of matches on this ground. This is cut out into the offside. Single for Vaughan, featured possibly the greatest final of them all, West Indies against Australia. Remember Roy Fredericks standing on his stumps, hooking a ball into the crowd for 6. Nobody realised he'd stepped back and knocked a bail off. Clive Lloyd with a match-winning 100 for the win. But here, Pakistan with a big win over Sri Lanka, who were still an affiliated nation at the time. Sri Lanka in 1975, and the other match was England beat New Zealand. That was in that first World Cup competition. End of the over, 2:21 for 5. I'm sure there were 3 Hadleys played for New Zealand that day. I bet there have been other instances as well, but that springs to mind.
There was a more recent international example in a women's game. United Arab Emirates had 3 sisters. I've had to double check their names because they're all double R's. Renitha, Rithika and Rishitha Rajith. Patterson White bowls full to Vaughan, and he defends again.
I'm taking notes. Do you want to go through that again?
Renitha, Rithika and Rishitha. Surname Rajith in each case. So in that family there's a great passion for alliteration and rhyme. Vaughan,
and cricket.
No doubt. Vaughan defends Patterson White again. But I can't think of any instance of 4 at any level of cricket. This is an appeal for LBW, but it's heading towards the leg side. Patterson White was very enthusiastic about that, and Clark has still got his hand raised up in appeal. But it was, had we that wargaming ballistic missile projection technology, that it would have shown that the ball was going down the leg side and possibly over leg. And now Vaughan pushes the ball to Hamid in the offside.
Looking after the cricket page on the BBC Sport website today, Ben Ashton, Clive Eakin, Chris Harvey and Paul Grunill. And I'll just tell you what they've said about that drop catch.
Patterson White bowls and Vaughan makes room, plays into the offside, but a scamper from Slater around the point area cuts off a single.
15:09, drop catch at Trent Bridge. Real frustration for Notts and Dylan Pennington. Thomas Roos slashes hard outside off stump from Pennington, edges behind. Tough chance for Clark, diving at full stretch, etc. Roo comes through for a single to go to 58. Will Notts Roo... This is pushed in the offside. Will Notts, I beg your pardon, live to rue that missed chance, or should we say rue?
I suppose we can't complain about the crunching pun when we've been spending large portions of the day working out word games based on the surname Rue, but perhaps that's our fault.
And hats off to all those on duty today looking after the cricket page for the BBC Sport website and joining in the fun. 2:21 for 5. T-Roo 58. What did he get first innings? 68, wasn't it? So he's had a good match. Vaughan 17. I keep thinking when I look on the board and see T-Roo, it says T-Rex, but that's...
I've had the mind wanting to go there. Now, does Liam Patterson White have a nickname? It's not Patterson Whitey, presumably.
No, it's Barrel.
Oh, poor lad. How about Dylan Pennington?
Dill. He bowls now and run by Roo out to deep backward point, fielded by Lyndon James. Barrel as in double barrel. Patterson White.
Oh, okay. I thought
I know what you thought.
I thought it may be some sort of reference to his middle section.
Yes, I know where you were going. See,
good. All right.
I
let them off.
All the little ducks in a row up on the board. Somerset 2-2-2 for 5. The Richie Benno, I think they call it. 2-2-2. Vaughan on 17. Pennington in his 12th over. Bowls work to Brett Hutton at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Say it again.
work to Brett Hutton at mid-wicket. There's no run. I know what you get. Where you
sounded like the little engine that could. Choo choo choo.
Oh right, that one was lost on me. Keep looking at the actual live scorecard of this game, and still no mention of
hang on a minute.
A sub at the bottom.
What? Wait a second.
There's Pennington bowling now, and it's pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Fergus O'Neill is on the boundary, just sort of having a warm up. He's got the medicine ball and he's got the heavy ball, and he's sort of waving his arm around, and that looks a great deal to me like just a bit of conditioning for coming on to bowl with a new ball.
Yeah.
So does he get a substitute for that while he warms up? I'm not suggesting that this is a Fergus O'Neill thing or a Nottinghamshire thing. I'm sure if it happens in this situation, it happens at every county, but
I'm sure he's popped off for a comfort break, and it just so happens to be an area of grass there whilst he's waiting to come back on. Edged, and it's going to be 4 runs to Vaughan. Wouldn't say he was totally in control of that. It was played with an element of safety, because there's nobody down at third and there was only the one slip, and it was well wide of McCann. 4 runs. The applause for the 50 partnership for the 6th wicket between Thomas Rue and Archie Vaughan. These two youngsters further strengthening Somerset's position.
There was one person down at deep third who was a woman in animal print top, who just for a moment had her life flash before her as the ball popped up off the boundary and threatened to disrupt the first row of seating.
Yeah,
I'm glad it didn't.
That point yesterday as Pennington bowls, this one's hit with more conviction up to Ali at mid-on. It takes a bobble before it safely lands in his hands. Those boards, those advertising boards down at the far end, are at just such an angle that the ball will hit the rope, so it's already starting to climb, and then it clips the board, and on that angle it's going into the crowd, whereas if a board was more vertical, it would stop the ball going into the crowd.
You don't want anyone sitting in the front row and getting hurt.
226 for 5. Pennington bowls again, one-handed defensive push onto the onside by Vaughan, end of the over. 226 for 5, 16 minutes past 3 here in the UK, or this particular part of the UK. 17 minutes past 3. Tea will be in 8 overs time. I sort of thought they'd do it with ease when at the top of the hour. Yeah, when at the top of the hour I said 11 overs, we're going to have tea on time, but they've sort of dragged their feet a little bit, haven't they? There's still 8 overs to go until the tea break. I don't think they're going to get 8 overs in the next 23 minutes, so tea will be a little later than advertised. 226 for 5.
The Somerset youngster with the new gloves and the towel, I think, is Oscar Coleman, who's raced up, having concluded a couple of second 11 games.
It's a great thrill to come here and make tea for the first 11 players.
He's primarily a bowler, a fast medium bowler, but he's played a couple of swashbuckling lower order innings for 80 something, and 85 and 97 he got in the most recent innings. Patterson White bowls to Rue. Thomas Flavour works it to leg for a single, takes him to 60. That's the second time he's got there in this match.
Former Notts skipper Paul Johnson, one of cricket's great anecdote tellers and storytellers, can tell of his time as a 12th man.
Vaughan faces Patterson White, flicks to leg, is going to get a run here. The fielder is probably needlessly out on the square boundary. That's James. I'd have him in at square leg, I think, for all that Vaughan is scoring off Patterson White. So the strike is being rotated. Vaughan to 22. Thomas Rue is ready to face again. Goes for the reverse sweep. He's hammered this, and he's going to get 4. Not quite against the run of play, but it's the first unorthodox shot we've seen from anyone today. Well, perhaps not the first adventurous one, because Thomas Rue went for that back foot forcing shot and was dropped. But if he'd missed that, he would have been stone dead LBW, so that suggests his eye is in. 64 he has now. And Thomas Rue is facing Patterson White. He is looking to get on with it. Next ball, big hoik over mid-wicket. It's going to be 6. First a 4, then a 6. That's almost up into the bar.
That's his highest score in first class.
And for the second time in the match, a first-class personal best for Thomas Rue. He set the mark in the first innings of 68, and now he has got 70. And I'll say it again, if ever anyone has entered the Somerset team looking ready-made to hold down a permanent place in the top 6, it is Thomas Rue. Now Patterson White, what have you got? Here's a defensive shot. Patterson White didn't float it up too much, and he looks, well, philosophical. Slow left armer is used to being hit for 4 and 6, and he's got a very even temperament, Liam Patterson White. Pushes this one a little bit quicker and flatter onto leg stump, and Rue will collect a single. Out to deep square and retain the strike. Expensive over from Patterson White. 13 coming from it. Vaughan 22, Rue 71, and Somerset at 231 for 5, with 2 overs left until the new ball. Pennington is going to bowl one of them, and possibly, the way that last over went from Patterson White, they might give McCann 1 over.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I thought
keep asking the batters to take risks.
I would think so, yeah. Just on that 12th man, Paul Johnson, a couple of times in his career, he was called up to be 12th man for England in a test match. When you are literally called up and you are just going to be there as almost as a servant to the others, and his primary responsibilities was sorting out Jack Russell's Weetabix in the intervals, and had to be the
3 minutes,
the exact consistency,
had to be in milk
right
for a very specific time,
the right number of Weetabix, they call them biscuits, and it had to be nicely marinated about 10 or 12 minutes before the lunch interval. Of course, the way Jono tells it, there's always some added humour. Is Pennington bowling to Rue. It's his 72nd run, steering this away onto the offside, out towards Lyndon James at point. 240 for 5, add 117 to that. And you've got the Somerset lead of 357.
Some sources say exactly 8 minutes, some say 12. That's a long time for a Weetabix. That's just mush by that stage.
Yeah. Pennington in once more. Lengthy approach for the tall, fair-haired Quick. Again outside the off-stump, and again Vaughan, like Rue from the previous delivery, just works it away square on the offside out to James for a single.
What's the plural of Weetabix?
I don't know.
Is it Weetabix? Again, or is it Weetabixes? Weetabuy?
Well, can you have more than... I mean, that is the brand, isn't it?
So 2 Weetabix.
Well, aren't they... I don't know is the answer, but aren't they a Weetabix biscuit? I know it's not the traditional form of a biscuit, as this is pushed into the offside again. James will, for the 3rd ball in a row, have to do the fielding on the point boundary. 242 for 5. I mean, it is a brand.
Is that a biscuit rather than a cake?
Well,
lozenge?
As I say, they are the manufacturers, and that's how they describe their product, I'm pretty sure. So it would be biscuits, wouldn't it? But
Ian Botham used to pretend to have 3 shredded wheat, not shredded wheats. Suggests a...
suspect he was reading a script for his advert when he did that. 23 to Vaughan, right in the block hole from Pennington, dug out onto the leg side. 242 for 5.
Bet you can't eat 3. That's what he said. And he said, just in that particular delivery, he sounded a little bit like he was really from Somerset. Geoffrey Boycott did shredded wheat as well, didn't he?
I don't know.
Shredded wheat used to give me what I need, and I went out to bat for England.
No, I don't recall
something
that
along
one.
those lines.
Yeah. Pennington bowls again, slightly streaky out into the offside, shy at the stumps from O'Neill. Vaughan was back in any case. Throw the stumps down from about 30 yards from sideways on O'Neill there, but even had he struck, I guess the likeliest outcome would be a ricochet for overthrows, but it didn't happen either way. 242 for 5.
Jeff Boycott's shredded wheat advert actually had footage of him batting, but not the kind of footage that advert makers think is footage batting, whether it's a lush lawn and all the fielders are right next to the bat. It was really from TV.
Again, Dylan Pennington with a lot of effort and energy bowls a pacey delivery right up to Vaughan, who blocks it. End of the over, 242 for 5. That's the end of the 79th over here at Trent Bridge, Division 1 cricket between Nottinghamshire and Somerset. Anthony Gibson, Kit Harris, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Producer Kirsty says other brands are available. Stop trying to do the breakfast cereal chat.
It doesn't like us doing it.
There's a smiley face as always. We have a result, Kit. We have a result. This round of matches, often on the third day, we start to get the results in. We have a result. Durham, the only other side at the moment, bar Nottinghamshire, to be undefeated this season. They've continued that unbeaten run with another victory. They have defeated Derbyshire by an innings and 22 runs in the North East. Derbyshire bowled out for 237 in their second innings.
Look at those bowling figures. Matt Potts, 8 for 66.
Heavens above.
Just as Henry Crocombe is called into the England Test squad. A pointed remark of sorts. Patterson White bowls, and Rue is taking advantage of the long-on fielder once again with a single. Moves to 74. Somerset 243 for 5. I reckon the Boycott footage on that shredded wheat advert was from around about the 77 Ashes. Vaughan defends Patterson White into the offside. It had something about not settling for second best. I never settle for second best, something along those lines. And Vaughan advances down the pitch and is bowled, and I've just impersonated Geoffrey Boycott's on the highlights reel, so I won't be doing that again in a hurry. What a great breakthrough. Patterson White just before the new ball. Vaughan came down the pitch just like Rue had been doing, and it worked, and not for Vaughan, it didn't. He is out. Bowled Patterson White for 23, and Somerset lose their 6th wicket.
A little bit of turn, beaten by some turn off the pitch as he came down to he came down the pitch and then just played a defensive push when he got there, and the ball just did enough off the pitch to beat the outside edge and go into middle and off stumps. Good piece of bowling by Patterson White, which will encourage Jack Leach.
Well, that is not great timing for Somerset, just when the new ball is about to come. Vaughan came down the pitch looking to meet the ball and decided only at the last minute to defend, and Patterson White got the ball through. He'd really earned that wicket. It hit the top of off, and the bowler's reaction there was to turn his back almost in disgust. Got him! 2 for 67 to Patterson White. The pitch just responding a little. Outstrides Craig Overton. Somerset have a lead of 360. They'll be looking for 400.
I think they're looking to bat time,
so as not to give Nottinghamshire too long to chase.
Exactly. I think they've decided how long they need, how many overs they need to bowl Nottinghamshire out, and that will be their target for the length of this innings. And I still think it will be with about 3/4 of an hour to go, unless they get bowled out before that, which of course now is a distinct possibility.
Yeah, it certainly is. With the new balls 3 balls away. Well, we'll know about your batting time hypothesis. Why, the best canary in the coal mine there is for such things, Craig Overton, who'll bat in one of 2 ways. He'll accelerate the scoring rate or just continue in the same vein, but I'm sure he'll play himself in for 3 balls. Here's Patterson White to him on the back foot. The fielders roared as he defended. He's a tall man, and I suppose that makes it look like he defends a little late, but he waited for the ball very competently. This next one from Patterson White is tossed up right in front of middle stump. Overton clips across the line. And there's no run. There's 1 ball left in the over now as Overton waits for the ball, clips the leg, and will make sure that he faces the first over with the new ball with a single that gets him off the mark. Roux will be at the non-striker's end as the fresh one is taken. 74 to him. Somerset 244 for 6 after the 80 overs. A lead of 361. And here, unsurprisingly, is a refreshed Fergus O'Neill.
To take the second new ball. Just going through some practice bowling actions with his partner in the new ball, I suspect. Brett Hutton, who bowled so well this morning. 7 consecutive maidens. And off his very first ball of the day, it was the first ball of the day as well, he dismissed Lewis Goldsworthy. And then, yes, he's just loosening up is Brett Hutton. So we're going to have Fergus O'Neill from the Radcliffe Road end and Brett Hutton from the Stewart Broad end. And they're going to be bowling to a combination of Devon and Somerset. Craig Overton from North Devon and Thomas Roux from Taunton. And don't want to tempt Providence, but it'd be good if Craig Overton and the other Somerset batsman could keep Thomas Roux company for long enough for him to reach 100. Here comes O'Neill to Overton, in and bowls, and Overton stretches for this and gets it over the top of short extra cover for 4 runs.
A sign of intent?
I don't know. I think I'd be surprised if they go hard just yet, Somerset.
He's got such a long reach, Overton, that he can turn into a cover drive, a ball that is on the up.
It was quite a juicy delivery out, swinging away outside the off stump, inviting the shot. O'Neill in and bowls to Overton, who clips this away through the leg side. There are runs here as well, certainly 2 of them, possibly 3, as Pennington is onto the ball now, and they do indeed come back for the 3rd run. So Craig Overton wasting no time in getting underway, moves on to 7, even to 8. Of course, he took a single off the last ball of the previous over. 2 50s on the board for Somerset, 251 for 6, which means they now have a lead of 368. It means that Thomas Roux will face the new ball. O'Neill in and bowls outside the off stump, and Roux, who has batted in a very mature way, hasn't he? He's eschewed most of his more exotic shots. We had that one reverse sweep that he played,
and a few overs before, his sole indiscretion, a booming back-footed, flat-footed waft outside off stump, which went wide to the keeper and dropped. That was on 57.
O'Neill to Roux, who plays a loose shot there. Maybe the starting gun has been fired. As, chased after that outside the off stump did Thomas Roux earlier on in his innings. I suspect he might have let that go through to wicketkeeper Joe Clark.
The smart thing to do here is to reset your innings when you're facing the opening bowler with the second new ball.
This is Roux trying to turn that into a big gap on the onside, but not getting hold of it at all, and it's picked up by the bowler himself and his follow through. Got a slightly peculiar field at the moment, in the sense that we've got 2 slips, just 3 saving 1, and men out at third man long leg, deep mid wicket, and deep cover. So 4 men out, 4 saving the 1, 2 slips. O'Neill to Rue, who this time does take advantage of the wide open spaces on the onside, gets it down to long leg, trots through for single, will keep the strike. 252 for 6, he moves on to 75.
Tee in 4 overs, Anthony, and I imagine it's possible that you'll find out at tee something about a replacement for Lewis Gregory.
Possible.
They may leave it until the change of innings, but that seems a little late.
They must have cleared whatever it is with the match referee by now, I would have thought.
369 ahead with 6 wickets down would suggest that Gregory is not going to be required to bat. They don't want to make the request, assuming that the plan is to say Lewis Gregory takes the new ball and has a bowling average of 26. Jake Ball takes the new ball, or can do, and has a bowling average of 30, so let's have ball for Gregory. But you need to make that decision after you don't need Gregory to bat. Here is Hutton, bowling very straight to Thomas Rue, and let's not forget that Brett Hutton has been the quiet overachiever for Nottinghamshire today. He began the morning with 1 for 12 off 4 overs, and has bowled 8 consecutive overs in his first spell. Starts with a dot ball in his second, and second ball, there's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end by Hamid, but the racing Rue has made it through. The charge is on. That is a very sharp single to the best fielder in the Nottinghamshire team, Hamid.
He would have been struggling if that had hit, I think, Thomas Rue.
It went almost straight to him, but there was no reason to race the single there other than we're looking to accelerate. And Hutton, at last, for the first time today, in his 9th over of the day, at after 3:30, has conceded a single. Extraordinary. He bowls now to Overton. Very low outside off stump. It's funny how the new ball misbehaves on this pitch. Not just spitting, but that crept no higher than halfway up off stump. It was a length ball, and had it been straight, Overton would have been in 6 shades of trouble. He's a tall man, but he had no chance of playing that. Clark had to take it on the second bounce. Nottinghamshire have a good chance of cleaning Somerset up here with the new ball. Overton pushes the ball into the offside and quickly decides that he's not going to take a single to Haynes.
Got a good variation on the Rue's nicknames from Julie Elliott, who says, how about 2 Rue's Lautrec?
Hard to say between balls while clapping.
2 Rue's Lautrec, after the French post-impressionist painter Toulouse-Lautrec.
Overton, this time a carbon copy, pushes into the offside and decides not to run, but the only difference is it's Hamid who does the fielding. So that's a testament to how well Hutton has bowled, that the Somerset batsmen are now looking to score, new ball or no new ball. And in 5 balls of the over, they've only managed to scamper a single, and even that was a risk.
Muhammad Ali down at third man has been given some leg stretching.
Hutton bowls a hook, and it's caught.
No,
it's dropped. Oh, it looked like Lyndon James had done all the hard work, had taken it low at deep square leg, right by his feet. I think it carried.
It did.
I think it went in. I think it went in and out again. It was just the kind of ball that Overton loves to climb into. And the first time Hutton has bowled a hit-me ball all day and almost ironically earned him a wicket, except for the fielder. So that's the 4th drop of the day.
Difficult chance.
Overton on 8.
It was dying on him.
254 for 6 is the Somerset score. We're 2 overs into the new ball and 3 overs from tea. Overton has 9, Rue 76, and the lead 371.
Yes, and Muhammad Ali has finished his exercises down with the Nottinghamshire strength and conditioning coach down at third man, and is taking his position up at third man at the other end as O'Neill is in and bowls down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Joe Clark, but they're not going to take the bye.
We haven't had a replay yet. I think we might be going to see it now. Yeah, it would have been...
He just about got his hands underneath it, didn't he?
The ground wasn't involved until too late. He had to make a lot of ground forwards as well. It was a really good effort.
I always expect those sorts of catches to be taken these days because standards of fielding are so high. Down the leg side again from Fergus O'Neill.
It's the hardest of the 4 chances that have gone down, that's for sure.
But they seem so very adept at taking catches in the outfield.
Oh, in the blast, that would have just been a gimme, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Well, you have to remember, I guess, that Lyndon James has been out there for 82 overs.
254 for 6. 371 is the lead. O'Neill is bowling to Overton down the leg side, and that's going to be 4, I think, leg byes. It's byes.
Touched nothing.
Dear.
Clark gave it up. Well,
poor old Joe Clark. He's had such a rough time behind the stumps, and that wasn't really his fault. I mean, he might, I suppose, have flung himself to his left, but I don't think he would have made the stop.
Only in first-class cricket would that have been byes rather than a wide. Well, no, maybe not. No, it wasn't so... Well, it was probably halfway between leg stump and the return crease, but it just kept on swinging.
And it died on Clark as well. That was the other thing. Made it difficult. 4 runs, though. 258 for 6. O'Neill in and bowls outside the off stump this time, a long way outside the off stump, and he's not got his mojo yet. Fergus O'Neill, he gets an arm around the shoulder from Jack Haynes.
Jack Haynes is all smiles, trying to gee him up. Yeah, you're doing well, keep going, but that positivity was not reciprocated from O'Neill, who, as Dave Bracegirdle said earlier today, he's a harsh critic of himself, even after 6 wickets in the first innings.
Overton cuts hard way through the offside, but Lyndon James is waiting for it. It's just a single, 259 for 6. That takes the byes tally in this innings to 13, and that to go with the 16. So 29 byes have been conceded by Nottinghamshire in the course of the 2 Somerset innings so far.
It's a lot.
It is. O'Neill then to Thomas Rue outside the off stump, and we've had 3 down the leg side, 2 down the offside, and 1 that was smacked away through the offside just for a single. So not a good over from Fergus O'Neill with the second new ball. The end of it, Somerset 259 for 6, Overton on 10, Thomas Rue on 76, and Somerset lead by 376, and we've got 2 overs to go before tea.
O'Neill is chuntering. He's not cross with anyone except himself. Yesterday evening, when Dave Bracegirdle congratulated him on his best bowling figures, O'Neill said, well, not my best bowling, though. It was a grudging thanks for congratulations. So his standards colossally high, even when he takes 6 in an innings. Now Hutton. This is 1 ball after Overton was dropped off him. He's facing him again. Plays across the line, but all flat, and out to the finer of the 2 fielders riding the boundary on the leg side. Just the single. Overton to 10 or 14 balls.
Philip Newman Hall, Roo, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert Dibble, Grubb.
Well, Somerset have had a dibble. You're probably not far off being able to complete
Absolutely
a whole Somerset list in Trumpton language. Thomas Rue faces Hutton and just drops the ball off the face of the bat, square on the offside, and scampers the single that takes him to 77.
Seems to have so much time to play his shots, Thomas Rue, doesn't he?
He's beyond the point of promise.
And
I think he is already delivering.
he's first in line at the moment to be my interviewee of the day as well. It'll be the first time I've interviewed him. That's assuming that one of the Somerset bowlers didn't take 5 wickets before the close.
Overton faces Hutton, full, drives inside out though, and gets he hits an off drive to deep mid wicket. He's clipped the inside of the bat. The strike is rotated back to
More
Thomas
outside
Rue.
in.
Was how old is Thomas Rue?
18.
Okay, so you don't when you interview. Can you interview someone under 18? Do they have to have a chaperone? Are there
Don't think
broadcasting
so.
guidelines
Don't
about
think
that?
so. I'm very gentle anyway. Not so gentle with coaches, but players.
Well, yes, they're
Try and
doing
be positive.
they're doing their best always.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rue faces and drives Hutton through the offside gloriously, expansively. But for the sweeper, that would have been 4. The sweeper is Slater, and the outcome is 2.
Lovely whip of the bat, isn't it, that he plays his
A flourish.
with. Yeah. Plenty of wrist in there, more so than with his brother, really.
Yeah, he sort of cracks through. He doesn't. His brother is high elbowed and leans into the cover drive, whereas Rue breaks his wrists on it.
Yep.
More like Butler. Joss Butler used to do that a lot in Somerset days. Rue, that is high elbowed, a push, a drill out to Hasib Hamid.
He's got all the shots, hasn't he?
And I don't want to poke the bear, and I don't mean to say that the bear is you, but there are bears out there on this front. Now we're seeing why Dixon was let go.
Yeah.
To make space for this talent, and I appreciate that might have had completely unforeseen and unfortunate repercussions on the blast, but Somerset clearly needed Thomas Rue to come in, and this is why. So he faces Hutton, defends outside off, and that concludes an over which was given a new ball, and given that it was Hutton bowling it, a profitable one for Somerset. 5 from it, 264 for 6, a lead of 381, and this, with Anthony Gibson, is the last over before the tea interval.
It is, and I would be very surprised if we get a declaration during the tea interval, as Somerset haven't reached the lead of 400 that some pundits have been talking about as the target at tea. They haven't by no means put it beyond Nottinghamshire's reach yet. O'Neill to Overton, who comes solidly forward, bat and pad close together. Has batted really well this season, Craig Overton. Worked very hard on his batting during the winter, he was telling me.
Just think how much longer would they go after tea if the bowlers didn't prevent them. 16 overs or so, an hour and a bit to get up towards 440, 450. That's probably where they would do
20
it.
overs.
Now, you predicted them bowling 10 overs against a target of 450, and you're on course in terms of the run rate.
We'll see. O'Neill in a bowls, and Overton, I think, is playing for tea now. Again, solidly forward. This is his 12th innings. Didn't get any runs in the first innings, but 415 runs prior to this innings at an average of 51.87, which compares with his bowling average for the 24 wickets he has taken. He's the leading wicket taker for Somerset. They've just cost him 22.12.
Wow.
So, fantastic figures for an all-rounder, as this is played into the offside. And admittedly, it's only over the first 6-7 games of the County Championship season, but still, he's having a great season, is Craig Overton.
And we've got to bear in mind that, judging from the way yesterday morning went, Nottinghamshire are totally capable of taking the remaining wickets for 10 runs. They're looking a bit listless and hangdog out on the boundary now. It's been a long session for them.
O'Neill in a bowls to Gregory. I was thinking about Gregory, to Overton, who fences at that outside the off stump. I was just thinking about Gregory because, of course, I don't think Lewis Gregory's going to bat. So Somerset will either only bat 10, or the 11th will be Jake Ball, or possibly Oscar Colburn. I can't imagine it would be Josh Shaw.
Well, if he's not going to bat, for sure, Somerset may as well swap in the new player before the end of the innings.
O'Neill in bowls, and this is slashed away by Overton for 4 runs. Short and wide from O'Neill, and regardless of what his intentions might have been, Craig Overton simply could not resist the opportunity to slash that away backward of square through the offside. It was a bit of a pie. Brings in 4 runs, takes the score into 268 for 6, and he has 16. And we have 1 ball to go before the tea interval. And O'Neill bowls to Overton, and that's come off, I think, his pad, and it's going to go for 4 leg byes. So Somerset will go in at tea on 272 for 6, which means that they have a lead of 399, and in the afternoon session they have added 124 for 2 in the space of 35 overs. So it's been a very good session for Somerset in general, and in particular for Thomas Rue, who has exceeded his previous highest score in first class cricket, which he made in the first innings of 68, and goes into tea at 79 not out, and hopefully will have time after tea, and the ability, of course, to reach his maiden first class century. We'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes for the evening session.
Welcome to East Midlands Airport. Or should we say the easiest Midlands Airport? The airport at the heart of the UK, flying to over 70 destinations. The easier airport with faster check-in and security that gives you extra time to relax and get in last-minute shopping. The airport that gets the kids on board before they get bored. East Midlands Airport, the easiest way to get away. To book your next holiday, visit eastmidlandsairport.com.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge with 4 sessions left in this match now. Somerset leading by 389 runs as we go into the final session of day 3. 272 for 6 means that lead just shy of 400. Overton and Thomas Root, 2 Somerset batters. They'll be taken to the field in a moment. Asiba Mead, here he comes, leading the Nottinghamshire side over the boundary rope down below us. Welcome back. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Kit Harris here from Wisden, our third voice for this match, and Anthony Gibson here as ever, watching his beloved Somerset. Last 5 meetings between these two sides have finished in a draw. This one may.
It may.
If it does, then Notts are going to have to... You'd imagine they're going to have to bat really, really well. I don't think there's any bad weather forecast for tomorrow. So Nottinghamshire, if they're to get out of what can only be best described a little bit of a pickle, they're going to have to do it by their own defensive rear guard or their own performances with the bat as and when it becomes their time to bat for a second time, whether they take these 4 Somerset wickets in this session or whether Somerset decide enough is enough and pull the plug on this innings. Overton 16 not out. I was going to tell you Thomas Root's score. I know he's in the 70s.
79 he has.
Just gone off the board. Brett Hutton 14 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 19 his figures. He's going to get us underway here with 32 overs left in the day.
Could be a very significant session, as I suspect Somerset will now go for quick runs, or they might leave it for another half an hour before going for quick runs, but they will be looking to set a target and declare, I think, before the close. And then a question of whether Somerset can pick up a couple of wickets here this evening.
Yes, if they declare they've got a lot of runs, I think it's fair to say it means that Overton and Rue have opened their shoulders and got the ball away repeatedly to the fence.
Here's Brett Hutton in to bowl the first ball after tea to Thomas Rue, plays it back to the bowler as a motorcycle goes off at a horrific rate of knots somewhere in the vicinity.
I think it's the Download Festival at
Donington,
not too far away, but that sounded as if it was on the Donington racetrack, didn't it? Very, very noisy.
Yes, I think Thomas Rue's first priority will be scoring the 21 runs that separate him from a maiden first-class century. Hutton in and bowls, and just drops this into the onside, off a little bit of glove. I think probably it's gone down as a run, so he goes on to 80. Craig Overton calling him through, almost saying, get a move on. Overton running to the danger end, but Thomas Rue was just a little bit late setting off. Got home comfortably enough, as it turned out. Yep, just looking to see whether Overton was coming, and Overton most definitely was, and is now on strike to Brett Hutton, who lays back and plays this square of the wicket out to Ben Slater, who, as per usual, is sweeping on the cover boundary. He's at just in front of square, really at cover point rather than backward point.
As always, we've gone on a meandering journey around a number of subjects today. I've got 2 more emails in, one entitled Weetabix, one entitled Sir Geoffrey's television advert.
Here's Hutton to Rue, plays a defensive shot from the crease out into the offside.
John Starbuck says, Dave, why it's true the manufacturers of Weetabix made up the name out of wheat and biscuit. It's a Greek formed name, so the plural would be Weetabixes. The last syllable is pronounced bees. Thank you very much, John Starbuck, a regular from up there in Huddersfield in the frozen north.
Hutton from the Stuart Broad end to Rue, gets this off the inside edge down to backward square leg, hence the roars of excitement that you heard from the Nottinghamshire fielders, but perfectly safe all along the ground. Brings him another single. 81 he has, 275 for 6.
And it certainly won't enhance the coverage if I click on a link here, but I've got a link from Ross saying here's the Sir Geoffrey television advert. I shall have a look in my own sweet time later, but thanks for that, Ross. No benefit to just clicking on it right now.
Hutton to Overton, and as another run here, probably just the one, as Slater again very quick across the ground is Ben Slater, very fine outfielder, and 'tis just a single. 276 for 6, but there's a sense of urgency about the batting just at the moment. That's the end of the first over after tea. 276 for 6, 4 runs from it. Rue on 81 and Overton on 18.
31 overs to go in the session. It's a good pick-up. Can't see him in real life, but on the live screen, what do you call those then? Is it a powered hang glider, I would imagine?
Glider, yeah.
There's O'Neill, the Australian right arm over the wicket. This one drifting down the leg side, brushed the pad of Craig Overton on its way through to the almost despairing dive of Joe Clark, who I would imagine a while ago failed to see the funny side of being asked to dive left, right and repeatedly forward and back during the course of this innings. I think his poor old finger ends have taken a bit of a bashing in this match. 276 for 6. O'Neill in again. There's 11. Overton blocks this one. This is only the 7th over with this second new ball, remember. Not's taking it just before tea. Certainly be hoping they can go bang, bang, bang quickly here. With Somerset still having 4 wickets at their disposal. We don't know exactly who those 4 wickets are. There'll be
still no news on the Lewis Gregory injury front.
Miguel Pretorius, Jack Leach still to come, and another if required, as this is guided down to 3rd where Mo Ali does the fielding. He's got 2 of the 6 wickets to fall, Mo Ali.
I can't imagine that Lewis Gregory would be asked to bat, given the match situation with Somerset nearly 400 runs ahead, risking aggravating his hamstring injury.
It's a pleasant evening. It's pleasant a English Sunday summer's evening might be. So Neil bowls, and it's defended into the offside. Still tempted to believe that we've not quite hit summer yet, certainly in terms of the weather. We only had 2 or 3 really hot days, but there's certainly scope for it to get a little warmer than it has been. There's been 1 or 2 really chilly days. The first day here was awful, although we got the 96 overs in. Quite pleasant now, and I think it's supposed to be similar to today tomorrow, assuming we're here for most of the day, if not all of it. So O'Neill bowls, and again Thomas Rue on 81 turns it onto the leg side. Overton was dropped just before tea. Lyndon James out on the fence away to our left, the Fox Road side of the ground.
4 catches gone down today.
Yeah,
very unusual these days.
Yeah, certainly unusual for Notts. They pride themselves on their catching and their fielding. It's one of the backbones of their successful year last year. O'Neill nice and full, and this is crunched away for 4. 2 out on the offside, and he's bisected them away for 4. And now Mo Ali is trying to work out how he's going to get over that little fence, asking one of the spectators just to come and help him out and throw the ball back to him. Nice shot. Takes Thomas Rue to 85, 281 for 6. So
it is a nice shot. It's a sort of cross between a cut and a drive, in the sense that it's a cut shot played with a straight bat.
Deliberately played. He's T. Rue. James earlier just has Rue on the back of his shirt, doesn't he?
Yeah. So Brett Hutton to bowl another over from the Stuart Broadend to the tall figure of Craig Overton. He's there, bowls, Overton drives away through the offside. Slater is onto it, and is onto it quickly enough to deter them from any thoughts of a second run.
It was a really good bit of fielding. That is almost like one of the drills they do in the morning, hitting the ball out to him and get to it quickly and get it in the air and on its way back to the keeper quickly. Did really well there, Ben Slater.
He's had plenty of work to do out there this afternoon, patrolling that cover boundary as Hutton comes steaming in. This is driven by Rue, but he won't get a run as Muhammad Ali cuts it off at mid-on.
Tell you what, I'm pleased he stopped that, because didn't have too much behind the ball, did he? Sort of came attacking it.
There was
which
no
is the
long
right
barrier.
thing. No, there wasn't, and he reached down to get the ball, obviously at ground level, between his open legs there. Had he not managed to grab it with those big bucket hands, would have gone through and away for 4.
Hutton to Rue. Heard the as he let go of the ball. But all that effort and just a calm defensive push into the offside is the batsman's only response.
If you weren't with us this morning, Brett Hutton opened the bowling, got a wicket with the first ball of the day, Lewis Goldsworthy, and that was the start of an hour of bowling from Brett Hutton. And at the end of that hour, his figures were 8 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for none from today. Bowled 4 overs for 12 yesterday, but 8 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for none.
He's in again and bowls to Rue. Lost this away over the top, down to the boundary, and it's gone for 6. He moves into the 90s with a handsome straight hit. 91 to Thomas Rue. It's just gone into the bottom section of that stand on the far side.
Yeah, the Hound Road stand, when mid-on and mid-off suddenly turn round and they're looking skywards and into the distance, as Hamid and Ali were.
Beautiful shot.
You know he's got hold of that, don't you?
Hard, high and handsome.
Yep. It's gone 4 rows deep. Thank you very much, gentlemen, in a very fashionable polo shirt.
91 now from 120 deliveries, Thomas Rue. Hutton is into him, and this time he just plays a gentle defensive push out into the offside.
Somerset had a centurion in the first innings, Jordan Herman, looking to double up here. Had 3 in the match at Taunton earlier in the season. Abel, Rue and Cola Cadmore. Notts didn't manage to have anyone do any better than Joe Clark's 92 there.
Hutton again to Thomas Rue, who plays around his front pad, gets it back to the bowler. End of that over, 288 for 6. This game following a similar sort of pattern to the one down at Taunton. This time, though, Somerset have got rather longer in which to try to bowl Nottinghamshire out in the 4th innings.
Yeah, that 6 as well stretched the lead beyond 400, so clearly that wasn't a sole milestone in itself. Get to 400 and pull the plug. They're 405 in front now. 288 for 6. That's record run chase, different circumstances, different ground, different opposition, different players. A long time ago, 2001 at New Road, 461. Nottinghamshire's highest ever run chase in a county championship match. 288 for 6. O'Neill bowls. There's an LBW shout and a wicket. And Overton goes for 20. Duck in the first innings. Out for 20 second time round. 288 for 6. And Fergus O'Neill has 7 in the match. His first in the second innings. Overton goes LBW to the Australian. 288 for 7.
Yeah, just looking to turn that through mid-wicket. Straight ball and missing it. And I don't think even Overton was particularly surprised at the LBW decision. Absolutely plumb in front, and he set off for the run, but fully anticipating the umpire's raised finger in that. He was not disappointed. Now we wait to see who comes out to bat.
Leach Pretorius or another? Well, there's on the live stream the first indication that
It's Jack Leach, isn't it?
Somerset are not going to send Lewis Gregory out, at least immediately.
Jack Leach is the new batsman. It's quite a long walk, isn't it, from the particularly the visitors' dressing room. We've got to go all the way along the balcony, then down the steps, and then furthest corner of the ground away from the action in the middle. Jack Leach it is.
He had quite a time of it, didn't he, in the first innings? Very carefree approach to batting late on the first evening, swashbuckled his way to a quick-fire 21 and then went straight away at the start of day 2, which, incredibly, Anthony, was only yesterday morning. It seems like a week ago.
A lot has happened. Now, Jack Leach's first priority must be to keep Thomas Roux company, whilst the young man hopefully goes to his century.
That's a very good point, because Somerset might be wanting, ideally, some more Jack Leach first innings cricket. Bit of crash bang wallop, get on with it. But yeah, there's always time for a little bit of, if you like, individual recognition to be fulfilled. Big moment. O'Neill comes in wide of the pegs. Leach leaves it alone.
He's annoyed with himself, Fergus O'Neill, isn't he? He seems to, when he's not bowling well, he walks back swinging his arms even more vigorously than he normally does, as if he's sort of trying to gee himself up. Good wholehearted cricketer.
7 wickets in the match. Comes in round the wicket to the left-handed. Leach has pushed at that one again. Dipped and died on Joe Clark, hitting the ground well before reaching him. 288 for 7. Just shot there of the scorecard. Thomas Roux 91 not out from 122. Jake Ball's name was on the bottom of that list. Maybe that's why that was being shown overly long. Next ball beats Leach on the outside, goes through to the wicket keeper.
That's very interesting.
The scoreboard showing something that there we are, and it is now on the BBC Sport website scorecard. Lewis Gregory replaced by Jake Ball.
As we expected. I never thought there was any prospect of Gregory batting.
So the two that made their journey up here to supplement Stocks as Leach defends, only as extra additions to the squad in a substitute fielding role. But it's Jake Ball, who's been here since the start, was in the initial squad but not selected, will take his place in this match and be able to
Jason Swift is the match umpire, given the
match referee.
Okay. Match referee, I mean.
288 for 7. O'Neill, final ball of this over. Bowls to Leach, leaves it alone. I guess it's one way of helping Thomas Roux. It's not helping the total for Somerset. Wicket maiden for O'Neill, 17 overs, 1 for 53. They'll still require 3 wickets as quickly as they can get them.
Of course, if this was Australia, Somerset would have had to make the decision to replace Lewis Gregory yesterday for them to be allowed an injury replacement, because you can only do it in the first 2 days. And you could argue that rather as when Lyndon James came on in the 4th day for Nottinghamshire early in the season, Jake Ball will be fresher when it comes to bowling than Lewis Gregory would have been. On the other hand, he's not nearly such a good batsman. Here's Hutton to Rue was a half-hearted appeal for a catch behind. But fortunately for Thomas Rue and for all Somerset supporters, there was no edge involved. The skies are just clearing over Trent Bridge at the moment. The sun is coming out. Very pleasant afternoon for watching cricket.
I sense it will be 3 figures for young Thomas, and then off they'll come.
Here's Hutton in bowls. It's driven away out through the offside. It's just going to be a single though, as the faithful Slater does the fielding in the deep.
I don't see any mileage on batting on for another 15 overs that you were sort of talking about earlier, but I know it's the modern way, just make sure the game's safe, but crikey, they've got more than 400 runs on this surface towards the back end of the game. That's
well, I still think they'd have worked out how many overs they reckon they need to bowl Nottinghamshire at the second time, and that's the determining.
It's not an exact science. They've got 400 runs.
I know it isn't, but I'm sure that's the approach they're taking though.
Mischievously, I love it when a side are 9 down and the other side has gone on too long.
Hutton in and bowls, and this comes off an inside edge into the pads of Jack Leach, and there's a shy at the stumps from Brett Hutton. Unfortunately, Muhammad Ali was backing up, so it's just the single. 290 for 7. We had a similar discussion down at Taunton, if you remember, when Craig Overton was captaining Somerset, and you were urging him to declare, I think, on the third evening, and of course he batted on until lunchtime, nearly lunchtime, didn't he, on the fourth day?
Yeah.
It is, as you rightly say, the modern way. It's a bit risk averse. Here's Hutton to Rue down the pitch and plays a rather ugly swat at that when he gets there, cross-batted, looking to slap it through extra cover. It brings him a single as he goes to Hasib Hamid, who doesn't show at the stumps because no one was immediately backing up. Takes Rue on to 93. Of course, the other thing is partly it's a product of 8 points for a draw.
Yeah. That to me was a shot of somebody who's been told you've got 2 overs or you've got 3 overs or whatever. Why on earth would he be halfway down the track to Brett Hutton with a new ball?
Impetuosity of youth. Hutton to Leach, who goes for a big drive.
They've had the call, you know, here.
Yeah, it could be.
They've had the call. Just wonder if at the end of the over we can at some point get a camera shot of, let's pry, let's see if we can pry onto the balcony in front of where the Somerset team would get changed. Is there anybody in whites there that might give us a clue?
The lead now 408 as Hutton bowls to Leach. Leach drives through the offside. It's just going to be a single, as there's a sweeper. I think that's Farhan Ahmed out there doing the fielding. 292 for 7. It means that Leach will keep the strike. He's on to Thomas Rue, 7 short of a maiden first-class century.
No, there doesn't look to be too much activity there, does there? There's Jake Ball. Has he got his pads on? Has Ball got his ball? Come on, Jake, show us your legs. He's not got pads on, has he? I don't think he has. The pavilion, obviously directly opposite. We have a great view of the lower balcony there, the lower changing room. We can generally see, or have been able to see over the years, when the declaration was about to come, you'd see the players just emerging from the dressing rooms onto the balcony in their white. Single taken by Leach. Gets him onto 3, brings Rue back onto strike. 293 for 7. Just maybe a call for Notts to shove 1 or 2 more back out onto the fence. Imagine if he's going to dance down the track to Brett Hutton. He might want to do it again to Fergus O'Neill here. Let's have a look. Mid on and mid off, a conventional position. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. 293 for 7. Thomas Rue on 93. You'll hear from Anthony the second he gets within a one-hit shot of a century.
Not 2 overs ahead on the +2 on the over rate.
There's O'Neill again. Roux on 93, and he's deflected this to go on to 97 down the leg side from O'Neill, who again not happy. Just got the line wrong, just angling down the leg side, and Thomas Roux just deflected it away. And he's certainly been somebody that's been catching the headlines and the eyes of all good cricket observers over the last 2-3 years. Amongst them, Anthony Gibson, who's now going to talk Thomas Roux through to his maiden first-class 100.
In only his 3rd first-class game, and only his 2nd first-class game for Somerset. But he's not there yet. He's on 97. As Fergus O'Neill is in and bowls Thomas Roux, and he won't get his century with that one. He just turns it calmly into the onside. 97 from 127 deliveries.
It'd be a nice completed scorecard for the family to have and keep, wouldn't it? With James Roux getting a half century in this innings, Thomas getting 68 in the first, and with a chance here, very good chance of getting a first 100.
O'Neill to Thomas Roux on 97, and he plays that defensively back up the pitch, and the sun comes out. It's a beautiful afternoon now, and a beautiful afternoon for the Roux family. James with a half century, and now Thomas on the verge of a maiden first-class century. What a pair of brothers they are. What an asset they will be for Somerset over the years ahead. What an appetising prospect for all supporters of Somerset cricket to know that probably for at least the next 15 years they'll have the Roux to watch. Thomas Roux drives. They're going to go through for a single, and that takes him on to 98. And he will keep the strike for the start of the next over. 298 for 7th, 415 is the lead. We are guessing, I wouldn't say assuming, we're guessing that if and when Thomas Roux reaches his 100, that might be the cue for the declaration. I wouldn't guarantee it.
I suspect it will be. Just very quickly, Leicestershire still going along nicely, 258 for 5. Leading Essex by 44 now. Glamorgan 225 for 6 on the south coast. They trail Sussex still by 141, but they're still alive. Yorkshire second innings 190 for 5 against Warwickshire, leading by 396.
Here comes Brett Hutton. Thomas Roux on 98. Hutton's in and bowls, and Thomas Roux goes on to 99 and is not tempted to try and come back for the second.
Save your voice a second till he gets back on strike, and I'll give you Division 2, where there's been a win today. Durham strengthening their position at the top of Division 2. Of course, it's the only match to finish, so they would strengthen it. But Durham have defeated Derbyshire by an innings and 22 runs. 3 other matches still in progress. At Blackpool, Lancashire 231 for 4, require 193 more to beat Kent. The run chase is on there. Marcus Harris and
is Hutton to Leach. Leach drives, and they're going to go for a single because the fielder was Muhammad Ali, who's not the quickest, and Leach was running to the danger end in any case.
Yeah, Blackpool, Marcus Harris 68 not out, Liam Livingston 47 not out. The 300 is up here, so the lead is 417. The other batting side is Gloucestershire 172 for 5 at Northampton, still trailing by 25. Middlesex 211 for 6 at New Road, leading Worcestershire by 285.
The field converge to deny Thomas Roux an easy single. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 saving one on the offside. Just the one slip, and 3 saving one on the onside. Just the one man out at long leg. Thomas Roux on 99 as Hutton is in and bowls to Roux, who plays that defensively up to mid-on and won't get his 100 there. He looks the calmest man in the world, does Thomas Rue, just wandering away towards the square leg. I was going to say towards the square leg umpire, but actually the square leg umpire is standing at point. But I dare say his heart is beating fast inside his chest. Here we go then. Thomas Rue on 99. Hutton from the Stuart Broad end in and bowls, and good ball, offering Thomas Rue absolutely nothing easy, which is the way it should be. Ben Slater just playing keepy-uppy with the cricket ball, not entirely successfully. How many balls have we got left in the over? 2. The whole of Somerset County Cricket Club is holding its breath as Brett Hutton is into Thomas Rue, who's on 99. He's there and bowls, and Rue gets this out into the offside to Hasib Hamid, and there is no run.
Dylan Pennington will be thinking this is a waste of a warm-up if he gets a run here and Somerset declare, because he's been getting himself ready now for the last 10 minutes or so. Imagine he's going to bowl the next over if there is another over. 300 for 7, lead 4-1-7. Wonder if he's been told this is the last over. Will there be something rash here?
We will see. Thomas Rue on 99. Brett Hutton to bowl to him. He's there, he bowls. Rue is down the pitch, and he's going to get his 100. It's a misfield, and he's gone through, and he leaps in the air and swings his bat and takes his helmet off. A magnificent century from Thomas Rue. 100 from 135 deliveries with 8 4s and 3 6s. The first fulfilment of limitless promise from this magnificently talented young cricketer, Thomas Rue, at the age of just 18, with his maiden first-class century, and all of his teammates out on the balcony cheering and clapping their infinitely talented young batting star. What an innings.
What an innings. The declaration didn't come. Many congratulations to Thomas Rue and to the Rue family, and indeed the Somerset family. They've got another precocious talent. So the declaration didn't come. We saw the Somerset team, good shot of them there, all congratulating and applauding and standing and cheering their young protégé, but they were all in their training gear still. Didn't help us out by all appearing in their whites, so you'd imagine it might go on a little longer. I don't think Notts will mind that now. This is way beyond them. This is all Somerset's time now being eaten up as Pennington comes in to bowl, and off the pad trickles away on the leg side for a single. 302 for 7. Notts can't win from here. They would need 420, so this is Somerset's time they're taking up. 302 for 7. There are 120 overs to go after this one, less 2 for the changeover. Notts will have to bat obviously much better than they did in the first innings when they were tumbled out inside or in 64 overs. Pennington round the wicket. Leach will mow this one away on the leg side down the ground for 4 runs. He's clearly not lost any of his first innings appetite for playing the big shots, and Dylan Pennington has had a salutary reminder that Leach is a threat at the other end. 306 for 7.
It's rather tough luck on Dylan Pennington having to bowl at this stage.
He might think, I'm still wicketless, get me on, Skip.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, there's the opportunity that there is that. Yeah. He might take some punishment, but he also might pick up a couple of tail end wickets.
They're not spreading the field now. I think they are. Let's have a little look. When the music stops, they'll hopefully stand still. They've got 3 out on the leg side fence, a long leg, a deep square leg, and now a long on. 2 out on the offside fence, 3 more in the ring. Down the leg side, Leach tried to just paddle it round the corner, and again it took a bobble in front of Joe Clark, and it goes through for yet another bye against Notts and against the wicket-keeper. 307 for 7. And that brings Thomas Rue back onto strike on 100. An even 100.
Hope he doesn't give it away, Thomas Rue.
You're getting greedy now, aren't you? You want him to walk off with a red inker to his name. 100 came in good time, and he faced 136 deliveries. Pennington to bowl to him, and he's played a proper cricket shot there, hitting it carefully all the way along the grass to a Seba Mead at long on for a single. Mead bringing the field in slightly, 2 balls left in the over with the Leach on strike. That can be a dangerous ploy, can't it, bringing the field in for Jack Leach?
Well, he's in the mood to whack it over the top.
Exactly. No, I think Mead's had a change of heart.
Yeah.
So the 3 on the leg side have stayed on the fence. Yeah, it's pretty much as we were. They had a little bit of a conference, and they've gone back to as they were with Jack Leach on 8 from 12 balls. Pennington to bowl to the left-hander, who's pulled this away for 4 behind square on the leg side. He's given that a wallop. In fact, it's gone for 6. I beg your pardon. Lost the flight of it. Thought it was likely to pitch in front of the rope. It didn't. It cleared it square on the leg side. And Leach on to 14, quick as a flash. 314 for 7. The lead is 4-3-1. Why are you still batting? The ball maybe has clattered, not the first time here, it's clattered into the brick wall at the base of the Fox Road stand. That's damaged more cricket balls over the years than anything else. And this one's been damaged straight away, and the umpires are going to call for the James Bond attaché case to be brought out. And a replacement ball will be needed.
Brett Hutton is just collecting it from the far side of the boundary rope.
I call it, it's not an attaché case, it's just a briefcase, isn't it? It's a metal case. 314 for 7. Said at the start of the over, Somerset's time they're wasting really now. Want to give themselves as many deliveries at Notts as they possibly could, I would have thought. They maybe see it differently, clearly do see it differently.
Well, it's not going to be easy to bowl Notts out on this pitch.
Nope.
Especially in the absence of Lewis Gregory, who was the best bowler Somerset in the Notts first innings. That's not to decry Jake Ball at all. He's been bowling pretty well in the county championship, Jake Ball. And of course, vastly experienced bowling here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, knows this ground pretty well.
And just be the right occasion for him to take the 5 for.
Oh, yes. Cue the irate anti-substitute messages. 314 for 7. What have we got? 1 ball left in this, the 93rd over of the innings. Bowls now, and Leach again hits it down the ground. Hamid is quickly to it. Good throw, but they've got back for a couple. 316 for 7. Thomas Rue 101 not out. Jack Leach 16 not out. Don't know how long this innings will go. I suspect not long, but
it's my turn to make way for Kid Harris.
Nice moment for Anthony there, beautifully described. The Thomas Rue maiden first class 100. Nicely seen home by Anthony. Mo Ali's back into the attack. Kit Harris back into the attack up here. Nice moment for a Somerset youngster, Kit.
Lovely, and he looks like a youngster as well. When he took his batting helmet off, never was a fresher face seen at Trent Bridge. Not even Farhan Ahmed of Nottinghamshire could outdo Thomas Rue in terms of youthful looks. Farhan has at least some adolescent swarth.
Thomas Rue, a man in a man's world. He's 100 not out.
So everybody is on the boundary except Hamid, who is halfway to it at extra cover. And Thomas Rue hoists the ball high square to leg for a massive 6. Fielders be damned. 107 to him now. Somerset 322.
Yeah, a couple of things. Anthony pointing where it's landed in the top tier of the Fox Road stand, and the other thing is that's a brand new ball. Well, not a brand new ball, but it's a replacement ball, because the one we had was knocked out of shape. This one's being inspected. It's past muster. They'll go again with this one, but Mo Ali banged it in, and it was summarily dismissed out of the ground.
Hamid edges closer to the boundary as Thomas Roux goes for a huge swish to leg to a ball that was very wide of off stump and misses it. So I think Ali's plan now is to make the ball hard to hit, and Thomas Roux, every now and then for the second 11, when he gets to the real run chasing stage of the innings, past 100 or in a T20 game, he is capable of playing the most extraordinary shots. Despite his age and relatively modest stature physically, he faces Ali, goes for the drive on the walk, good length ball outside off, a bluff from Ali with all the fielders out, swish and a miss.
Where are you with Somerset batting at this stage of the innings with a lead of 4-3-9?
Well, I think if declaring in the next 10 minutes or so leaves Nottinghamshire quite a lot of overs, but frankly, if any side can score a target of 450, they deserve to win.
Exactly. If they score over 400, they deserve to win, and it's
450 is plenty. Thomas Roux drives. He's going to get just the single out here to one of the 5 fielders on the offside boundary or close to it. I wonder if anyone is going to come in for Jack Leach. I think Nottinghamshire have made it clear what they think of this, which is they have all but resigned. They're still on the board. The king has not yet been knocked over, but they're just saying, look, we're just moving pieces around now. They're absolutely ready to bat, and they will be thinking about how much time is left in this game. Leach on strike. Ali bowls to him round the wicket, and he plays an uppercut down to deep third, the one place where there wasn't a fielder. Leach to 20. That's the second time he's reached that mark in the innings. I wonder how many times Jack Leach has got twin 20s in a championship game.
If you just want a gauge of how many Somerset supporters are in the ground, you'll have heard the cheering there for that shot. Don't think there were too many Nottinghamshire supporters amongst them, but a lot have made the journey up for the long weekend from the West Country, and they're enjoying seeing this cavalry charge towards the declaration point.
Last ball of the over. Ali to Leach, very full, and Leach drives it back on the bounce to Ali, but he was giving it a good thrash, I think, trying to go over the top. It's impossible for us to see the dugout or the dressing room in the configuration of Trent Bridge during the pavilion repairs, but it's clear there's no declaration now, and the Nottinghamshire fielders all standing around rather listlessly, hands on hips.
Jake Ball's got a bat in his hand, and he's got pads on. Just seen a shot of Jake. Of course, there's Miguel Pretorius.
Pretorius is also
before him. Yep.
It's a question of how many do you need. They
Keep
both
going,
padded
boys.
up, I think.
Keep going. Bat for as long as you want.
You're
dig in, boys.
You're thinking about the draw now, are you, Dave?
Well, I'm thinking it's the only way Nottinghamshire would avoid defeat.
Well, a champion team could chase 450 given enough time. I'm not sure there is enough time now.
Exactly. Here's Dylan Pennington to bowl to Thomas Roux, who gets a delivery pitch right up in the block hole, digs it out nicely, out to Brett Hutton at deep mid-wicket. One of 5 fielders within striking distance of the boundary rope on the leg side, and the other 4 similarly positioned on the offside. They're all just sort of within a few yards of the rope rather than being right on the rope in most instances. so they can attack and prevent the 2. 3:28 for 7. Leach on strike. The left-hander has 20. Pennington bowls to him, wide of the pegs. Taken, grasped low down by Joe Clark. And it remains 3:28 for 7.
If Somerset declared at the end of this over, 2 overs knocked off for change of innings, they would have 20 tonight and potentially 96 tomorrow if all were needed. So total 116. That would give them 36 overs with the second new ball, which is plenty to bowl a team out.
Pennington bowls, again right up in the block, all turned away on the leg side. There'd only be a single, and I reckon that's about 4 and over. You're talking about not chasing it down, but that's over a long period. It's not many sides that historically
3.85 and over.
That's nearly 4 in my world
now.
Yeah.
But it is a long time to bat, and
yeah,
the only time during this match that any team has been close to that is right now, with Somerset going great guns towards the declaration.
3:29 for 7. Pennington a full toss and down the leg side. Just been helped down there to Fergus O'Neill. Just for a single. It wasn't high enough to be considered dangerously high. Leg side full toss. Just a single. 3:30 for 7. Approaching 5 o'clock, 3 minutes or so to 5 o'clock. So again, there'll be a little bit of overtime. Last night we didn't finish till about 5 to 7. 3:30 for 7. Pennington bowls. Leach pulling out to deep mid wicket. Just a single out there. One more to the tally. 3:31 for 7. The visitors. One ball left in the 95th. Dylan Pennington still wicketless. He's been a little unlucky through the course of the day.
If Thomas Rue is not out at the end of this innings, he'll have a first-class batting average over 50.
Pennington bowls to him. He tucks this down to long leg for a single. O'Neill will do the fielding. Somerset's lead goes up to 449. They're 3-3-2 for 7, and the two batters just ambling towards each other for a little coming together and a congratulatory chat from one to the other. And certainly no hint that they're going to walk off anytime soon. 3-3-2 for 7. So we're going to go on, and it's going to be Mo Ali, I think, to bowl the next over.
Yep, well, no declaration. On and on they go. The target would be 450 from 20 overs today and 96 tomorrow if Somerset declared this minute, but instead Mohammed Ali is running in. Thomas Rue, who is on Nelson, chips the ball off his legs high into the leg side for another 6. Not quite as far as the last one, but it certainly had elevation. Smaller boundary it might have been, and that was a very decent pickup. He doesn't care that there are fielders out on the boundary that side, and I don't think, to be honest, that the fielders much cared that he hit 6 over them either.
No.
They're past that point.
50 partnership brought up between Leach, who's got 22, and Rue, who moves on to 117.
42 balls.
Yeah. Second over in a row that the first ball from Ali has disappeared for 6.
Ali is in again. Rue lifts him again over the offside. 6 and 6. Another pickup. 3 6s off Ali in the space of 8 balls.
This would be a record run chase for Nottinghamshire now, were they to win it. I'm not by any means suggesting that they will or would or could. I'm just emphasising that already Somerset have got way too many runs, and if you can't ever chase down a total over 460 in 190 odd years, you're not going to do it over the course of the next 24 hours.
Right, what's Ali got? Third ball, no change in the field. He bowls very wide of off stump, so far wide it is a wide, but you can't blame him. He's trying to stop Thomas Roux picking him up over the leg side, so he decided to make the ball unreachable. But that was well outside the return crease, I fancy. And to Joe Clarke's great credit, he hasn't had the best of matches behind the sticks. He collected that very well. And it was probably exercise he'd rather not have at this stage on the third day. I think Ali here needs to bowl the wide blast type delivery here, which he does inside the return crease, very full. Roux leaves it alone and looks back at the umpire, contemplating the playing regulations, no doubt. It was too wide to hit. It was outside where the 2020 tram line would have been, but in county championship cricket that's all fine and good. And Ali's best option is just to keep on bowling there, and I wonder if Roux will premeditate or preempt and come across to the offside. He knows Ali will do it again. Ali does it again, and Roux leaves alone. Well, if you're going to stay out there batting, you've got to bat. Can't be leaving.
25 years ago, I was at New Road, Worcester, 29th, 30th of June, 1st, 2nd of July for the record Nottinghamshire run chase, and just to mention, they chased 461 in 115.2 overs. I'll give you the.
So very similar to what's on the cards here.
I'll give you the names of the fellas who
did it all.
Yeah.
Roux faces Ali, slower ball outside off stump, and Roux helps himself to an easy single out to the covers and moves to 124.
So in a day and a bit they chased down 461 for 3, so they won by 7 wickets. Darren Bicknell 104, Johnny Morris 94, Greg Blewett the Australian 134 not out, Usman Afzal 88, Paul Johnson 26 not out. Next to bat, KP Peterson. Didn't even get in at number 6, KP.
Well, you could have got 600 if you'd needed it and there'd been time. To Leach, Ali is bowling around the wicket. He backs away to leg. The ball is leg side and ends up playing it through the offside. Ali followed him. And there's a single. Leach keeps the strike for the end of the over. Leach is now looking towards the pavilion for a sign of a declaration, and there isn't one. That is the 8th wicket partnership has reached 59 from 47 balls.
Rest of that not side that year or for that match, Chris Reed, Richard Logan, David Lucas, Richard Stemp, and a fellow we were talking about yesterday, AJ Harris. Andrew Harris. Worcestershire side. Graham Hick was the captain. There's Pennington to bowl to Leach. A swing and a miss in baseball terms. What do they say? Strike one? Never really got my head around baseball.
I feel like there's a specific number of overs that the Somerset team have decided they are going to bowl this evening.
Good.
And they're going to bowl them however many runs they get on the board. Possibly at 16, an hour's worth of bowling.
There's Pennington bowling to Leach again. Turns this down to long leg for a single. 348 for 7. Keep on batting, boys. Keep going. The lead is 465. Somerset may well win before lunch tomorrow by early afternoon, just before tea, just after tea, and this is all fine and dandy, but there is no need to go on for as long as this. 348 for 7. And there's Pennington to bowl to Roux on 124. He's going to push hard, I think, for 2 here. He's going to challenge the throw of Brett Hutton, and in fact he doesn't challenge the throw of Brett Hutton because they were safely back even before Brett had got in from deep mid-wicket. The ball would have sort of stopped round about the 30-yard discs had there been any out there. Just played with soft hands. Good running for 2.
Yeah, Thomas Roux just got enough time out there to do Jack Leach's hamstring.
One of those aeroplanes going over the ground. The bright yellow ones. I think they are the cargo ones that frequently fly in and out of East Midlands Airport, going right over the ground. Pennington bowls nice and full. Rue drives into the offside to take the score to 3-5-1. There's just enough time for what? Did he just say this? Sorry, I was watching the aeroplanes.
Just enough time for Thomas Rue to race Jack Leach through for 2 so quickly that Leach does his hamstring. Given Somerset's luck at the moment, that's just the sort of thing that would happen when you say, they're batting too long. An injury.
Well, might get one on the thumb, you never know. Oh, crikey, It was a full toss that he's managed to get some bat on and gets 4 runs, but on another day that might have clattered into his thumb. He's got it away for 4. 3:55 for 7. The lead is a large one. 4-7-2. 1 ball left in this, the 99th over of the innings. The declaration came after this next delivery. There'd be 18 overs left in the day. That's after we've lopped 2 off the allocation for the change round. There's Pennington into bowl to Leach, and he goes hard at that one. Nothing on it. Goes through to Clark, and he's walking towards us. So that is that. In comes the yell from the balcony. Can't see Craig Overton, but Craig or a representative will have said, that's enough, boys. Very well battered, Thomas Rue. He finishes with that red ink, 127 not out, and Dylan Pennington, top man that he is, goes over and shakes the hand of Thomas Rue, and then here they come. His batting partner Jack Leach shakes his hand. Freddie McCann does, and then dashes off, says I've got to go and put my pads on, but well battered Thomas. 1 or 2 of these guys will have known Thomas through the various age groups, and we'll let Kit, who's very much enjoyed this, just walk him off.
And the crowd and the Nottinghamshire fielders all giving him his moment. The fielders hang back, and what a marvellous feeling. He'd have felt good enough after 68 in the first innings, but now to walk off 127 not out with a first-class batting average over 50 by his 3rd game. Nottinghamshire's target is 473, and they are going to have 114 overs to do it in, a minimum, and that is a rate of 4.15, Dave.
And as previously mentioned, it would be a record run chase, or a record successful run chase for Nottinghamshire. I think very often they've gone to set off in pursuit of something even larger, but failed miserably. 3:55 for 7 declared. Somerset, last night they lost the wickets of Jordan Herman, caught Joe Clark, bowled Muhammad Ali for 40. Josh Thomas caught Clark, bowled Patterson White for 23. Today, first ball of the day, Lewis Goldsworthy caught Clark, the wicket-keeper, from the bowling of Brett Hutton for 1. Hutton starting with 8 overs, 8 maidens this morning in that wicket. Alfie Ogborne, the night watchman, bowled by Muhammad Ali for 17, was at the crease for 1 hour and 3/4. James Rue caught Clark, bowled James 50. Archie Vaughan bowled Patterson White for 23. Craig Overton, LBW O'Neill for 20. And the 2 not out players. Jack Leach not out 28 from 24. He had 3 fours and a 6. Thomas Rue 127 not out from 151 balls, batted for 3.5 hours only. 8 fours and 6 sixes. There were 26 extras in the innings, including 14 byes and 11 leg byes and a wide. 3:55 for 7 declared after 97. And the bowling figures, with 2 wickets, Liam Patterson White 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 68, and Muhammad Ali 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 69. Other wicket takers: Fergus O'Neill 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 59. Brett Hutton 18 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 37, and Lyndon James 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. Without a wicket in this innings, Dylan Pennington 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 73, and Freddie McCann had the 1 over for 4 runs. We'll be back underway, as it says on the pictures on the live stream, at 5:17, which is about 6.5 minutes away, when the Nottinghamshire reply, or the Nottinghamshire second innings, begins. We'll be back with the commentary. Welcome back, everybody. The umpires are on their way. The custodians for this match, James Middlebrook, Martin Saggers, walking back out for a little mini session here of 18 overs. Should be, an hour and a quarter probably by the time they've got to the end of it. So we'll be going on for until about 6:30. Seba Mead and Ben Slater are the two Nottinghamshire openers. Fair to say, they've not really spent any time in the middle in this game. Mead was out in the first over for naught in Nottinghamshire's first innings. Slater fell for just one as Notts were plunged into early disarray in their first innings. The last thing that Notts need is for either of these to go anytime soon. In a perfect world, assuming it's not going to pour down with rain right now, in a perfect world they could do with Slater and Mead to bat through for the 18 overs that are left. Dave got in touch a minute or two ago, surprised to see Somerset still batting. They've now declared, obviously, surely no chance of chasing 450 in a day and 20 overs. The longer they bat, the greater our chances of holding on for the draw. That's the last one on there. Alfie Ogborn's going to open the bowling. You won't miss a thing. Just seeing if anybody else has got in touch whilst we all went and had a little comfort break there during the changeover. So remember, Jake Ball is on the field for Somerset, and he's not only on the field, he's now an active part of this game. Very much active part of this game is Anthony Gibson.
Indeed, and we're going to have Alfie Ogborn to open up from the Stuart Broad end. 4 slips are in place. Herman, Overton, Vaughan and Thomas, as this is turned into the onside for the first run of the Nottinghamshire second innings. So the target has been reduced to a mere 472.
And he's off the dreaded Seba Mead, and gone for naught in the first innings. Brings Ben Slater back onto strike. Slater needs 85 to reach 10,000 in first-class cricket. What a great servant he's been to Nottinghamshire, Ben Slater, and as such has been awarded a testimonial year next year by the club.
Bright sunshine now, lovely evening, and one of Somerset's young men. It's been a good day, good game for Somerset's young men. This is Ogborn in and bowls. A quick delivery, but wide of the off stump. Ogborn batted very well, fulfilled his role as night watchman, exactly as he should have done this morning. Hung around for the best part of 2 hours. Only made 17, but made sure that there was no early batting collapse from Somerset, as was the case at Glamorgan a few weeks ago. He's bowling to Ben Slater. The left-hander is there, bowls short, just short of the length, that's quick. And Ben Slater, firm-footed swish at that.
I'll say it now, I hope that's the last reference of night watchman as well in this particular innings, because as Nottinghamshire supporters will know, that's not gotten well this season. Dylan Pennington out there was tried and tested and fell first ball in one of the games, and Ollie Stone similarly in another one. Brett Hutton's in the side today. I would imagine he would be it, but just hope it doesn't come down to that later on in the day.
Is Ogborn in, bowls outside the off stump. Various people on Twitter have been asking, is Thomas Roux Somerset's youngest centurion in first-class cricket? The answer is no, he's not. He's not even the youngest in his family. Because James Roux was younger when he scored his maiden century against Essex at Chelmsford a few years ago. But the actual youngest is a cricketer I'd never heard of, I'm ashamed to say, called Trevor Jones, who was 18 years and 104 days old when he scored 106, batting at number 9 against Leicestershire in 1938. Ogborn in and bowls, and this is played back to him. And the second youngest is a certain Marcus Trescothick. who was 18, roughly 18 and a half when he scored his maiden century back in 1994.
Was it Jimmy Ormond who famously snapped back at Mark Waugh about him not even being the best,
not even the
best in your family or something?
Right.
What on earth are you doing out here, said Waugh to Jimmy Ormond in a test match.
Ogbourne in, Bowles giving it everything he's got, and very well fielded at backward point by Lewis Goldsworthy. So just the one run from that Ogbourne over. The deficit, or the target rather, not deficit, target has been reduced from 473 to 472, and we're going to get some Miggy Pretorius for the second over.
Well, he's done precious little else all day, Pretorius. He wasn't required to bat, so he should be nice and loose and fresh. Memory serves, he bowled very well at Taunton against Notts and got a bundle of wickets in the first innings. Bowled well, I thought, I was going to say a couple of days ago, but it was only yesterday in Nottinghamshire's first innings. Pretorius, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. Only picked up the wicket of Brett Hutton, but certainly deserved more riches than that. South African, tall, medium fast. Where's number 27? Comes in from our end of the ground, bowls to Hamid, who steers this to point, and there's no run. 1 without loss then, Nottinghamshire. Case, I think, this evening of getting through the overs with as precious little damage as possible. Somerset, conversely, would really like to set up the victory charge by knocking over 2 or 3 this evening. Here comes second ball of the over now to Hamid. Watchful, pushes it back to the bowler and plays the shot again, then goes off on his little walk 4 or 5 steps towards the square leg umpire, turns, comes back and will be safely back in his crease by the time that Pretorius turns at the end of his run. Does it every ball, Hamid. Carefully places the right foot, then the left, and then taps the bat gently, waiting for the bowler to come in and deliver his next threatening missile, but this one just steered down into the ground, fielded by Archie Vaughan, and there's no run.
Of course, if Somerset do not bowl Nottinghamshire out tomorrow, there's going to be the inevitable criticism of the delayed declaration, as there was in the first game of last season, when they delayed the declaration to allow Tom Banton to score the highest, well, try and get him up to 400.
Pretorius bowls again to Hamid, who defends.
And then failed to bowl Worcestershire out in the space of 200 overs.
Yeah. That wouldn't become an issue if Notts were, say, only 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 down, but if they're 8 or 9 down, there would be certainly 1 or 2 saying, oh, that idiot Bracegirdle was right for once. They should have declared an hour earlier. Jake Ball on the field. Saw him earlier in the match with those designer sunglasses on. Said then he's on the field but he can't bowl. He's on the field now and he can bowl. But here's Pretorius. Ooh, that one just a little bit like an angry serpent. Got up and spat at Hamid, but he had the wherewithal to play it down into the ground and survives. 1 not out. Nottinghamshire 1 not out. Asib Hamid, the Notts captain, a Wisden Cricketer of the Year. Fancy that Kit Harris has put a jinx on him in this game. It's the Wisden curse. Pretorius bowls, Hamid defends. Good start from Pretorius and Maiden. Bang on the money. Notts 1 without loss. There are 16 overs left in the day.
And various people have been asking why have Somerset delayed their declaration to the extent that they have done, and I think the explanation is that they don't want to give Nottinghamshire a sniff. And it is a strong Nottinghamshire batting lineup, but they don't want to risk the 8 points, put at risk the 8 points they get for a draw for speculative go at 16 points for the win.
It's a nonsense, Anthony, you know it is.
I know.
It's a nonsense.
I'm not justifying it. I'm merely trying to explain what the thinking may have been. My instincts are the same as yours, that it was delayed too long. Ogborn in and bowls. This is edged wide of the slips down to the third man boundary for the first boundary of the Nottinghamshire second innings. Slater goes off the mark with that boundary.
Gentleman in a Nottingham Forest, I don't know if it's away shirt or third shirt from the season just finished there, and he certainly wasn't going to get up and throw the ball back. He reached down to try and get it. It got the sponsors on there, which I'm sure Jake Ball will like as an Everton fan. Jake, it's almost got his name spelled out on the front of that shirt. 5 without loss.
Still the 4 slips. Herman, Overton, Vaughan and Thomas. Ogborn in and bowls, and he almost throws himself off his feet there. Alfie Ogborn trying to bowl that fast. It's pushed into the offside for a single out to Jack Leach. Alfie Ogborn maybe just trying to bowl a little bit too fast. He loses the ability to swing the ball if he's trying to bowl too fast. He told me that himself. It's not Gibson's speculation. And he can swing it if he just pulls the pace back a little bit, gets his left wrist firmly behind the ball. He's bowling to Hamid. Whoa. And again, this time he does throw himself off his feet and then ends up on hands and knees on the pitch.
Is that not a wide, umpire?
No, it should have been, shouldn't it? They're very reluctant to give wides. There he is walking back. He's blowing, keeping his hands warm. They should be warm enough.
Oh, we're not playing them, umpire. We're not playing them. You'd hear all that in club cricket, wouldn't you? Especially if you'd been giving them in the pre-tee session.
Ogborn in and bowls, long way outside off stump again, and he's rather wasting the new ball at the moment. Alfie Ogborn, you've got to make the batsman play.
Keep him out there, Alfie. You keep him out there.
Nicky says that Thomas Rue is 1 day younger than James when he made his maiden first class century. I haven't.
Oh.
So anyway, it's very close between the two of them. Ogborn in and bowls, again wide of the off stump. Alfie, just calm down and just try and build a bit of rhythm. He's just hurling himself into every delivery at the moment.
I think there's something, wasn't there, at Taunton where when James Rue got his 100, there was the odd incorrect message out there that James had become the first to score, or the youngest to score 10 first-class hundreds.
12 it was.
It? And then somebody pointed out, well, Graham Hick had got 25 at the same stage, or something.
Is Ogborn in bowls and played out into the onside. James Rue was the youngest since Dennis Compton to reach 10 first-class centuries. But the suggestion based on AI was that he was the first to score 12 centuries before the age of 23, apart from Sachin Tendulkar and Don Bradman, which turned out to be complete nonsense because I think Graham Hick actually scored 41 centuries before his 23rd birthday.
He could play a bit, that lad.
So don't rely on AI, Chat GTP, for cricket stats.
I don't.
That's the moral of the story.
I wouldn't know where to find it. If it invited me to its annual dinner, I wouldn't know where to find AI. Here's Miguel Pretorius. Began with a maiden. That was to Hamid. This is to Ben Slater, who's found himself down at that end and drives a ball that just goes along the ground to third slip to Archie Vaughan. Just having a bit of a natter there with James Rue rather than returning it round the circle, and then somebody says, come on, let's get the game moving.
Interesting, they've got just the 3 slips for Pretorius to Slater.
Jake Ball has the number 14 in the Somerset squad. He always had 28 here. Pretorius bowls. And oh, no, that's not on the cut strip either. Or maybe it was. Not called as a wide. It's Jake Ball number 14 rather than the 28 had here. Maybe that's a suggestion he's half the player he was for Notts.
That's a bit cruel. His record for Somerset doesn't actually stand comparison with his record for Notts.
You saw Jake and I having a love-in last night.
Yeah.
Very fond of each other. 6 without loss. Pretorius round the wicket. Bowls of a ball that was arrowing in on middle stump about 9 inches up, and Slater playing from the crease had to jab the bat down on it. It's gone down, done a little bit of gardening, just having a little tap down. Ball had clearly made a mark. 6 without loss.
Jake Ball's 32 wickets for Somerset have cost him 33.84. For Notts, his 206 wickets came at 28.3. So big difference.
There's Pretorius round the wicket. Down the leg side, and they're claiming a wicket here. It's fanciful to suggest that first slip, second slip or third slip knew anything at all about that, but they all appealed and celebrated. Pretorius ran across the wicket to celebrate. James Rew diving down the leg side, but if it pushed anything at all, it certainly wasn't bat. No, I think it might have brushed the pad.
Carried, did it?
I tell you what, he's run all over the strip there. Miguel Pretorius in celebration.
Well,
you're not supposed to have a bit of a dance down there on the strip. Pretorius bowls again wide, and Slater with the uppercut this time, and that's away for runs. 4 down to third, down towards the building site, the rebuilt pavilion, and that's on to 10. Slater on to 9 of them.
Not good bowling this from the two Somerset opening bowlers. I think the pair of them are just trying too hard at the moment.
I mean, that was an overcompensation, wasn't it? The previous one down the leg side, and that one short and wide, well outside off, and Ben Slater never needs a second invitation to throw the bat at that one. Away it went for 4.
They're trying to bowl wicket-taking balls, and they'd be better just to concentrate on line and length.
Pretorius in again to bowl. Slater a block into the covers, ending the 4th over. Notts 10 without loss. 14 overs remain in the day 3 here. A day that, those of you watching the stream, has been pretty much like the current overhead conditions. There's always been cloud around, but there's always been plenty of blue sky, and the cricket has been very watchable even this morning, when certainly for the first hour and a quarter, hour and 20 or whatever, Somerset seemed to be stuck in treacle. They were in no great rush to score any runs. Notts had got a wicket with the first ball of the day and couldn't make further breakthroughs. Spilt a couple of chances. The game didn't appear to be going anywhere, but then the acceleration came, and eventually it led to the declaration. Somerset 355 for 7 declared. Means that Notts have been set to score 473.
Ogbourne to Hamid. Again, it's wide of the off stump. I think Craig Overton could do worse and just go and have a word with both of his opening bowlers.
Always looks as if he's going to, so far in this innings, looks like he's going to end up flat on his face. Alfie Ogbourne.
Well, as I say, I think he's just, he and Pretorius are just trying to bowl wicket-taking balls on a pitch where patience and persistence is rewarded more than anything else. Ogbourne bowls, and this is driven and away through the offside. Acrobatic attempt to make a stop by Lewis Goldsworthy at backward point, but to no avail. It's well wide of the off stump, and Hasib Hamid likes playing that shot, plays it very well. Brings in 4 runs, takes the score under 14 for no loss. In the 5th over of the innings. A lot of polishing going on, and slip is Josh Thomas is coming out of 4th slip to plug that gap in the covers. So we've got backward point, shortish extra cover, and wideish mid off now, as Ogborn again almost throws himself off his feet, and he's in danger of running down the pitch as well. Umpire Middlebrook comes and has a meaningful look as Ben Slater also just indicating with a few prods of his bat where he thinks Alfie Ogborn was following through.
He's not the first to do it, Ben Slater, and he won't be the last, but
it's fairly obvious.
It wouldn't even have had to have said anything to the umpire, and wouldn't have said anything to the umpire. He's just gone and tapped down on a length.
Yeah. Ogborn tries again. He's in and bowls. Oh dear. Wide of the off stump. It's
it won't be
not
too
been
long,
good
I don't
from
think,
Somerset so far.
before they go to the captain or indeed to Jack Leach.
They need to get into plugging away mode. They're not going to blast knots out on this pitch. It's a slow pitch. It doesn't reward out and out pace. It does reward persistence with just the odd unpredictable bounce. And this one Ogborn manages to bring back into the right-hander, slanting it across Haseeb Hameed. At least Hameed had to play a defensive shot on that occasion.
Elsewhere, Division 1, Leicestershire 290 for 6 now at home to Essex. They lead by 76 with 4 wickets left. Glamorgan 265 for 7 in their second innings at Hove. Still trail Sussex by 101.
It looks like a comfortable win for Sussex. Ogborn to Hameed, and he just drops the bat on this and angles it down to third man. And Goldsworthy does the fielding. They come through for 2 runs, 16 for no wicket in the lovely evening sunshine here at Trent Bridge.
At Headingley, the other Division 1 game, Warwickshire have been set to score 449, so not too dissimilar to here, not quite as many as required here. Yorkshire declaring on 246 for 6, Warwickshire 16 without loss early on there. Durham defeated Derbyshire in Division 2 earlier by an innings, strengthened their position at the top. Lancashire 264 for 8. Now at Blackpool, they need a further 160, but more likely Kent need 2 wickets to topple the Red Rose. Stanley Park, Blackpool, the venue for that one. Marcus Harris, the Australian, 83 not out though. He's got young Aspinwall with him and only Jimmy Anderson to come. Going to be Pretorius to continue. This will be his 3rd over, none for 4 from the first 2. Ball's now to Slater.
It's better.
Just manages again to eke it out onto the offside, no run. At Wantage Road, Gloucestershire, second innings, 215 for 6, lead Northants by only 18. They've only got 4 wickets left. And Middlesex declared their second innings, 283 for 6. Worcestershire require 358. They are 0 for 1 in the first over. Jake Libby, late of this parish, run out by Toby Rowland-Jones without facing a ball. Here is Pretorius bowling. Can't think of his name then. I was going to call him Miggy. That's you always calling him Miggy. Miggy bowled and Benny Slats pushed it into the offside, and there's no run. 16
down at Sapphire Gardens. Andrew Hicknell, who was doing the PA, referred to him as Miguel Pretorius, which I thought was rather nice.
I need to know about the Jake Libby run out by the bowler. I wonder if we've had something similar to what we had here with Master Roo. As Slater pulls this to the leg for 4, just short enough from... Well, it's gone for 6. That's twice today I've lost the flight of it, and it's gone all the way. Just watching the batter alone, it didn't appear as if he'd taken the aerial route. Yeah,
flat 6. Short arm pull.
It's shortish side, but even so, that's a decent dig with not that much backlift. But Ben Slater in good touch. 15 to him, 22 without loss. So not good for Worcestershire, not good for our old friend Jake Libby in the match at New Road.
Jake Libby rejected by Somerset.
crikey. This is pushed back to the bowler when he was at Cardiff University.
Yep, we played a couple of games for Somerset Seconds back in 2012, thereabouts. Cornishman.
I was going to say it'd be on your radar,
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
it, from
Callington.
Cornwall, yeah. Always fiercely proud as well, understandably so, of his Cornish heritage. So always pulled his leg because he was born at Plymouth. So I always called him a Devonian. 22 without loss. Slater on 15. My, how we laughed. This is pushed up to Jake Ball, very much in his home county here, Nottinghamshire. I'd imagine the family have tuned in, of course, understandably. Don't have Jake's family sending lovely messages anymore since he moved to the southwest. Fond regards if you're watching. Product of the Welbeck Cricket Club.
Oh, he's just swinging his arm, so he's going to come into the attack pretty soon.
His uncle, of course, Bruce French, the former England wicket-keeper. Down the leg side, and Slater's going to get... he's only going to get a single here. He's picked out Jack Leach at long leg. That's the end of the over. We've had 6 overs. Nottinghamshire 23 without loss. We've got 12 to go. We'll have a little sliceroo up here and a switch around and all the rest of it. Kit will come in for Anthony, and then Anthony will be back for me in 10 or 15 minutes time, or however it takes to bowl the next few overs. Jake Ball into the attack. Still waiting to see something on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website on the Jake Libby dismissal. But maybe it's been there. Maybe it happened a little earlier. Let's scroll back. No, can't. Hang on. We'll find it. Kit's alongside. Jake Ball's going to bowl.
And all's well with the world. Well, he wasn't expecting to play in this match, that's for sure. Now Jake Ball, replacing Lewis Gregory, is in, tight to the off stump, and Nippy, Slater, is able to leave alone though. Wasn't tight enough to make him play. Lewis Gregory, a confirmed hamstring strain. We don't know how long he'll be out for, but hamstrings tend to be at the bare minimum a month, don't they?
We've had a row at New Road. It's not Worcestershire's day. Dan Latigan drives the ball straight. It deflects off Toby Rowland-Jones. And Jake Libby is run out for a duck, having not faced a ball. Run out at the non-striker's end. It's happened twice in this round of matches.
It happens much more than it used to. But ball bowls short. Slater defends on the back foot. But then bowlers are now in their fielding training. They are practicing getting something on it and diverting the ball back onto the stumps. I don't think that's what Pennington deliberately did in the case of James Rill.
I'm going to say I've watched a lot of warm-ups, a lot of practice, a lot of net sessions, and I've never seen anybody practice that.
Outside off stump, back of a length. Some good carry here for Jake Ball. They practice sort of withdrawing the hand a little bit as the ball hits them to try and guide it. It might be more of a one-day thing.
Aidan says, Dave, I'm a Somerset fan here, following the live stream from Marseille in France. Bonsoir. Great commentary from the three of you, thank you. Loved seeing Thomas Roux get to 3 figures.
Must be warm. Ball. Back of a length, outside off. No obvious swing, but then I guess there wouldn't be back of a length.
Just my thoughts on the Roux nickname theme. Perhaps when he's down under, they'll call him Soccer. Best regards, Aidan. Thanks very much, Aidan. Yep. The Socceroos. Nice one. They won in the night, of course, in the old Footy World Cup.
4 dot balls to start Jake Ball off.
Say footy.
Match that will take a day and an hour. Now he bowls short. Did this ball keep a bit low? Slater was beaten and ended up flourishing one-handed outside off stump, trying a cut.
I think it was too wide, really, to even bother playing with. So he didn't move across to it. He just played from his normal standing position, so it made it look as if it was wide. Yeah, call it Socceroos, because it upsets so many people.
Somerset's approach while the ball is new and there's a bit more carry has been to bowl outside off stump. Here's the last ball. And this is edged. Oh, it's gone low and it has been caught. Slater jabbed the bat down onto it. I think that kept very low, and the surprise was that it even carried to first slip. The first wicket has fallen. Nottinghamshire are 23 for 1.
Yeah, Jordan Herman with the catch. Slater out for 16, 25 balls, 2 fours and a 6. And Jake Ball has figures of 1 for none from his first over. Beware the returning hero.
And this ball, I think, it kept low, which forced... there's a little bit of life in it. It just hurried Slater into a jab on off stump. He was late on the ball and it carried very low to Herman. Somerset have a breakthrough. Slater managed to make a bit of a mess of it, although his plan was to defend it from the outset. So the strategy was right, but the execution was wrong.
11 overs remain in the day. Too early, even if they were thinking about it for a night watchman. So Freddie McCann comes out to take his accustomed place at 3 in the order. Made 33 in the first innings until he was undone by Jack Leach's slow left arm. Just tickled one behind into the gloves of the keeper. Comes out with a score on 23 for 1. Not to require a further 450, but right now they've just got to get through the remaining 11 overs in the day.
Yeah, and 1 wicket down is, I suppose, not that unusual in the circumstances for the team in Nottinghamshire's position, and broadly in line with their expectations. It would be a great job to be the 2 openers together at the end of the day, but that's not going to be the case. 2 down would be straying quite far into Somerset advantage territory. So these 2 really do have to dig in for 11 overs.
It's Pretorius then into the not skipper Asiba Mead. He's going to rotate the strike straight away, getting a single, pushing it through backward point. Mead on to 8 after his first innings duck. 24 for 1. So Freddie McCann, left-hander. He's already played for the England Lions. He's rather unluckily been on the periphery of things for much of this season because Ben Duckett turned down the opportunity to play for the IPL, having signed for Delhi, having gone in the auction and been picked up, then had a change of heart, wanted to prepare for the England Test summer by playing for Notts first. Nice way to get off the mark by Freddie McCann, easing this into the offside for a couple. 26 for 1, so he's got a chance to bat for as long as he possibly can here.
I wonder how early Somerset will bring on Leach. He does bowl well with the new ball, and I would be tempted to get him on, especially since he removed McCann, caught behind in the first innings.
Pretorius bowls, and this is pushed back to the bowler.
But the end that he would be more likely to bowl from is the end that Jake Ball has just started from, the Stuart Broad end.
Great start for Ball then on his return to his former stomping ground. Wicket maiden to begin with. There's Pretorius halfway through the 4th over. Bowls now and pushed back to the South African by Freddie McCann. 26 for 1. Somerset declaring on 355 for 7, so Notts, despite getting a wicket with the first ball of the day, only getting 5 wickets in all through the day. 6th wicket has just gone down. Yesterday, by stark contrast, saw 15 wickets go down after just 7 on the opening day. Somerset need 9 wickets to win. Pretorius bowls to McCann, eases it to point, and there's no run. 26 for 1. ball left in the 8th, and 10 overs will remain this evening. We're about 10 to 6 now, so looking towards a 6:30 finish. Pretorius passed on by Saggers, wide enough to be left alone by McCann. He's not going to play at anything he doesn't have to. End of the over. Freddie McCann has 2. Asiba Mead, the Notts captain, has 8. Ben Slater dismissed. Caught at first slip by Jordan Herman from the bowling of Jake Ball, having made 16 out of first wicket partnership of 23, and having taken a wicket with his previous delivery. Jake Ball's about to bowl his second over.
To Hasib Hamid. And Dave Bracegirdle, I reject your assertion that there is a curse of Wisdom Cricketers' Almanac when it comes to the 5 cricketers of the year. This is a century and more old tradition. You can't just invent a new hex.
A new curse.
This is Hamid's innings, I feel it. Ball from Ball is back of a length, and Hamid plays it to mid-on. What a great year he had last year. This year has been more modest, though he has made a century. That's a benchmark of sorts, isn't it? That you go through a season, you get a century on the board at some point. The season wasn't a lost cause entirely. He now faces Ball and works it to leg. There's a long leg fielder, so he'll just have a single. 9 to him. And the field now switches round for McCann, who was batting very attractively in the first innings, 33 off 72 balls before he was rather sawn off with a bit of, I thought, was bad luck. Not from the umpire, but a ball that kept a bit low. And he was caught behind off Leach. 3 slips for him, as there are for Hamid. And down the leg side, there's an appeal from some of the slips, but it didn't ring true. McCann, quite unbothered by it, he just lifted up his helmet to get a closer look at his fingers, just fiddling with his gloves, making sure he's properly comfortable. He's only been out there for 6 balls. Jake Ball is bowling well. And he bowled outside off, punchy, through the offside. Just a touch of width. We've seen McCann do that before. 4 runs. Just worked the ball, played it late, using the pace. He didn't need much width to get that away. Lot of bottom hand in it, almost a little bit scoopy. And, on to 6 he goes. And that'll make him feel comfortable. Not an ideal situation for McCann to come out to bat with 10 overs or so remaining. So he'll have to get himself in and then do it again in the morning. Ball is in. Bowl's a bit shorter and straighter again, back to that accurate line McCann defends. Nine overs to go after this one. I've realised that there's another reason we may not see Leach as much as I might want to, is that Craig Overton hasn't had a bowl yet, and now he's got the captain's armband. Can't see him not giving himself an over or 2 before the end. Ball always straight onto leg stump here. That wasn't quite so great, and it requires a deal of work out on the boundary from Herman to, I think it's Herman, to cut off 4.
Well, it was at slip, wasn't it?
It was at slip, it can't be him. It was a single anyway.
I'd have thought he'd go, I'd accept and know a little bit of the Overtons, but I would have thought
number 5 on the back. So Josh Shaw was just on for a moment, but he's gone off again now. As Alfie Ogborn has run back on. So at the end of the over, Hamid 9, McCann 8. Nottinghamshire 33 for 1 with 9 overs to go.
I'd be surprised if we don't see any of Jack Leach, but here's Pretorius halfway through this allocation then, as Hamid drops this on the leg side. No run, 33 for 1. So we talked about Notts setting off in pursuit of 473 from 114 overs at just over 4 and over. It all sounds perfectly manageable till you throw in all the other factors. A high quality attack, doing it over such a long period of time, and doing it on a tired surface. This is pushed back past Pretorius's dive, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
Hamid really reaching into the drive. There isn't a lot of swing, which I suppose gives him more confidence in doing that.
Yes,
but he's trying to get his drive going, which he didn't really manage to in the first innings.
No, he only went hard at 1, and that was well away from his body, and he picked out slip, and off he went. 33 for 1. Leads on 9, faced 22 balls. Pretorius into his 5th over, bowling to the former England man now, and this is defended by Hamid, and again he'll just play the shot again. He turned round, had a look at where his body was in relation to the off stump, goes on that little walk towards the square leg umpire. Not quite Tavares-like. I don't know if you can remember Tavares, if you're old enough to remember Chris Tavares, but he nearly got out to the square leg umpire, and as far as the square leg umpire before walking back each time, and would often get a ticking off for
making the bowler wait.
Yeah. 3 slips. They're all waiting for the outside edge as Hamid brings the bat down smoothly, blocks it again up to mid-off, and there's no run. Ben Slater missed out in this game. He's another one that's going to hurt somebody soon, you'd imagine, in this competition. Ben Slater, just 1 and 16 in this game. Too good a player not to deliver on or with his usual frequency. Had a really good run last year, Ben Slater. Chalked up. This turned on the leg side for a single. I think it was 9 50-plus scores in a row this season. 1 century so far, big 178 against Leicestershire. 4 other 50s. So it's missed out in this game, but it's not usually... he stays out of the limelight for too long with regards to run scoring. 34 for 1, 1 ball left in the 10th here at Trent Bridge. Most of the crowd still here. 1 or 2 have drifted away for their evening meal, and a little bit of a warm back inside. This one wide enough to be left alone by Freddie McCann, who's 8 not out from 10 deliveries. And we are 1 over closer to the close. 34 for 1, 10 overs gone in the innings, 8 overs remain. Nottinghamshire just desperate, I think, to get through these next 60 deliveries with no damage.
Yeah, and if they do, it will be a job well done. 18 overs through to the close with only 1 wicket lost against the new ball. That'd be all right. One thing seems sure is that we've a good day of cricket in store tomorrow. Ball bowls, and Hamid plays the ball to leg, and Ogborn is the fielder out on the boundary, keeps him to 1. So the strike rotating well here, and the left hand right hand combination making sure that all the Somerset fielders have to get paces in their legs. Ball to ball, 3 slips. The only boundary rider is long leg, and it's Alfie Ogborn having to run the best part of 80 metres between the 2 positions. Ball bowls, and McCann tries to find a single on the leg side, but can't get it through the infield. 5 of those. 3 on the off, 2 on the on. The shadows lengthening. Most of the spectators still here. The sunshine's lovely now, and it's not too hot. His ball, outside off, and McCann, who seems to have a decent idea where his off stump is, lets it alone. I'm always a bit suspicious of the trigger. The purpose of the trigger movement being to take your guard more to the leg side of where you play the ball. Lewis Gregory is still here. He's chatting to Ogborn. So he's not so... Well, he's standing up. That's a good sign. Standing up and moved to the boundary. Very short from Jake Ball, a ballooning bouncer that can't have been too far off being called as a wide, but it's just one bouncer for the over. The point of the trigger movement being you start one guard to the left, or even two of where you end up facing the ball, and it gets you moving. I wonder whether sometimes in pushing you towards off stump and in front of the wicket, it can make it harder for a batter to know where his or her off stump is. Ball's down the leg side. There's going to be another run here. I think this was bat. Ogborne having lots of work to do. I suppose he's the youngest. Well, I suppose he's not the youngest. So, at least one Roo who is younger. So round the field goes again. McCann's single takes him to 8.
And of course, Lewis Gregory will be automatically ruled out of next week, even if it's only a precaution to rule him out of this game.
Ball bowls to Hamid. Digs out a very, very full one to conclude the over. Hamid on 11, McCann 8, Nottinghamshire 36 for 1. With a target of 473, which we can forget about. And 7 overs to go. Gregory is pacing gently, but not gingerly, beyond the boundary. He's in his training gear with long shorts on. He's got his hands in his pocket, and he looks a bit dejected, but he's not hobbling, he's not limping. Possible he got himself out of the game soon enough for only a slight strain of the hamstring. Here's the bowling change that we expected. Craig Overton to have a go from Radcliffe Road end. He can have 4 overs if he bowls all.
He can indeed. 3 to go from the far end. It will be interesting if it is Jake Ball to bowl out, or if Jack Leach will have a go. But here's Overton coming round the wicket to Freddie McCann, the left-hander. Eases his first delivery into the offside. And there's no run. Is that Goldsworthy with the fielding? There's a collection of helmets on the boundary edge just in case they're needed, and imagine that would be in case Jack Leach comes on to bowl. And again comes Craig Overton, 2 wickets in the Nottinghamshire first innings. This has played up to Jake Ball at mid-on. 36 for 1 Notts. They've lost Ben Slater for 16 after an opening partnership of 23. Hamid has 11. Freddie McCann on strike has 8. And again comes Craig Overton. Steers this to point, and there's no run. Tomorrow will be a day of Nottinghamshire aiming to defy Somerset for as long as they possibly can. A day for patience from the Somerset attack, as Andy Pick used to say, the former Notts bowling coach. They can only make X number of mistakes. This is edged and caught, and he's gone. Overton strikes in his first over, just like Jake Ball did, and it's McCann caught behind. Good catch, slow down by Root, and Freddie McCann's gone for 8. And Nottinghamshire have lost a second wicket to the new ball, and it's Craig Overton just finding the outside edge. And Thomas Root on the board. It says with the catch. That's a 36 for 2. Is that right? Has Thomas Root got the gloves on? Good catch, low down. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see it in again, and focus will be on who comes in at number 4 for Nottinghamshire with 6 overs and 2 balls left in the day. They generally, as a template, sort of start looking at the night watchman with 6 overs to go.
It is.
So there it is. He's had a very fine day indeed, Thomas Root, and has taken the catch low down. Wouldn't have carried to first slip, I don't think. There's the nick. It wasn't. It was certainly the keeper's catch, and he's certainly gobbled it up. And it is Brett Hutton to come out and just try and stick around with Asiba Mead for the rest of the day. Brett Hutton started the day with ball in hand. He's aiming to end it with bat in hand out there, but that's fancy. That's another nail in the Nottinghamshire coffin, getting rid of Freddie McCann just before the close here. Well, there's still, as I say, 38 balls left in the day. There's still time for further damage. Well done, Craig Overton.
And we're trying to work out if James Rue is out there.
He's not out there. Oscar Coleman is out there.
Oscar Coleman is out there. Well, it's as well to have wicket keepers. There's no reason, when Somerset get to this point, which I'm sure they'll get to, about who's going to be the wicket keeper, an argument that they had to settle once before. I always think there's no reason why you can't have one keeping in one innings and one in the other. Yeah. Or even, and this may just be my fantasy, one who stands up to the spinners and one who stands back to the seamers.
Here's Craig Overton. So Brett Hutton in as the night watchman. This is getting lost somewhere in his either in his clothing or parts of his anatomy, and just dribbles down the leg side, and the keeper grabs it. There was one sort of bizarre, unsuccessful Notts Outlaws T20 Blast campaign when they weren't really sure what they were going to do with wicket keepers, and Chris Reed wasn't playing. I don't think Tom Moores had started by then. Next ball on its way and whipped away onto the leg side. Nicely played by Brett Hutton. That's one of the shots of this innings, and he gets off the mark. Where I don't know which way round it was. Ricky Vessels kept wicket for the first 10 overs of a Blast match, and then he popped the pads off, and Brendan Taylor did it for the other 10.
Vessels didn't bowl, sadly?
No. The feeling was that Ricky was a better fielder, and later on in the second half of the innings he was needed on the boundary and all the rest of it. But as I said, to begin that little anecdote, it was a very unsuccessful campaign for Notts. You've got to have a proper wicket keeper, haven't you? 37 for 2. We've had 12 overs, 6 to go in the day, and all Somerset attack here to see you to the line. Anthony Gibson will join Kit Harris.
So 6 overs to go, and Hutton has done his job on arriving. He's taken a single from the last ball of Overton's over and is now facing ball. Gets in a bit of a tangle, and the ball runs out to long leg where Ogborn picks up. And to his great credit, Hutton looked up at Hamid along the lines of, "Do you want this run?" And Hamid jogged him through. So Hutton to 2. So alongside Thomas Rue in the slip cordon. Well, it was Herman 1, Vaughan 2, Overton 3, but now for Hamid against ball, Herman has been sent to leg gully. Ball bowls as quick as he can. A bit of zip on that one. Back of a length. Hamid comes forward.
I've got the explanation for James Rue's absence.
Right.
He's off to London to join up with England.
Okay.
That's what I surmise.
Yeah, that does seem likely, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's done his batting for Somerset, and I'm sure that the England camp have said, right, Somerset, release him, let him join up.
Ball is in, and Hamid plays around his front pad, driving, looking to be positive. Out to mid-on. And, well, it's going to be interesting finding out whether it's James Rue or Jordan Cox who get picked for England.
Well,
the way that's happened, then,
I don't
from a Somerset perspective, you've got to say, well done, thank you, England, from a Somerset perspective.
Yeah, absolutely,
letting him stick
allowing him to stay for most of this game.
Hamid faces ball and defence.
And in his brother Thomas, Somerset have got a perfectly competent wicket-keeping replacement. As I understand it, there's nothing to choose between them as wicket-keepers.
Right, well, we couldn't tell between them for 12 overs. Certainly, well, Tom is slighter and smaller. In fact, Tom, from a distance, looks a lot like a wicketkeeper from pretty much any age. Ball bowls. And this is left on line, and it just tailed back in, but most of the swing was after it had passed the wicket. So Hamid's leave wasn't quite as injudicious as Archie Vaughan at first slip, and Jake Ball seemed to think it was.
Oh yes, Bally. Tractor is in good voice over in the Fox Road stand.
Last delivery of the over, races through Hamid, and that cut back and kept low, I think.
Good take by Thomas Rue.
Thomas Rue, who's well, he must be having a great time out there. He's taken his first class wicketkeeper's dismissal. He's got a big 100, and well, Nottinghamshire get through another over. 38 for 2 with 5 to go.
And we have sorted out which of the Roos was the younger when they scored their maiden first-class century. And the answer is Thomas, by 1 day.
By 1 day? Oh, make sure that goes in the report.
18 years and 197 days old. His elder brother James was 18 years and 198 days old as Overton bowls to the night watchman Brett Hutton, who plays that defensively. I was there at Chelmsford when James Rue scored his maiden first-class century.
Dave, don't forget to put that in the report. It'll come out nicely. But the youngest between them, not the youngest for Somerset. You found someone.
Yeah, Trevor Jones, of whom I'd never heard, who was 18 and 104 days old, I think, something like that. Overton in and bowls down the leg side, and nothing doing in the way of. I think the other thing to be said is that Somerset's hooping and hollering when they take a wicket is getting a little bit overdone.
There's a thing I don't like, but I don't want to offend the Saturday League cricketers, of whom a great number do it, but it's the counter tenor, the falsetto, woohoo!
Yeah. Overton in, bowls to Hutton, who turns that down to Jack Leach. In fact, it's not to Jack Leach, he goes over the fine leg boundary. Not a good ball from Craig Overton, just drifting down the leg side and helped on its way by Brett Hutton, who goes on to 6, 42 for 2.
I don't know which was the international side that started off the going woohoo in a highest possible register, but it's become a copycat thing now, and it happens all over club cricket. You think, well, you're only doing this not because it's a natural way to celebrate, a natural reaction. You're doing it because you've seen it on TV, and it seems a bit performative to me. But I appreciate I'm sounding like a bit of a fuddy-duddy. I don't mean to.
Overton in and bowls, and Hutton plays this into the onside. It's interesting if you look back at saw the film of Jim Laker taking 19 wickets at Old Trafford in 1956, and you know, took a wicket and just sort of turned on his heel and went back prepared to bowl the next ball.
The classic is Jim Laker taking 19 wickets in the Ashes of 1956, and every wicket just a hitch of the trousers and a sweep of the hair.
Get on with it. Overton in and bowls to Hutton, who plays a solid-looking defensive shot. Comes a little bit off the inside edge, hence the oohs and the ahs. The slip cordon with their hands on their heads.
I think you look a lot more alpha, not reacting.
Yeah.
So, well, yeah, of course you got out to me.
Exactly.
Everybody does, mate.
Yeah, what were you expecting? Overton to Hutton, bowls a bouncer, and Hutton just ducks underneath it. It's the end of that over. We've got 4 overs remaining in the day's play. The Nottinghamshire target has been reduced from 473 to 431. They're 42 for 2, and the Somerset target now 8 wickets.
I do just want to register the Well, I recognise the irony of the likes of me sitting up here in a commentary box. Very young, super fit athletes out there playing cricket, and me attempting to impose on them my view of what constitutes a more alpha male thing to do. I'm not a high testosterone individual. And we've got what we were quite keen to see. Here is Jack Leach. He can bowl a couple of overs from the Stuart Broad end, which just gives us a little fun. He hasn't felt himself quite often this championship season, but after the first innings performance, when he was withdrawn from the bowling attack in his prime, looked like he could even take 5 wickets, he'll feel really good now, especially since he's got a vast number of runs to play with. He loves bowling in the 4th innings. There's only once in his career that he's caused havoc at Trent Bridge, taking 6 for 36 about 7 years ago.
He'd be looking for some of this inconsistent bounce, I fancy, Jack Leach.
He'll bowl straight, that's for sure. Hamid is his first duel. Leg slip and a regular slip. He bowls on leg stump, and Hamid comes gently forward. A nice battle, because Hamid's decent against spin. He plays with his wristy, and he plays with very soft hands. Leach will be trying to trap him with bad bounce. Leg stump again. If he does miss that ball, then the umpire's going to say not out, because it's just sliding. But that's where Jack Leach has to pitch it to get 4th day spin, but there isn't any. It's going to be hard work for getting turned out of this pitch. On leg stump this time, too far to leg, and Hamid plays a clip and gets to the non-striker's end, and now Hutton can have a go.
Well, he's got 2 right-handers to bowl at, has Jack Leach. Hutton taking a middle stump card by the look of it, maybe middle and off. He put his bat on middle stump and then scraped his boot middle and off.
Leach does not need much turn to zip one through for LBW on the back pad. That's his stock in trade when the pitch isn't ragging. 3 balls left for Hutton to face in this over. Leg stump, and has it got a tickle on it, or is it buys? It's raced away between the keeper and leg slip, and we were both wrong. It was leg buys. There was something on it. Leg buys. Forgotten extra of cricket. The bowler doesn't mind. The batter hasn't made a mistake.
Could probably do without them altogether.
You could.
Don't see why the batting side should get credit for it.
So 47 for 2. Leach needs to correct a little bit further to the off stump. He does this time. That's zoning in, and Hutton comes forward. And this is a bit of a repeat of Patterson White to Vaughan, which occupied us for much of the mid-afternoon. Stalemate that was. Here's the last ball of the over. Leg side again, and Hutton, rather than kick it away, decides to defend. There's no one catching in a short leg trap, so he can get his bat in front of his pad. Not Leach's greatest over.
No, got his line wrong, didn't he?
47 for 2, 3 to go for Nottinghamshire to get through the evening, with 1 more wicket than they would have liked. Somerset will be striving to make it 2 more.
Somerset will be very happy to have picked up 2 wickets, but they'd love to see the back of Hasib Hamid before the close. But they've opened the door, have Somerset, and they'll come back fresh and fit and firing tomorrow morning. Here comes Craig Overton in and bowls to Hamid, who plays that defensively. He's faced 36 deliveries. Hamid, out of the 90 that have been bowled, yes, 91 that have been bowled. So he hasn't had much of the strike. Overton is in again and bowls, and he again is just a little bit too much leg side, and Hamid's able to tuck that away into the onside, won't get a run.
Touch of the ball for Oscar Coleman there.
Yep.
It does not seem to have been kitted out with the first team shirt, because the first 11 shirts have all got this blue logo on the front. I think that's the healthcare company, but Coleman doesn't have that on his.
Number 95 he does have. Overton in and bowls, and this again is on the leg stump, and Coleman shies at the stumps. Oh, and he misses.
Did it hit the non-striker as he came back? I think it did.
I'm not sure whether. Certainly, it wasn't the non-striker. All the non-striker was doing was perfectly innocently trying to make his ground.
Yeah, Hutton went up and down the same track, but I think he may have. I think it did hit him on the hand. I think it hit him on the hand. He's certainly waving it about, shaking off some pain.
Overton in again to Hamid down the leg side, nicely taken by a tumbling Thomas Rue. Just watch the run out replay again, and yeah, it did hit Brett Hutton, but he would have been safely home in any case, even had he not interposed his body between fielder and stumps. 47 for 2. Overton giving his everything for Somerset as ever. Appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. I just wonder if there's a bit of inside edge.
Oh, that would do the trick. I think that was as close as Craig Overton thinks it was.
Just inquiring.
The umpire might have said he's a bit high there, because Overton's reaction was to ape
that he was.
He fainted a forward down. Defensive. It looked like Gilbert Jessup.
The croucher. Well, Hamid does rather crouch, doesn't he? So height was obviously the explanation.
We'll see it again in a minute, I expect.
Craigo in again and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Overton didn't have anything to say other than to inquire of the umpire what was wrong with it.
Yeah, that's probably about as much equanimity as you get out of Craig Overton after you've turned down an LBW appeal.
He's matured, as Craig. He's not quite as incandescent as he used to be. It's a good shout.
Well, if it didn't hit the bat, it would have hit middle stump halfway up. But in the replay,
I don't see if there's anything on height on the replay. Did you?
Absolutely not. But on first look on the replay, I could have sworn that just hit the middle of the bat.
Yeah.
There we are. Ours not to reason why. Here is Leach for his second and final over of the day to Hutton, who props forward.
I don't know why he's bowling that middle and leg line.
He's asking the ball to turn more than it can on this surface.
Yeah, bowling around the wicket.
It'd be much more dangerous just outside off stump. Now he's on leg stump again. You see Hutton again playing round his front pad, but he could just as well pad up to that, because half the balls that Leach has bowled so far have been heading down leg. He comes in again, that's off stump line, and Hutton plays an immaculate forward defensive shot with very, very soft hands. I wonder whether it might be worth putting someone in front of the bat, leg or off, just to make Hutton think twice about playing with his bat out in front. Leach bowls on leg stump again, and Hutton defends. Maybe just move leg slip into forward short leg, but I suppose with 2 overs to go from the spinner, I'm splitting hairs a bit here. Leach is in to Hutton, floated up very slowly on middle stump. Patterson White would approve, and for a minute I thought the rumbling noise sounded like the hover cover coming on, but the last thing you'd expect on such a balmy evening as this. Hutton is hit on the pad this time. That's very close. Gone! It was just straight enough. It certainly favoured middle and leg, that ball, and I wouldn't have been surprised if the umpire had
Took
said
a long
no.
time.
Gave it a lot of thought. Perhaps without seeing a replay, I'll go with clipping leg. It certainly didn't straighten. Hutton has gone. Well, he's sort of done his job in that he's seen out all the balls he had to see out, because that was the last ball of the penultimate over. 47 for 3 at Nottinghamshire, but this does mean that they've got an over to survive without the night watchman there. What do you think of this one, Anthony Gibson?
Well, let's have a look on the replay. Oh, absolutely plumb, I would have thought. It
Yes.
pitched middle and straightened.
I'd say that's hitting leg rather than clipping leg. But if I were the batsman, I could have no complaints about that.
No, absolutely.
Now, who is coming out next? Hamid is having a probably not massively necessary drink, but that's de rigueur at the fall of a wicket.
Is that Joe Clark?
There are 6 balls to go.
Looks a bit like Joe Clark.
This looks
to me.
like Clark. Yeah,
It is.
it is indeed. Well, he may not have to face a ball if Hamid just sees out Overton for 6 deliveries. But this is Nottinghamshire in a pickle. I know one of the wickets is a lower order batter, but 47 for 3 is probably at the more negative end of the spectrum of their outcomes for this evening.
Probably at the higher end of the spectrum of Somerset expectations as well.
2 down from a Somerset perspective would have been a good final session. 3 down is getting into treats and luxuries territory, because wickets can be hard to come by on this pitch for stretches. Nottinghamshire really have got a mountain to climb tomorrow, and I don't feel the pitch is easing enough to breeze through the day with 7 wickets in hand.
Right, the last over of the day is going to be bowled by Craig Overton, and he'll at least start it off by bowling at Hasib Hamid. 2 slips and a leg slip, close catches. With the shadows lengthening, Overton is into Hamid, who comes forward in defence and plays it out into the offside. Craig Overton in his 4th over, the 1 wicket, that of Freddie McCann, who was caught behind, well caught by Thomas Root, diving low down to his left. Overton in and bowls a Yorker, or full pitch delivery, which is run to backward square leg by Hamid. It's been a very good day for Somerset. They took their second innings on to 355 for 7 from 73 for 2 overnight, with both of the Roux brothers featuring, James the elder making 50 and Thomas the younger, magnificent unbeaten century. Overton in and bowls outside the off stump, and Hamid can lift his bat out of harm's way. 3 balls remaining. Lots of clapping and encouragement from the Somerset fielders for their acting captain, who's had a fair amount of captaincy to do this season. Craig Overton captained them in the first 2 games when Gregory was out injured. And Jake Ball has come into the Somerset side as an injury replacement for Lewis Gregory, who suffered a hamstring injury when bowling yesterday. Here's Overton in and bowls again, pitching that right up almost into the block hole, and Hasib Hamid equal to it. 2 balls remain in the day's play. Still a fair number of spectators here enjoying the evening sunshine. The weather has got better as the day has gone on. more and more sunshine and blue sky. Overton to Hamid, and Hamid this time runs it out into the offside. Somerset offering Hamid the single there, but the offer is declined.
I'm going to say farewell.
Thank you, Kit. Well, thanks for your company over the last 3 days.
For this day, but for the game, and because I'm sure Dave Braceguard would like to bid farewell to his listeners, at least for the day. It's been lovely being with you both, and I'm very envious of your having such a good day of cricket lined up tomorrow. And to everyone out there, thank you for your company, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Kit. That's Kit Harris, Wisden's finest. And hopefully we'll see Kit again before the end of the season. So, last ball of the day, Craig Overton to Hasib Hamid. He's in, bowls, and Hamid solidly forward in defence, plays it out into the offside. Alfie Ogborn picks up, and the players will make their way back to the dressing rooms with Nottinghamshire 47 for 3, and they need another 426 runs tomorrow to win. Somerset, perhaps more realistically, need another 7 wickets.
Yes, they're a very happy side indeed. Somerset, they've gone a huge chunk of the way down the road to defeating Nottinghamshire, the first side to beat Notts here at Trent Bridge for just over 2 years. If that becomes a reality tomorrow, Notts have probably got their best 2 batters. Not necessarily on current form, but career-wise out there at the end of the day, so that will give them a little bit of hope. Mead and Clark have got to make life very difficult for Somerset tomorrow. They've just got to bat for a little bit more. Somerset overwhelming favourites. Just like to echo what Anthony said there. Thank Kit Harris for company and commentary over the last 3 days, and likewise hope we see him again very soon. It's been a really absorbing 3 days cricket, absolutely. The umpire, just having a look out there, the umpire's having a little chat with the ground staff about something out there before they put the square to bed. Don't forget the excellent work they do here at Trent Bridge. The applause is for the Somerset side. In fact, they're letting Thomas Rue go off first, which is very nice. It's a nice little touch there on a day he'll never forget. Half doing this, half doing that, half doing something else. Half caught your comment. 1 day younger, was it, than his brother?
1 day younger than his elder brother in scoring his maiden first-class century. 18 years and 197 days.
That's a great stat, and it's a great achievement.
It's been confirmed by Steve Pittard.
Then it must be. he's not a red top. This is absolute truth. Then, so it's a great stuff. Paul Franks.
Nothing to do with AI or anything like that.
Paul Frank's just having a little.
AI has nothing on Steve Pittard.
Thanks for your company today, everybody. You know how much we appreciate the communications, the odd message, the odd little bit of fun. And just generally everybody being there, either listening to the audio output or watching on the live stream, or indeed in some cases both. We sincerely appreciate that. Thank you very much. As always, thanks to our fabulous camera crew around Trent Bridge for bringing you the pictures, for Kirsty and Aaron in the production office for bringing you the replays, and just generally making sure everything runs as smoothly as it can. Thank you all. Another good day of cricket ahead. Tomorrow might be a great day for you Somerset fans if you're back in the office and you can just have a little opportunity to put the old earbuds in, do they call them? The little bits in your ears to hear the commentary or to get it up on your monitor. And for those of you that have got a more leisurely day planned, I hope you can share it with us. And certainly if you're in the local area, come along, you'll be made very, very welcome. The hover cover's just about to drown us out. From Kevin Howells, who oversees the whole operation, from Anthony Gibson, myself, Dave Bracegirdle. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. We'll speak to you tomorrow.